London, Spring 2023. It is difficult for me to truly picture the realities of the battlefields back then. The biblical devastation, destruction, and desolation. Across the Somme and beyond, the dead and dying from one round of fighting would often be intermingled with the putrefying corpses of men, horses, and mules yet to be collected from previous battles. War films, such as 1917 and All Quiet on the Western Front, tend to represent bodies as largely intact. It is simpler to get actors to play dead rather than manufacture thousands of body parts, sometimes mere fragments, out of fiberglass or foam. Yet most of the deaths in the First World War were caused by artillery shells, then machine guns and rifle fire with poison gas a distant third, and in reality soldiers hit by shells or shrapnel were often blasted apart. A booted foot and some bloody earth were all that were recovered to be placed in a sandbag and decently interred, one soldier said after his officer was annihilated by a direct hit from a shell. Unless the death was witnessed, and the witness survived long enough to report it, establishing who had lived and who had died, or trying to identify a person or parts of a person in such circumstances was often impossible. Most of those who committed their experiences of the Great War to paper 100 years and more ago wrote sparingly of what they had seen and done. It was a time when the sensibilities of those back home were to be protected. Hearts were not worn on sleeves. Terrible experiences were to be locked away. As a former tornado navigator, I was part of a vast military machine designed to deliver death and destruction to an enemy. But sitting in the rear cockpit of a modern combat jet, armed with lethal weapons, I was largely insulated from the carnage on the ground. Confronted now by the landscape of much earlier conflicts, I am beginning to realize I had thought little about what those young men in 1916 had really endured. With the last First World War veterans long dead, how can I better understand what they went through? As part of my own journey of discovery, I needed to speak to people with personal, up-close experience of the effects of warfare, modern experts whose own stories would offer a limited insight into what their forebears had gone through 100 years earlier. Andy Smith joined the Royal Air Force as a medic in 1987 and first saw active service as a young man in the Gulf War of 1991. Before this, as part of what he calls a crash and smash team, a specially trained unit tasked with post-crash aircraft recovery, Smith had seen firsthand what happens to human beings on the receiving end of significant explosions. When a combat aircraft impacts the ground at high speed, he says quietly, the effects are like a huge bomb blast. I went to one crash site where we found the pilot had somehow been blasted through some trees. He was in thousands of pieces. There was a set of lungs hanging from a branch, and I had to climb the tree to collect the pieces of flesh. Then 100 yards away, I remember picking up a glove with the hand still inside. It wasn't a pleasant job, but someone had to do it. Smith subsequently saw action in both Gulf Wars and in Bosnia during the mid-1990s. Now battle-hardened, he was still unprepared for the levels of trauma he saw in Afghanistan. A dead body hit by a bomb blast tends to adopt a very weird shape, limbs at different angles, ragged flesh hanging off, and jagged bones exposed. Most still had a look of shock and surprise on their face. Apart from the massive numbers of casualties involved, Smith's experiences would not have been so very different from those of the soldiers of the First World War, many of them recent civilians with little or no experience of battle, as they attempted to come to terms with the death of their friends and wondered if they themselves would ever see their family again. In the first Gulf War, I was sleeping in a tent, and you could hear shelling, explosions going off in the background," he says. "But what still looms large in my memory is the sound of a man crying. It stood out above the noise of the battle. I knew who it was, and I wanted to talk to him, but I thought he might be embarrassed. So you don't. You just try and ignore it." Smith's predecessors, the stretcher-bearers of the First World War, would have done more than their fair share of weeping too, as they stumbled in pairs across the Somme mud, trying to clear the battlefield of the injured and the dead as the shelling continued. Andy Smith and his fellow members of the Medical Emergency Response Team now fly into the heart of battle in giant Chinook helicopters, bulked out with body armor, personal weapons, and a heap of high-tech surgical equipment poking out from pouches attached to their desert camouflage gear, a world away from the muddy cotton uniforms, inadequate dressings, and stained canvas stretchers of yesteryear, but they still have much in common. Back in 1916, censorship and a deep-seated aversion to revealing their emotions would have prevented Padres Rupert Inglis and David Railton from telling their wives about the full savagery of what they witnessed when searching for the injured and dead. This part of the job has not got any easier with the passing of the years, and the scenes that live on in Andy Smith's memories paint a powerful picture of the battlefield experience a century earlier. "I always noticed the Union Jack on their uniform as I felt for a pulse," Smith says. "Most just looked asleep, but some of the injuries were truly horrendous. I checked one body and was confronted by a young face, eyes open, looking straight at me. He looked as though he was still breathing, but it was just a reflex. Half his head was missing, so there was no way he could be alive. Another time I came across a torso which finished beneath the chest. I didn't need to check for a pulse then. I saw some truly terrible sights as a military medic, but if I think back to what my forebears would have seen during the First World War, I know that I've experienced just a fraction over the years of what they had to do every day." Highwood, the Somme, September 1916. As the night of Friday the 15th of September 1916 dragged on, a badly injured Anthony French managed to raise himself on his elbows and tried to drag himself back to the British lines. Suddenly he saw a shadowy figure passing to and fro across the battlefield, bending over each body he came to. Why? He froze. My heart beat uncontrollably, French remembered when it was his turn. I stared, unbreathing. I saw a white collar and the familiar tin hat. He spoke in cultured English. His voice had a deep, rich timbre. This must have been one of the regimental padres, perhaps David Railton himself, searching for the wounded among the dead. "Better lie still," the padre told him. "You're some way off, but I'll try to send the stretcher-bearers. They're all busy just now, but be patient and lie still." French thanked him, then found himself alone once more. And while French's struggle to survive ground on, with many of the injured already being treated, the work to recover and bury the dead was now beginning. Those involved had plenty of experience. In the months before Highwood, the battlefield padres had already conducted countless burials, many using a Union Jack to cover a body during the brief service. Necessarily short, because of the ongoing battles and the numbers of dead, these quiet occasions exerted a power all their own. As soldiers gathered to say farewell to a comrade, they were deeply aware they might soon be lying beneath the Padres' flag themselves. David Railton took great care of his personal Union Jack, acquired for him by his mother-in-law, treating it almost like a friend. The flag was a stirring symbol of home, of dear old England, as he put it. It brought a flash of colour to the muted greys and khakis of their dun-coloured surroundings. And it was a Christian symbol too, a blood-red cross, which offered perhaps the possibility of resurrection for those upon whom it was softly laid. Railton described one of these rain-soaked ceremonies in a letter to his wife. "We carried our brave hero's mortal remains with the greatest difficulty over the rough ground, and buried him as reverently as we could. Indeed, it is wonderful to me to stand there with a group of soldiers at such a time. The picks and shovels are put aside. The very lights go up now and again, lighting our faces, and the guns keep up their usual squabbling with each other. And then all these men say the Lord's Prayer so firmly that you feel they really mean it. Then they fill in the grave and go back to the firing line." The relentless threat of nearby fighting added immeasurably to the urgent solemnity of such occasions. Another army padre serving in France, George Kendall, a working-class Yorkshire Methodist minister, described the bracing experience of burying 3 Welshmen after a spotter plane had alerted the enemy artillery to the whereabouts of his burial team. "There was a terrific bombardment, and I could see the flashes and hear the shells screaming through the air. The whole party rushed for a dugout just in time to see the high explosive tear up the earth a few yards beyond. Then shrapnel burst overhead, and we heard pieces falling around. During a lull, we laid the boys to rest, but owing to the exposed position, I was only able to repeat the opening sentences of the burial service, the committal, and a short prayer. It is a solemn moment when engaged in such a task, for one never knew whether a chance shell would come and scatter further death." On another occasion, Kendall was asked to take over the regimental duties of a colleague who barely survived the service. Having struggled through foot-deep mud and a fearsome artillery barrage, Kendall finally found the hapless cleric in a dugout. The chaplain had been conducting a burial party when the Germans opened fire on them. He jumped down into the grave, spraining his ankle in the process. For a long time he had to lie with the dead soldiers he had gone to bury. Under regular bombardment from enemy guns, Railton's battalion was tasked with providing a number of burial parties in an attempt to recover the dead in the aftermath of the battle at High Wood. Rescuing those who could still draw breath was bad enough, but risking their own lives to recover bodies lying alongside rotting corpses from previous assaults, or even more horrendously, which had been buried and then exposed once more by further shelling, took the men into a whole new circle of hell, especially when confronted by the crucial, though often impossible, task of identifying the bodies. Burying a man with no name was to be avoided whenever possible. Soldiers at the front would often be interred close to where they fell, individually or together, in larger makeshift plots. Some, dealt with by colleagues, might be easier to identify. If they did not recognize a man, those collecting the dead would do their best to identify corpses from items they were wearing or carrying. Letters from home, photographs of loved ones, name labels sewn into uniforms. It was no simple task. Those mutilated or blown apart by shell fire posed the greatest challenge. Some had simply ceased to exist, with only fragments of scattered, intermingled remains to bury. Identity discs helped. Since 1907, all British soldiers had been issued with at least one small tag, aluminium at first, and then red-brown vulcanized asbestos fibre, attached to a cord and worn like a necklace. Called dog tags by my generation of military personnel, they were normally stamped with a man's name, number, religion, and regiment. But they were supposed to be removed when a soldier was killed, so the death could later be recorded, which left the interred body without any form of identification. Its owner could become anonymous in seconds, unless someone had managed to pencil his name onto a rough cross jammed into the mud beside his head. Even then, further bombardment could take its toll, with the makeshift grave's occupant being blasted out, swiftly joining the already vast ranks of the anonymous. Some soldiers resorted to purchasing their own identity bracelets to remain on their body, and a second disc, a green octagonal lozenge, was introduced in late 1916. Though too late for the men killed at High Wood, this small but vital innovation meant that the new green disc could remain with a man's body after the red one was removed for registration. But the system remained far from flawless. Why were so many First World War casualties listed as unknown, a body recovered but not identified, or missing? No trace of the person apparently ever found. There were countless possibilities. Perhaps a comrade was buried in haste and under fire, with no time to record the essential details. Perhaps those carrying out a series of burials were then killed themselves, with any record of previous casualties lost with them. The horrific nature of industrial warfare could render the casualty unrecognizable or non-existent. The dead could be lost in collapsed trenches or in the oceans of mud that swamped the battlefield. They could have lain in the open for months, on some occasions even years, decomposing and disintegrating all the while, or devoured by wild animals. And finally, as the war ground on, and the same strips of field were fought over time and again, front lines ebbing and flowing, endless shelling churned up the earth, and previously buried bodies could be blasted from their resting place to be scattered like confetti, any form of identity or registered location now gone. The ways a man could disappear, become unknown, cease to be, were endless. And who knew when a recovered body never identified belonged to someone posted on the list of the missing, those registered as never being found? If you didn't know who you had buried, it would be virtually impossible to reconcile those two groups, which is why so many headstones in the great war cemeteries bear the sad inscription, "Known unto God," and why the Tipval Memorial, commemorating those with no known grave from the Somme alone, lists over 72,000 of the missing. Although procedures varied, if a body had been identified, the responsibility for grave registration, attempting to list who was buried where and marking the spot, often fell to the army chaplains. The padres were expected to list the man's name, unit, and so on, along with a map reference and other topographical details, before his closest relatives could receive the dreaded news. "It is my painful duty to inform you," then the words, "killed in action," or something equally stark printed beneath the name, unless the message that he was simply missing was the only one available. Given the large numbers who died at High Wood, and the fighting that was still raging in the area, Railton and his comrades would have been able to do little more than the absolute minimum when it came to identifying and burying the bodies, and if possible collecting and returning any personal items to those who waited at home. Many casualties were simply deposited in graves unidentified. Heavy rain and enemy shell fire made burial duty a wretched task. "No words can tell you how I feel, nor can words tell you of the horrors of the clearing of a battlefield," Railton wrote to his wife. "Several men went off with shell shock, and 2 were wounded. I'm certain the shell shock was caused not just by the explosion of a shell nearby, but by the sights and smell and horror of the battlefield in general. I felt dreadful, and had to do my best to keep the men up to the task." It wasn't just the constant bombardment, or the intimacy of the experience, the pain of burying their friends, that made the job so tough for Railton and his team. It was the unimaginable and ever-increasing quantity of the slaughtered. Throughout the First World War, and during the Somme offensive in particular, death took place on a scale that few had anticipated, because the terrible lessons of mass slaughter experienced in the American Civil War had been largely ignored by the European military establishment. Technological advances like poison gas, long-range artillery, and machine guns, which could mow down row upon row of advancing troops in seconds, offered an industrialized means of killing. How to begin the sheer logistical challenge of recovering the shattered bodies? Railton and his burial party managed to inter 47 members of their own unit in a large shell crater on the southwest side of High Wood. More of the dead were later buried around the site. Throughout the conflict, bodies were often buried, either singly or in groups, in shell holes, ruined trenches, or shallow scrapes carved out of the battlefield. The men became experts with their shovels. It helped when the shell-blasted soil was as soft as a freshly ploughed field. Frozen winter earth was a good deal less forgiving. Perhaps Railton and his team found the body of Anthony French's mate Bert Bradley still nestled in the shell hole where he fell, the new pipe sent by his sweetheart still lodged in his pocket. Each time a fresh corpse was deposited, Railton would cover it with his Union Jack and say a few prayers before he and his men moved on. He did his best to identify the body if he possibly could, and, with a map reference, to keep a note of who had been buried where. During that first day at High Wood, Railton was searching on a patch of ground just forward of the trenches when he found the battalion's much-loved commanding officer, Colonel Hamilton. "I found his body all alone," Railton wrote to his wife. After searching it for any belongings or papers, he cut off the officer's rank badges and buttons, partly as proof of identity, and partly to provide precious keepsakes for Hamilton's next of kin. All that Railton left on the dead man's uniform was the ribbon of his military cross, awarded for bravery at the Battle of Loos the previous year. "It is dreadful," he wrote despairingly in another letter. "Many men who have stood it all cannot stand this clearing of the battlefield. I don't know what to tell you. I expect it would be censored." The work was clearly excruciating for them all. The fact that this was what Railton, like Padres through the ages, had gone to France to do, made it no easier. London, Spring 2023. The sickening experience of standing over the body of a man you know is one that has haunted servicemen and servicewomen throughout history. It certainly troubled RAF paramedic Andy Smith. "It brings it home to you when it's somebody you've actually known," he says, recalling his work recovering remains after an aircraft accident. "Perhaps you had done their aircrew medical a few days before. You've talked to them, you've chatted. Then 2 weeks later, there's been a crash, and you are literally picking up tennis ball-sized bits of their body." Listening to Andy relive his experiences of dealing with what is left of the dead, I am all too aware that he might once upon a time have been picking up bits and pieces of my friends, or if my luck had failed, even me, from a crash site in Germany or a battlefield in Iraq. I put the various body parts we collected in clear plastic bags so they could be seen and labelled them as best I could with what I thought each piece was. Often it was a guess. Sometimes it was impossible to say. Although Padre Railton and his First World War burial teams clearly did not have the luxury of carrying out such time-consuming and intricate work when dealing with their dead, I was beginning to have an inkling of what they might have endured in the aftermath of each battle. Andy recognizes the gruesome work he was required to do pales into insignificance alongside that undertaken by his predecessors. We were recovering 1, sometimes 2 bodies from a crashed jet. he says. "We always knew who the crew was because we knew a jet was missing and knew where it had come down. It is difficult even for me to imagine what those clearing the battlefields of the Somme, Passchendaele, Flanders, and more had to cope with, having to collect thousands of bodies, trying to identify the remains and then bury them. It must have been a truly horrendous job." The Somme, Spring 2023. The extraordinary numbers of the dead, the missing, the unidentified whirs around in my head as I drive the short distance from High Wood to Beaumont-Hamel. 6 miles north of Albert, it is the largest preserved area of the Somme battlefield, a living memorial. I gaze in silence at the perfect, lush grass that coats the pock-marked meadows and eerily well-preserved trenches with their deep-cut contours and their rusted barbed wire pickets still jutting from the ground like broken spears. On the very first day of the Battle of the Somme in July 1916, the officers and men of the Newfoundland Regiment prepared to engage the enemy. The communication trenches through which they were supposed to advance were already clogged with the dead and wounded, so they were ordered to cross open ground instead. Facing them was a battle-hardened German regiment, well dug in, with prior warning of their attack. The result was heart-rendingly predictable. Of the 780 who took part, only 68 were available for roll call the next day. 324 men were killed or listed as missing, presumed dead, the rest wounded. The dead included 14 sets of brothers. The battalion and the community had all but ceased to exist. I examined the rusting supports which once carried the barbed wire that trapped them like flies in a web. A group of British schoolchildren, all around 10 years old, are solemnly tramping through the preserved trenches, wearing baseball caps and backpacks. Give them a wooden rifle each, and they would look like a platoon of little soldiers marching off to war. I can tell from their excited chatter that the place has captured their imaginations. Their teacher and I give each other a friendly nod as we pass. "Look, we're in a real trench!" exclaims one of the boys, much as he might announce that he was riding Space Mountain at Disney World. I am joyed by his excitement and grin at the teacher. He looks almost apologetic, as if the boy is taking too much pleasure in a place that should be somber. But this stuff is still real, and these young people are learning so much about warfare. This landscape, studded with bullets and bones and undiscovered bodies, is rich with history, and I am glad that the young have the chance to connect with it. I catch myself wishing that the forgotten, long-dead soldiers lying beneath our feet could somehow witness this peaceful scene, and I know that schoolchildren in Britain are still being taught about their sacrifice. I find myself thinking about Westminster Abbey again, and about the unknown man buried there. Was it here, at Beaumont-Hamel, that he lost his life? There is a scattering of small cemeteries in the area, containing many, many hundreds of headstones, commemorating just a few of those who died in the summer of 1916. The graves in the Redin Ridge No. 1 cemetery are grouped close together in 3 long rows containing around 150 bodies. Nearly half are unidentified. The nearby British cemetery is home to 97 identified and 82 not. Just over 150 men lie in the Hawthorne Ridge No. 1 cemetery, close to where the British front line was located. Only 82 are named. There are over 250 occupants of the Redin Ridge No. 2 cemetery. Only 150 who gave their lives have names. Wagon Road Cemetery is located northeast of Beaumont-Hamel village. Little visited, 195 soldiers rest here in 6 rows. 36 remain anonymous. This small handful of graveyards, telling the story of a fraction of the dead and missing, is mirrored across the Somme and the plethora of other First World War battlefields. Many of the dead, never recovered and offered a permanent place to rest, still lie in the earth beneath my feet. So many unknown warriors, so many ghosts. Indeed, in the winter of 1916, months after the start of the Somme campaign, the ground here was still strewn with so many unburied corpses that, according to one army chaplain, it became a matter of real military importance that the work of burial should be completed. "Nothing is more depressing to the living than to see unburied dead about them," he wrote, lamenting the tragic vision that awaited him at Beaumont-Hamel, right where I am standing. In my mind's eye, this velvety grass morphs into a stinking quagmire, liberally scattered with corpses, shrapnel, and gore. I can picture pale-faced, exhausted soldiers lining the dark trenches, sodden woodbines trembling in frozen fingers, peering out through the pall of battle at the bodies of their friends and neighbours. I try to scribble some notes, but this place is too sad for words. I cannot imagine the desolation of these young men miles from home, their utter inability to fathom what the hell to do with so many bodies, so many precious fathers, sons, and brothers. And as I walk among the graves that surround Beaumont-Hamel, reflecting on the unknown warrior beneath his black slab of Belgian marble in Westminster Abbey, I find myself haunted by the number of inscriptions which read so simply and so heartbreakingly, "A soldier of the Great War, known unto God." I am haunted, because these soldiers, buried in neat rows in France, were not known only unto God. They were known unto their fathers and wives, sons, mothers, and sisters. They were known unto their grandparents, their fellow factory workers, their mates in the pub, and unto their chums in the village cricket team. They were real people, not just patriotic emblems, known unto God. The Somme, 1916. For David Railton and his comrades, still shattered from the battle, heaving yet more unidentified bodies into yet more earth, must have been a dehumanizing experience, the consequences of which by the end of the war were, at least by the Americans, becoming more fully understood. The effect upon the morale of combatant troops of being compelled to bury their own dead is very bad, argued the chief surgeon of the U.S. forces in France in 1918. During conditions where the bodies have become black, swollen, discolored remnants of humanity literally covered with maggots, the effect is, of course, tremendously bad. Because of the ebb and flow of the fighting, some corpses remained untended for weeks or even months. The smell of rotting flesh was a constant reminder of the need to be careful where one rested, and for the soil covering the deceased to be more than a superficial sprinkle. In the autumn heat, the air is fouled with the smell of the innumerable dead, complained one medical officer, so lightly covered that in unsuspected though extensive places one's tread disturbing the surface uncovers them, or swarms of maggots show what one is seated near. Burying the escalating number of corpses on the battlefield was now a necessity and threatening to become a national scandal. "We are on the verge over here of serious trouble about the number of bodies lying out still unburied on the Somme battlefields," wrote one medic in June 1917, nearly a full year after the start of the campaign. "The soldiers returning wounded or on leave to England are complaining bitterly about it, and the War Office has already received letters on the matter." Unrecovered, many of those fallen would become an integral part of the First World War landscape. Trenches could often be constructed around earlier burial sites, and the men soon grew used to sharing their living space with the dead. In one deep sandy trench I saw a man who'd been buried and could not be got out, recalled one of the padres. Also, the blackened head of another man sticking out of the side of the trench quite low. I was told nearly everybody stumbles and trips over it at night. They found him when digging the trench and did not like to interfere with him. And Anthony French had woken one morning to see a corpse entangled in the barbed wire that he had just helped set up. The gaping mouth and staring eyes depressed us all, he wrote. There was no avoiding this horror. It hung in our line of vision. On 2 successive nights we had tried to bring it in, but Jerry, in anticipation, had sighted his machine guns on it. The soldiers who had to live alongside these corpses could only take refuge in the fact that they had become ghoulish husks, no longer inhabited by the souls that had once animated them. London, Spring 2023. Railton and the other padres offered limited recollections of their work as they slowly picked their way across the body-strewn battlefields of the Somme and beyond. It is difficult to imagine they were immune to the awfulness of the task, even with so much experience with the dead and dying. But theirs was not a generation to talk about personal vulnerabilities or trauma. So how did it feel to deal with the dead, with the unknown? As a young serviceman in 1982, I was glued to news reports from the Falklands War in the South Atlantic. I now realize I may have simply revelled in the headlines detailing the British victories there and had little understanding of what my colleagues were really going through. Canon Alf Hayes, now a grizzled, twinkling 77-year-old, was a Catholic priest serving in the British Army in Germany in 1982. He'd been looking forward to seeing the Rolling Stones live on stage in Hanover when he got the call ordering him to deploy as a battlefield padre to the Falklands after Argentina invaded the islands in 1982. He was to sail south on the QE2, a luxury ocean liner that had been hurriedly converted into a troop carrier. In 1915, Padre Railton had sailed to France from Southampton docks. In 1982, Hayes embarked from the very same place. The QE2 was a lot more comfortable than the Golden Eagle, the flat-bottomed Thames paddle steamer which took Railton and a lot of seasick soldiers to Le Havre in 1915. But the butterflies in the stomach will have felt much the same. Perhaps the send-off Hayes witnessed in 1982 was similar to that experience some 70 years earlier. My lasting memory is of a young mother on the quayside holding up her baby for her husband, somewhere among us, to see, he told me. She must have been all about 19, and tears were streaming down her face. Amid all the celebration, flag-waving, perhaps jingoism, that young lady knew exactly what it all meant, searching for the face of her loved one, knowing it might be the last time she saw him. Suddenly, I was hit with the realization of what we were going to do. This was for real. Just as Railton had, Hayes prepared his soldiers for battle, knowing some would die. In the same way as the clergy from the First World War, my role as a padre was to be where the troops were. Obviously, I wouldn't be fighting trench to trench, but I needed to be near the battlefield in order to do my job, to offer comfort, perhaps counselling, a non-judgmental ear to listen to personal fears, to offer Mass and absolution in preparation for fighting and the very real possibility of dying. As a man of faith, I felt no conflict between my religion and the reality of war. My job was to minister to those in need, regardless of their religion, whether a friend or enemy. And like Railton, it wasn't long before Hayes was required to deal with the aftermath of an early engagement around Goose Green when his team was tasked with recovering the Argentinian dead. One of the great acts of mercy is to bury the dead from battle until someone else can return later and do it properly. It's what padres have done through the ages, he says. In time-honoured fashion, Hayes quickly became accustomed to the brusque realities of a so-called field burial in the heat of battle. We were respectful but efficient. The war was still being fought, and we could hear the guns continuing to fire elsewhere. The British dealt with their own dead after the battle at Goose Green, and the iconic news footage of bodies being buried in a mass grave under the guidance of their own unit padre would be flashed around the world. Colleagues carried their fallen brothers in body bags, placing them gently at the bottom of a long trench as the padre read each name from his list. Obviously, not only did every British serviceman carry identification, they were all well known to their distraught colleagues. It was very different with our Argentinian counterparts. The total numbers killed in the Falklands are a fraction of those killed in a single day on the Somme, but they still needed dealing with, and in the absence of the vast shell craters used at High Wood in 1916, a local farmer used his digger to create a mass grave. We collected around 37 Argentinian dead. Alf's words fade slightly at the memory. Unfortunately, although many were wearing 1, 2, or even 3 sets of rosary beads, very few wore dog tags or carried identity cards. It was the first time I'd done anything like this, and I was struck by both the scale of what I was doing and the sheer sorrow of my task. All these young men, all recently in their prime, now dead, unidentified, cold, wet, skin shriveled, like it does if you've been in the bath too long. Hayes's burial party was made up of Argentinian prisoners, and he wrestled with what he was asking them to do. Many were young conscripts who knew little about their colleagues, and I felt truly sorry for them, silently sobbing as they retrieved their dead compatriots. As I searched the pockets of the deceased for any identification, I looked into their faces and wondered who they were, who their families were, where they lived. I was laying someone's relative to rest. They would never see them again. This was the last thing I could do for both the dead and the living, send their relatives to their God. Hayes and his team laid the Argentinian dead side by side in the mass grave, ready for a brief service. We were able to identify very few. Most of them were simply unknown. But this was some mother's son, and I wanted to be able to say that I gave them a proper Christian burial. It was a sad, poignant, lonely experience. Later, echoing the First World War padre's experience, the rain started to pour. The grave became half filled with water, covering many of the corpses. It was not a pleasant experience for any of us, but we had to carry on with the service and move on to the next battle. I couldn't allow myself to dwell. This was the reality of war. Listening to Alf relive his Falklands tour, I suddenly feel myself sitting bolt upright. I'm back on my own tour on the islands as a tornado navigator in 1994, 12 years after the war. I'm back in the Argentine cemetery, where most of their dead were relocated in the aftermath of the war. I'm newly captivated by the walled enclosure and the monument emblazoned with the image of Argentina's patron saint, the Virgen de Luján. Each of the 236 graves is marked with a simple white wooden cross, many carrying the name of the soldier, but well over half of them bear the inscription with which I have become increasingly familiar. Soldado argentino solo conocido por Dios. Argentinian soldier, known only by God. Back then, I couldn't really understand how soldiers from a relatively modern conflict could be unknown. Now, listening to Alf, the man responsible for some of those early burials, I have a better grasp of what he and the First World War padres had endured. I wondered if Railton and his comrades had experienced similar emotions as they toiled beneath the rain and shellfire to get hundreds of broken bodies into the fetid earth against the odds in 1916. This was ever the reality of war, or at least it had been since the Geneva Convention a decade earlier. This groundbreaking agreement had set a new precedent, requiring all nations involved in a conflict to attempt to identify and bury their soldiers killed on the battlefield, along with the dead of the enemy. Even though conditions in the First World War clearly show this wasn't always possible, it was certainly attempted. But the dead had not always been treated as tenderly as David Railton in 1916 and Alf Hayes in 1982 had striven to achieve. A century before Highwood, one British officer described the battlefield at Waterloo, strewn with tens of thousands of bodies, as a sight too terrible to behold. The multitude of carcasses, the heaps of wounded men with mangled limbs, unable to move, and perishing from not having their wounds dressed, or from hunger. The survivors stripped the dead of their weapons, fine uniforms, and other valuables, while locals scavenged whatever souvenirs they could: hats, leather belts, letters, and even body parts. And they didn't stop there. Soldiers and locals armed with pliers often yanked the teeth from the gums of the deceased, for later sale to the highest bidder. Early dentists boiled these teeth and used them to fashion dentures for the rich. They were popular because of the youth of their original owners, and according to the British Dental Association, Waterloo teeth appeared in supply catalogues well into the 1860s. Local peasants were hired to bury the corpses in mass graves or to burn them on towering pyres. In the months that followed the battle, even the bodies that had been laid beneath the earth could not safely rest in peace. There were reports that many of the Waterloo burial pits may subsequently have been emptied, the bones shipped to Hull to be ground up and sold as bone meal fertilizer. Horrifying as this sounds, it appears to have been par for the course at the time. "Many tons of human bone are sent every year to the north," reported the London Quarterly Review in 1819, and "bones of all descriptions are imported, with pieces of half-decayed coffin attire found among them." This may have a certain bleak appeal to those who are attached to the circular connections between life and death, but it is quite a distance from the heroic conclusion so richly deserved by the fallen from one of Britain's greatest military victories, as the Observer of 1874 acknowledged with grim pragmatism. "It certainly seems hard on the great and mighty of past ages that their remains be utilized for commercial purposes, but business is business." This harsh desecration seems appalling to our modern sensibilities. Astonishingly, though, something similar was apparently suggested for the dead of the First World War. "Surely it will be comforting for combatants to know that they have not died in vain," one Australian bone meal producer declared breezily in a series of letters to the Cairns Post in 1917, "and that their bodies after death will still do good by helping to grow food for the living." He went further. "It should be a pleasant idea that their remains will help make explosives and assist in carrying on the war." His suggestion received short shrift from other readers. The Somme, winter 1916. On the Somme, it was the long dead who were making the work of clearing the battlefield such a deeply unpleasant task. I imagine that Railton and the other padres did their best to prioritize the fresh bodies from the most recent engagement, but the constant shelling would have mingled the old and new together. "Often have I picked up the remains of a fine brave man on a shovel," wrote one young soldier involved with later burials. "Just a little heap of bones and maggots to be carried to the common burial place. Numerous bodies were found lying submerged in the water in shell holes and mine craters, bodies that seemed quite whole, but which became like huge masses of white slimy chalk when we handled them. And then there was the grim ordeal of fishing around with their unprotected hands to locate an identity disc, a bracelet, anything that might identify the corpse. I shuddered as my hands, covered in soft flesh and slime, moved about in search of the disc, he continued. And I've had to pull bodies to pieces in order that they should not be buried unknown. It was very painful to have to bury the unknown. Anything, any wretched discomfort was better than having to bury an unknown soldier. Anything was better than abandoning someone's son or father to perpetual anonymity. And this was even before the weary soldiers with shovels had considered the men's relatives sitting at home, staring out of the window at a cold grey sky, and wondering if the letter they were dreading would arrive today. Would they ever know if their son had a grave? And if it did, would it be somewhere they could visit in the endless months and years ahead? On the 18th of November, 1916, in the face of worsening weather, General Haig called a halt to the Somme offensive. The combined casualties of the British Empire, the French, and the Germans numbered well over 1 million men. If High Wood was just a nod towards the horrors of the battle as a whole, then the Somme was just a snapshot of the all-encompassing brutality of the Great War. The battlefields of Ypres, Passchendaele, Loos, Verdun, and countless other places in Europe and around the world would provide untold more millions of dead. The war itself would drag on for another 2 years. Of the many hundreds of thousands more who would be killed, some would be buried with names, some would be buried without. Many would never be found, simply logged as missing. The exact total listed on the Thiepval Memorial, just a few miles from High Wood, to those with no known grave from the Somme alone, is over 72,000. These things are, after all, quantifiable. It is the suffering that goes with such a loss, with no body, no grave, no faint trace of a man's existence, that remains limitless. Chapter 3. The Yearning. September 1916. 2 years before the end of the war, John French had written a letter to check on his brother Antony's welfare after the battle for High Wood. It had been returned unopened, stamped missing, location unknown. That was the extent of the information. But what did those few stark words mean? Missing and alive, or missing and dead? Fears deepened when the well-meaning father of another soldier in French's battalion wrote them a letter of condolence at their loss. It transpired that French's friend had written home to tell his own dad that he had seen Antony French blown sky-high at High Wood. This news dealt a final blow to the family's fragile sense of hope for a miracle. Their beloved son was surely dead? In fact, after crawling across the battlefield for over 24 hours, badly injured and in searing pain, Antony French had eventually been rescued by stretcher-bearers. Taken to a field hospital, he had lain unconscious for nearly 12 days. Coming to, he struggled to comprehend all that had happened. The sounds of the present and the scenes of the past and of home, confused and overlapping. A face of exquisite oval symmetry is bent over mine, hair fair and shining below a white linen crown. His initial pleasure diminished, and he gritted his teeth as a doctor worked on the open wounds of his mangled leg with an instrument nicknamed the apple corer. His heart sank further when an orderly whispered, "We found your home address and sent a field postcard." There was something about that single word, home, the safe place every soldier dreamed of, which did for him in a way that the German bullets and shells had not. Antony French, who had seen so much death and destruction, finally broke down in tears. One imagines that a similar scene would have been played out in his West Country home when the field postcard announced, finally, miraculously, that French was, against all the odds, alive. His father immediately wrote to the young soldier, who had wrongly believed he'd seen Antony die at High Wood, to tell him the joyful news. In a tragic turn of fate, that letter was now returned to French senior, marked "Missing, believed, killed." French's family was soon able to rejoice at the news that he was being shipped back to England in October 1916, but there was no similar miracle for his great friend Bert Bradley's family. They, too, had received the dreaded "missing" notice in the post, and were holding out the inevitable hope in response. French had witnessed Bert's death at first hand, and he knew what he must do. He wrote to Bert's father as soon as he had the strength to do so. From Tottenham in North London came the understated reply, "I am thankful for your very kind letter," wrote Mr. Bradley with the quiet dignity of a man whose heart must have been torn to shreds. "It is a great comfort to know that my son did not suffer long. He was a good boy and will be sadly missed. We are all very sorry for his young lady, for they were very much attached. Your letter will put her mind at rest, for she is still hoping he is alive and a prisoner." The great comfort that poor Mr. Bradley would not have had, however, was the faintest idea if his dear son's body had been recovered and was buried, or indeed if there had been any remains to be recovered. And as the war ground towards its inexorable bloody conclusion, countless other families would join the Bradleys in wondering what had become of their loved ones. Armistice Day, November 1918. 2 years later, Anthony French struggled through the pouring rain on the 11th of November to hand in his rifle at Wimbledon Barracks. His wounded leg was finally mended. He arrived to find the place almost deserted. In the silence of the corporal's mess, French sat at a table and wrote a letter to his dead friend. "This, my dear Bert, is your day, and I'm more than ever reminded of you and your gallant company. You have a full complement now in Valhalla. What on earth happened after I left you?" French wrote page after page to Bert, relating his own story from the 2 years since he had abandoned his lifeless body in a shell hole in High Wood. Repeatedly I asked what had happened to him and why he was never identified. As I wrote, a deep sadness afflicted me, as when a loved one has departed and there are no longer any joys because they cannot be shared. This same scene was being played out by the army of the bereaved. The war was over. The numbing aftershocks had only just begun. What happened to my beloved? Historians like to say that the guns fell silent at 11 a.m. on the 11th of November 1918, as if the guns themselves had been responsible for the war. More intriguing to me in my search for information about that extraordinary day is how silent the soldiers fell too. The morning of the 11th of November came, and we did not speak much, recalled Padre George Kendall, who had been waiting for the news alongside the officers of his brigade. The end of the titanic struggle that had extended over so many weary months and years was greeted by the same quiet stoicism that had characterized all our most hazardous operations. If a single cheer was raised in the whole of the brigade, I did not hear it. Probably our hearts were too full for words. In the hour of deliverance, we were not only thankful, but sorrowful. We thought of our pals who had gone west, and were lying as we left them in some spot, forever England. For the soldiers, war had become such a habit that the idea of it stopping was hard to comprehend. Even the wise and empathetic Padre David Railton, who would be 34 in 2 days' time, found the sudden shift as challenging as everyone else. There was now a large void, where before every part of his being was focused on winning the war, making sure he did all he could for the fighting men, says Railton's biographer Andrew Richards. He was happy for it to be over, but he knew nothing would ever be the same again. "Do you think it's real?" asked a young officer in the Royal Artillery, turning to the commander of his gun battery. "Listen," came the reply. He listened. They all listened. And it was true. The only thing he could hear was the stamping and whinnying of the horses in a farm nearby. "There had never been a night like this," he wrote afterwards. "We could hear the silence. It was a bit frightening. We'd forgotten what silence was." The trouble with silence, of course, is that it gives you space to think. And with peace looming, the officer found himself consumed with thoughts of his dead comrades. Now we should become aware of their loss, he realized. We had hardly done so until now. We'd still been with them in the same country, close to them, close to death ourselves. But soon we should have to go away and leave them. We should be going home. They would stay behind. Their home was in the lonely desolation of the battlefield. Of course, people did rejoice at the end of the war. They danced, they drank, they sang, they hugged. They celebrated survival and the prospect of a bright new dawn, hopes of a better future. But for many, it was too strange, too sad a time for celebration. Besides, it is easy to forget that this was merely an armistice, an agreed cessation of hostilities akin to a truce, not some mighty victory over a humbled and remorseful enemy. Vera Brittain, a young volunteer nurse and feminist, would later recount her shattering wartime experiences in her memoir Testament of Youth. The men and women who looked incredulously into each other's faces did not cry jubilantly, "We've won the war." They only said, "The war is over." Elbows deep in the sink where she was cleaning the blood from hospital dressing bowls, she went on automatically with her work, like a sleeper who is determined to go on dreaming after being told to wake up. Yes, the hated Kaiser had abdicated the day before, but the cost, in blood and treasure, of reaching this point had been so enormous, so impossible to grasp, that the lack of any clear sense of triumph can only have deepened the sombre shadows clouding the shallow gaiety in the streets. A friend persuaded Vera to go out into the capital to witness the manic revelry. It was all too much for a young woman who had lost her brother and her fiancé in the conflict. Already this was a different world from the one that I had known during 4 lifelong years, and in that brightly lit alien world I should have no part. All those with whom I had really been intimate were gone. Not one remained to share with me the heights and the depths of my memories. The war was over. A new age was beginning, but the dead were dead and would never return. With so many hundreds of thousands dead, Vera was not alone in mourning loss amid the revelry. Noel Evans, a second lieutenant in the Royal Artillery, died of his wounds at the same time the armistice was being signed in a railway carriage at Compiègne. His parents, hurrying to France to be with him, only arrived in time to bury him. "To think that we shall never see his dear smile again," wrote Violet, Noel's stricken mother. "It's all been so cruelly hard. All the horrible noise and crowds and rejoicing everywhere day and night. It has been a continuous nightmare, and the journey back I thought never would come to an end. It was such an awful shock when we got there, to be told he had already gone to the cemetery. I don't know how to face life without him." Young Elsie Bennet found herself facing life without a father. He'd enlisted in the army after a flaming row with his wife, who had goaded him into joining up. His family never forgave her after Bennett was killed, aged 37 in 1917. In Elsie's school, a Thanksgiving service was organised on Armistice Day, but when the national anthem was played, Elsie refused to stand up. The headmaster demanded to know why. "All the other little boys' and girls' fathers will be coming home now," she explained, "but my daddy will never come home again." She was caned for disobedience. London, Spring 2023. Professor Lucy Easthope is one of the UK's leading authorities on emergency planning and disaster recovery, and has a lifetime of experience in helping communities rebuild their lives following a tragedy. In her book, When the Dust Settles, she describes what she has learned over the years, having worked in the aftermath of countless disasters, including the 9/11 terrorist attack that destroyed the Twin Towers of New York's World Trade Center in 2001, the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, which killed more than 230,000 people, and the 2017 fire that engulfed the Grenfell Tower in London. Lucy has witnessed the same heartbreaking process, this discovery of the bottomlessness of grief, time after time across the world. One of the most painful similarities that I've encountered in the aftermath of disasters is that almost everyone, including the community and responders, is in denial about how long this will hurt for. They want to believe that life after disaster is a fleeting state. But how long does it feel like this would be asked over and over? The answer, for many, seems to be forever. In November 1918, alongside the tragic loss of so many relatives during the war, people now had to contend with a whole new sense of loss as they began to mourn the life they lived before the war. According to Easthope, the best way to describe this special feeling of loss is a word originating in Wales, hiraeth. Hiraeth, she explains, is a longing for a place to which there is no return, an echo of something that can never be found, a heart-sickness for something that no longer exists, and a time that can never be gone back to. Vera Brittain described her own hiraeth with characteristic acerbity. "Only gradually did I realize that the war had condemned me to live to the end of my days in a world without confidence or security, in which love would seem threatened perpetually by death, and happiness appear a house without duration, built upon the shifting sands of chance." Looking back, it's clear what must have made this sense of loss so hard to bear in 1918. There were no funerals in villages up and down the land, no burials where communities could come together and families could lay their favourite sons to rest in familiar soil. There were no graves to visit in country churchyards. In modern parlance, they had no closure. Even for those with known graves in France and beyond, it is easy to understand the desperation of families to have the bodies brought home. Perhaps, just perhaps, if they had a body to bury, a final resting place to visit, this awful gnawing ache that clutched at their hearts from morning till night might be eased. Lucy Easthope has seen this process unfold many times at first hand, and the waiting game it involves is an excruciatingly painful one. There may be one collective death toll in a disaster, she says, describing the lives lost in a helicopter crash in the North Sea in 2002, but the actual recovery of each of the deceased can take many weeks, months, or never happen at all. Every new day can turn up another grim discovery. As a result, in the weeks and months following a disaster, a hierarchy can emerge where those families who have a body are considered lucky compared to those who don't. As a forensic anthropologist, anatomist, and academic, Professor Dame Sue Black is one of Britain's leading experts in the identification of corpses and in determining the cause of death. Perhaps not surprisingly, her work often takes her to the same grim places as Lucy Easthope, and the two unstinting, inspiring women have become close friends. A brisk and twinkling Scot, with a dry sense of humour underpinning her ferocious intelligence, Dame Sue has worked in war zones including Kosovo, Sierra Leone, and Iraq. And like Lucy Easthope, she has seen only too clearly the agony of families who do not have, who cannot find, a loved one to bury, so that the grieving process can truly begin. "I absolutely understand that visceral need to have your relative's body," she tells me during our discussion about loss, "to know where they lie, and to have a grave to visit and to contemplate." Time after time, in the aftermath of disasters, of wars, of court cases and investigations, Sue Black has witnessed people trapped in the awful limbo of not knowing whether someone dear to them is dead or alive. "It hits them every morning on waking," she says. "It is their last thought at night before they fall asleep, and on occasion it strays into their dreams as well, while you are left replaying the same nightmare scenarios in your head in a continuous loop. You can never really begin to heal." France, 1915. One man who had, since early in the war, been thinking very carefully about the fate of the dead and their graves in France, while also seeking to identify the missing, was Fabian Ware. Born in 1869, Ware was a brilliant bundle of energies who had already achieved more success in several different careers than most people have in one. He had been a newspaper editor and a teacher in South Africa, later working on educational reform. Ware was a natural fighter and persuader of men. But when he offered his formidable abilities to the army, he was told he was too old to enlist. The same thing happened to many of his fellow members of London's Royal Automobile Club, including the likes of Clement Cazalet. The same age as Ware, he had won a bronze medal for tennis at the 1908 Olympic Games in London. Frustrated yet highly motivated, they responded to an appeal from the War Office for non-combatants to drive to France in their private cars, not to act as a taxi service for generals, but to look for wounded British soldiers and stragglers who had been separated from their units during the hurried retreat following the Battle of Mons in late August 1914. They soon discovered that stragglers were very thin on the ground, and the mission was a pointless one. Undaunted, Ware and his colleagues offered their services to the British Red Cross Society in Amiens and Paris, and began ferrying the wounded to and from dressing stations behind the lines instead. During this period, as an ambulance officer for the Red Cross on the Western Front, Ware became increasingly conscious of, and concerned about, the many thousands of individual makeshift graves and burial sites that were springing up all over the battlefields. The task of finding a soldier's grave, even with precise coordinates, was already challenging enough. The churning mud of ongoing battles increased the task tenfold. He immediately recognized the vital importance of keeping tabs on who had been buried and where, and perhaps more importantly, the need for relatives to be able to find and visit the graves of their dead. And who would look after these shanty cemeteries after the war was over and the return of the French farmers and landowners to whom the land belonged? Amid the chaotic maelstrom of trench warfare, all of this had been overlooked. Nobody, it appeared, had foreseen the staggering number of graves that would be created, or that somehow registering so many thousands would be a massive undertaking, particularly during shell fire. Thankfully for a nation's war dead, its grieving families and its debt to posterity, this one brave man decided, largely off his own bat, to take it on. Before long, Ware's shoestring operation boasted a fleet of 16 ambulances and a field hospital, as well as a motley collection of touring cars. It had gained a grand new title too, the Graves Registration Commission, or GRC, and was officially recognized by the War Office in March 1915. Ware was given the rank of honorary major and Cazalet honorary captain. Along with touring the rudimentary battlefield cemeteries that various regiments had created, Ware and his team of Red Cross officers would search out the growing number of burial sites in fields, woods, and even private gardens. Some were marked with rough wooden crosses, often hurriedly knocked together from soap boxes, and inscribed with pencil or scratched inscriptions which rarely survived the next fall of rain. So the GRC provided their own well-crafted crosses with a painted inscription and a tarred base to prevent rotting. Later, the inscriptions were stamped onto the aluminium tags which were fixed to each soldier's wooden cross. It helped Ware that some of Britain's top generals still remembered the chaos and distress caused by the neglect of graves in the Boer War, but his enduring success lay in his dogged determination and his skill at creating networks of informants. "I've had considerable assistance from the local French priest," declared one of his officers, "but frequently I receive my best information from small French children, who sometimes lead me for 2 or 3 miles across ploughed fields to a grave." Between May and November 1915, almost 27,000 graves were registered. That number would undoubtedly have been greater had Ware not felt so strongly that the work of the GRC did not justify risking people's lives. His team of men, some of whom had been deemed unfit for active service, were rarely deterred by danger and often operated within range of the enemy's guns. But Ware himself was disturbed by reports of them working in exposed positions and under fire. One of his staff had already been killed in a cemetery at Ypres, and he was finding it impossible to recruit the extra men he needed. He therefore issued a directive forbidding them to take risks and to concentrate their efforts in the safer areas behind the lines. Pragmatic as it was, this necessary decision would also have contributed to the heart-wrenchingly high proportion of unidentifiable graves being created, the sheer number of names without bodies, of bodies without names, that emerged in the final count of unknown warriors after the end of the war. One of Ware's masterstrokes lay in the work he did to allow the Ministry of War to acquire land granted by the French for the burial of Allied soldiers. In early 1916, personnel had begun criss-crossing the battle sites to identify suitable locations for official cemeteries. An additional headache was the arrangement for purchase or compulsory acquisition of the chosen land. With remarkable foresight, Ware was determined to avoid the creation of hundreds of tiny, isolated burial grounds. He wanted to facilitate the proper marking of graves and to make them easy to find by relatives after the war. He also wanted, where possible, to reduce the likelihood of bodies having to be dug up, moved, and buried elsewhere following the hoped-for cessation of hostilities, whenever that might come. In practice, as I discovered at High Wood, the harsh realities of the ongoing conflict meant that there were still countless isolated burials all over northern France and Flanders, and the process of identifying the dead and laying them to rest in larger cemeteries, both during and after the war, was a task that would take years to achieve. But at the very least, thanks to Ware's bold vision, machinery had been set in motion which would change the landscape of France forever, and which would still have the power to profoundly affect and move to silence even those with little knowledge of history over a century later. Not everybody at home, however, both during and after the war, was on the same page. Many families were determined that their relatives' remains would not rest in a foreign field, and early in the war some soldiers killed in France had already been repatriated. The officer grandson of the former Prime Minister William Gladstone, killed in action on the 13th of April 1915, was disinterred under fire and buried in Britain 9 days later, in obedience to pressure from a very high quarter. A few days later, the first pilot to win the Victoria Cross in the war, William Rhodes Morehouse, was repatriated too. Ware and the authorities quickly realized that it was both unfair and impractical to allow those few families who could afford it to bring their son's body home. An order was drafted that month to ban such exhumations for the duration of the war. It made little difference to the fate of Alan Fowler, a grandson of the engineer-in-chief of the iconic Forth Road Bridge, designer of both Victoria Station and early components of the London Underground. Obliterated by a shell blast at Ypres in April 1915, his remains were never found. Inevitably, the young man's death weighed heavily upon his elder brother, Harrow and Sandhurst-educated Sir John Fowler, a captain in the Seaforth Highlanders. On his return to the front 2 months later, following an urgent trip home, he told his battalion chaplain, "I think my days are numbered." The morning after, he was enjoying a cup of tea with his colonel in the trenches near Richebourg-l'Avoué, 20 miles west of Lille, when a shell landed on their dugout. The colonel survived, but, clambering to his feet, he discovered that his companion had not. Fowler had written his last will and testament a week earlier, declaring with admirable clarity, "I desire to be buried in the family burial ground, but if my mother decides that this is not a convenient arrangement, or that it entails undue expense, I leave her to decide where my burial shall be, and direct my trustees, in the event of my being buried elsewhere, to place a ship's anchor, weighing 200 weight, or thereby, in the family burial ground, and to engrave thereon my name, date, and place of birth, but no other memorial or stone shall be erected." The April order to cease any repatriations notwithstanding, his body was afforded the treatment which would have been unavailable to the likes of a Bert Bradley or an Alec Reader. After a funeral service in France, a senior officer arranged for Fowler's remains to be returned to Scotland, accompanied by a military chaplain. Though his family received only 36 hours' notice, they appear to have done Sir John proud. A local newspaper reported on the arrival of his remains at Inverness railway station, "A handsome oak coffin, covered with the Union Jack, on which were placed the dead soldier's sword and bonnet, were received by a guard of honour of 80 men at Fort George, and a firing party from the battalion with pipers and buglers was also waiting on the platform. A procession was formed to the station entrance, the pipers playing 'The Flowers of the Forest.'" Later that day, several hundred mourners attended a ceremony on the lawn of the family estate, testament to the young baronet's popularity, the rarity of military funerals during the war, and the fact that there had been no grand funeral for his younger sibling, who is commemorated on the Menin Gate at Ypres. He is just one of the 54,588 who still have no known grave, out of more than 150,000 Allied soldiers who lost their lives during the battles around Ypres over the course of the First World War. Repatriations, like Fowler's, were extremely rare, extremely expensive, and, by the summer of 1915, extremely illegal. Now the wealthy, just like the less privileged families of dead or missing soldiers, could only sit at home wringing their hands. "As in wars of all times," reflected Anthony French, looking back on his tumultuous experience, "it was in the homes and hearts of the people that the full drama was staged." They turned photographs to the wall. They waited, They prayed that one day their family member might be brought home so that they could mourn them properly at a graveside. In the lead-up to the armistice, bereaved families suffered a variety of excruciatingly painful experiences. A soldier might be reported as killed, with a letter from the commanding officer or the battalion padre to follow, assuring them that their boy was well-liked, had died bravely, and been laid to rest at a particular location which often proved impossible to identify, even if the body was relatively intact. But, as I discovered, even with a marked grave, the reality of his burial place surviving the war undisturbed was a matter of chance, and mass graves were commonplace. The crater at High Wood, into which Railton and his burial party had committed the bodies of 47 soldiers, would turn out to be a relatively small one. Though its capacity was increased as the conflict wore on, it never came close to the mind-boggling scale of the burial site at Langemark, a village in Flanders just north of Ypres, where some 24,917 young German soldiers are interred. Even the troops themselves had become increasingly concerned about being lost in the mud. "The men no longer fear death. We've made peace with the idea of our own demise," wrote a German officer at Ypres. "A much heavier burden is the fear of being forgotten on foreign soil, an infamous end for any soldier, swallowed by the earth, far from home, with no sign of remembrance, separated from your comrades and family in your homeland, forgotten. No one wants such a fate." Worst of all for the waiting families were the fevered doubts, hopes, fears, and uncertainties triggered by someone being reported as missing. They knew something dreadful had happened. They just couldn't be sure exactly what. The Red Cross, Fabian Ware's Graves Registration Commission, and a few other institutions did their best to fill the void. Acting as the eyes and ears of those at home, they endeavored to support those left in limbo and sought to replace red tape and impersonal forms with human warmth and clear statements of fact. But information became an elusive commodity, and as ever, truth remained the first casualty of war. The "missing" label covered a variety of possibilities, most of which brought continuing heartbreak rather than comfort. Was their boy held captive in a German prison camp, and would he be released when the war was over? Might he be in hospital, perhaps with amnesia, while the authorities struggled to work out exactly who he was and where he belonged? Or might there have been a case of mistaken identity, opening up the possibility that he was still alive, somehow, somewhere, separated from the mud-covered identity disk whose discovery had suggested his loss? And all it took was a smidgen of possibility for tormented hope to take root, to allow the virtually impossible to blossom into the very likely indeed. Chapter 4. Closure? France, 1918. Just how desperate were people to find the missing? How far would a family go to claim a person, living or dead, as their own? Around 1.5 million Frenchmen had died during the war, of whom 400,000 were listed as missing. These sons, lovers, and husbands had been lost on their own soil, in their own blood-saturated mud, and their families' quest for closure and redemption was made all the more intense by the focus of their grief being so close to home. So, when 64 French unidentified former prisoners of war, all of whom had lost their minds or their memories in the conflict, were released by the Germans at the end of the war, there was no shortage of families desperate to claim them for their own, not exactly because they were willing to lie, but because they yearned to believe this was the truth. Perhaps the most celebrated of these prisoners, who had no idea of their own identity, but were expected to do their best to survive after being shipped home, was a man who called himself Antelme-Mangin, or that's how it sounded. He had no recognizable marks on his dirty uniform, and this was his sole muttered response when people asked his name. 2 years after the war, he was one of only 6 of the original 64 prisoners who remained unidentified, so the authorities decided to publish the men's photographs in the national press, hoping that someone would come forward to claim them. Perhaps Mangin had one of those faces that somehow looks like lots of different people. Perhaps others felt especially sorry for him. For whatever reason, thousands of people immediately decided that he was their son, their husband, their brother, or their uncle. Mangin became a celebrity overnight, and the queue of people wanting to visit him at his asylum in Rodez, a small city in the south of France, became a nightmare to manage. According to Jean-Yves Le Naour, whose book, The Living Unknown Soldier, recounts Mangin's tragic story, the amnesiac prisoner accepted these visits with catatonic blankness, despite the tears and wailing of the families who were trying to hug and coax him into believing that he was theirs. The director of the asylum turned both crowd controller and grand inquisitor as he strove to unpick the truth of the various families' competing claims. The case dragged on for an incredible 10 years, with families even taking the asylum administrators to court, accusing them of wrongful incarceration. By the 1930s, only 2 horses were left in the running. One, Lucie Lemay, was quite sure that Mangin was her missing husband Marcel. The other, Pierre Montjoint, claimed that Mangin was his son Octave. A bizarre experiment was devised in which Mangin was dropped off at Pierre Montjoint's local train station and, with a detective following him, left to make his own way home. He instinctively made his way to the house where he had presumably grown up, so it was finally established that Mangin was in fact Octave. Bizarrely, the court cases rumbled on, and Pierre Montjoint died in 1939 before things were settled. Sadder still, poor Octave Mangin was never released from the asylum, where he appears to have died of starvation in 1942. It is a salutary tale, and one that reveals a great deal about the complex psychology of mourning and what Le Naour calls the drama of the missing, neither physically present nor officially dead. The truth is that Mangin really had no story of his own, says Le Naour. His story was in the suffering of the families who claimed him. And that drama of the missing, that suffering and lack of closure, was being echoed in homes across the globe. Figures, understandably, vary, but according to the Commonwealth War Graves Commission, 526,816 British and Commonwealth soldiers killed in the First World War have no known grave and are listed instead on monuments to the missing. Yet the Victorian traditions in which the families of 1918 Britain were still steeped continued to require a grave where mourning could take place. Fabian Ware was doing his best. By May 1916, his men had registered 50,000 of them. But everything had got a whole lot harder with the exponential cataclysm of the Somme, where thousands of bodies and hundreds of graves were obliterated on a regular basis. In his efforts to facilitate identification of the dead, it was Ware, among all his other endeavours, who had pushed for the introduction of that second identity disc, the one that could stay with the body after a man was killed. But even then, identification was often impossible, and he encouraged his burial officers to use every clue, no matter how small: a razor with a name on the handle, unit details engraved on a spoon, stenciled webbing, even the type of uniform which had been issued to a particular unit at a particular time. Like the combatants in the Falklands or Iraq or Afghanistan, the soldiers of the First World War had so little opportunity or space for personal possessions that the few trinkets they did manage to keep mattered very deeply. A tiny Bible, a new pipe, a letter from a sweetheart. Unfortunately, as Professor Dame Sue Black, the forensic anthropologist, explains, even clearly named items are not necessarily proof of identity. You have to be very careful indeed, as it's tragically easy to get it wrong, she tells me. Suppose you find a body with a wallet carrying identification. Well, we have had bomb victims where a wallet has been blasted from one body and embedded into another. With decomposition, it's difficult to tell if that wallet was being carried by that person or has been transferred by the blast. She points out, too, that soldiers might well have loaned items to each other as an act of kindness. So if that coat has a name on it, does that mean the body we find it on is actually that named person? When a man was alive, all his material possessions were merely stuff. But after his death, these items really came alive. First, because an engraved cigarette case or a monogrammed Bible might be the only way for Ware's team to identify a dead soldier whose face and identity discs had been destroyed. And second, because, as anyone who has ever loved another human being knows, something that has been carried close to the skin will be imbued forever with a tantalizing trace of the wearer's presence. They're still there somehow in that wedding ring, that faded photograph, that notebook with a hole drilled right through it. The soldiers knew this too. Many asked a pal or a padre to promise that a treasured item would be returned to the family if the worst happened, all too aware that these pitiful mementos might soon be all that was left to send home, all that was left to show that they had ever existed at all. Such objects might bring an ounce of comfort to those at home too. One bereft young widow kitted up a dressmaker's dummy in the full Grenadier Guards uniform of her dead husband and slept with it beside her bed. The clothes smelled of him, and when she was drowsy she could almost imagine he had come back to her. Lucy Easthope, the disaster expert who has a lifetime of experience recovering and returning the personal effects of victims of catastrophes, both national and international, has changed her relationship with the objects in her own life. I remember every disaster by its personal effects. The aftermath of the 7/7 terrorist bombings on London's transport network in 2005 was all about coats, bags, and office workers' lunchboxes, Tupperware filled with salad, wallets, blown-off clothing, and the thick paper wodge of a near-to-submission PhD thesis still being annotated up until the point that the bomb exploded. Whether to return these objects as they were or to clean them up and somehow sanitize them was a fraught issue for the authorities. After the Hillsborough Stadium disaster in 1989, which resulted in the deaths of 97 football fans, Easthope spoke to mothers of the dead. Many were distraught to learn that their son's lucky football shirt, which they had vowed to wear unlaundered for the whole season, had actually been cleaned. They did not want it washed until their team had won the cup or the league, says Easthope. On the other hand, when Vera Britton's fiancé Roland was killed in France in 1915, his mother and sister were appalled to receive a package including the outfit that their precious boy had been wearing when he was hit. I wondered why it was thought necessary to return such relics, Britton wrote. The tunic torn back and front by the bullet, a khaki vest dark and stiff with blood, and a pair of blood-stained breeches slit open at the top by someone obviously in a violent hurry. Those gruesome rags made me realize, as I had never realized before, all that France really meant. She was overwhelmed by this vision of war stripped of its glory, for though he had only worn the things when living, the smell of those clothes was the smell of graveyards and the dead. The mud of France which covered them was not ordinary mud. It had not the usual clean, pure smell of earth, but it was as though it was saturated with dead bodies, dead that had been dead a long, long time. Fabian Ware's early work with the Graves Registration Commission to create more formal cemeteries for the growing numbers of dead had continued apace, and General Haig, the Commander-in-Chief of the British forces, was quick to recognize its efforts. "It has an extraordinary moral value to the troops in the field, as well as to the relatives and friends of the dead at home," he said. "The mere fact that these officers visit day after day the cemeteries close behind the trenches, fully exposed to shell and rifle fire, accurately to record not only the names of the dead, but also the exact place of burial, has a symbolical value to the men that it would be difficult to exaggerate." As a result, even while the fighting still raged, the GRC had registered 150,000 graves in France and Belgium by April 1917. Though they worked largely in areas well behind the lines, some of these sites would still be destroyed by later shell fire and fighting, especially in the spring offensives of 1918. Some 12,000 photographs of graves had been sent to anxious relatives, and even during the battles, 70 cemeteries had already been planted with trees and shrubs. This addition of plants was to become one of the hallmarks of Britain's war cemeteries. Initially, the focus was upon the sites nearest the front, especially where there were large concentrations of troops. They helped to brighten places often very barren and desolate, observed Ware's horticultural expert, who had been sent out from the Royal Botanic Gardens at Kew. "They cheer our men, who are constant visitors to our cemeteries, and who frequently pass these cemeteries when on the march." As well as pushing the effort to make these final resting places beautiful, Ware was also working to establish a set of general principles for how the nation's dead were to be buried and memorialized after the war. A new heavyweight committee, which would soon become the Imperial War Graves Commission, known as the IWGC, was set up with the Prince of Wales as president. Rudyard Kipling, who had lost his beloved son John at the Battle of Loos in 1915, aged just 18, would become its literary advisor. Kipling wrote his iconic 1916 poem My Boy Jack about Jack Cornwall, a 16-year-old sailor and the youngest recipient of the Victoria Cross. It is difficult to imagine that the emotions he expressed about someone else's son were not influenced by his own loss, echoing the grief of so many parents at that time. It was Kipling, too, who would coin many of the eloquent phrases carved into the gardens of stone in the cemeteries, including the line, "Their name liveth for evermore," from the book of Ecclesiastes. And perhaps most poignantly, the phrase that adorns the white headstones of all unknown warriors, "A soldier of the great war, known unto God." Ware's work, and the later deliberations of the Imperial War Graves Commission, were being examined both during and after the war. A report, War Graves, How the Cemeteries Abroad Will Be Designed, by Sir Frederick Kenyon, the highly respected director of the British Museum, was quietly published immediately after the armistice, and in those pre-social media days it took some time for its monumental implications to sink in. Indeed, it was only when Rudyard Kipling wrote an article for the Times in early 1919, attempting to assuage a growing sense of unrest from those who still hoped for bodies to be returned, and describing what the completed cemeteries in France would look like, that the protests began in earnest. Suddenly, the truth was out there and fully understood. The wartime ban on repatriation was not about to be repealed. The bodies of British and Commonwealth soldiers who had died in France would not be coming home. Not now, not ever. The IWGC hastily followed up Kipling's article with an illustrated booklet, Graves of the Fallen, which was meant to soften the impact of Kenyon's report with its images of verdant beatific havens of peace. But the public was now in full cry. One of the fundamental principles laid out by Kenyon was equality of treatment. There should be no distinction between the graves of the highest-ranking general and the lowliest private. Fabian Ware seems to have had an instinctive understanding, gained no doubt from his experiences as an ambulance officer working in the trenches, of the deep sense of comradeship that ran through the army. He also felt passionately that the war cemeteries should reflect this. He knew how the officers felt too. In 99 cases out of 100, they will tell you that if they're killed, they would wish to be among their men. So far, so democratic, and given the spirit of the times, with the rise of the labour movement and the shift towards universal suffrage, so uncontroversial. But it wasn't just balancing the differences between officers and other ranks, or between rich and poor, that made it important to bury the men where they fell, or at least in the new cemeteries nearby. It was also the fact that so many men had no known grave, and to give the privilege of repatriation only to those who could lay their hands on an identified body would discriminate against a large section of the population. So, equality also meant sticking to the wartime ban on exhumations and repatriations. No bodies were coming home. Many found the decision hard to accept. Not only had these soldiers volunteered to fight for their country and to die in its service, but now that they were dead, that same country was going to decide what happened to their remains. It was essentially taking ownership of their bodies, and this decision proved to be very controversial indeed. "The dead are certainly not the property of the state or any particular regiment," declared Sir James Remnant in Parliament. "The dead belong to their own relations, who should have the right to erect what headstones they like." Meanwhile, Lady Maud Selborne, the daughter of former Prime Minister Robert Cecil, deemed this conscription of bodies to be worthy of Lenin. "The bereaved desire consolation from personal tributes to their dead," she declared, in an impassioned letter to the Times, "not from well-drilled, patterned uniformity." English law had never recognized ownership of a corpse, and even if it had, tried telling that to the mothers whose beloved sons' lifeless bodies were lying lost and alone in the mud of France. It didn't help that the U.S. Secretary of War had recently reassured American families that their dead would be brought home. "Sir," wrote Sarah Smith to the Yorkshire Evening Post in the spring of 1919, "as the mother of one of the heroes who will not return, I think it is time for mothers and widows of soldiers to protest against the attitude of the government in robbing us of our beloved dead. They were taken from us and have sacrificed their lives, and still we are not allowed to have their remains brought home. They are to be left in foreign lands, and they are only worthy of a paltry concrete cross. Exhumation would not appeal to everyone, but to the majority where possible it would. And what a comfort it would be to our aching hearts to have our dear ones placed in the family vault, and be enabled to tend their graves ourselves. Yours, etc., S. A. Smith." A passionate woman of 59, whose 19-year-old son had died of his wounds in September 1918, Sarah would become a driving force behind the campaign to exhume bodies and bring them home at their family's own expense. Only then, she argued, could they exercise the right which has ever been the privilege of the bereaved. She organized a petition signed by nearly 1,400 families, begging the Prince of Wales to overturn the ban. When this fell on deaf ears, she turned to the Belgian king, urging him to intervene on her behalf. When that failed too, she wrote letter after letter. She made inquiry after inquiry. She lodged complaint after complaint. Despite pleas from the indomitable Sarah Smith, Lady Selborne, and other powerful establishment families who had lost sons, the IWGC stood firm. At the same time, across the Channel, a gruesome process had already begun. Now that the war was over, countless bodies, spread across countless smaller burial plots all the way up the Western Front, still needed to be dealt with. The youth of Britain and France had sacrificed themselves with commendable zeal, or at least obedience to a cause. They needed to be recovered from their scattered graves and reburied in the official neatly ordered plots. So began the work of exhumation, with a plan to recruit 15,000 volunteers from the United Kingdom who would work for 2 shillings and sixpence a day. Search parties of 32 men, carrying 8 stretchers, each led by an officer, systematically worked over land marked out in grid squares on a map, searching for bodies with the aim of identifying them if possible, then relocating them to the more formal cemeteries described in Kenyon's report, designed by distinguished architects Edwin Lutyens, Herbert Baker, and Reginald Blomfield, with inscriptions by Rudyard Kipling, and planting devised by the Royal Botanic Gardens at Kew. By June 1919, even though only 4,347 men had been sent to France and Belgium, they had managed to locate, recover, and rebury 130,000 bodies. London, Spring 2023. Recover and rebury? Feeling both intrigued and repelled by the thought of this macabre work, I find myself wanting to question forensic anthropologist Dame Sue Black, who has spent much of her working life exhuming bodies at every stage of putrefaction. She has a wonderfully no-nonsense way of describing the process. In war-torn Kosovo, in 1999, for example, it was the mass graves that she and her team found which presented some of the biggest technical challenges. 3 months after a massacre, in which a Serbian special police unit had rounded up and machine-gunned or burned alive over 40 men and boys, Dame Sue and her team were tasked with recovering, examining, and identifying the bodies. I can still see that ramshackle building today, the doorway with a window on either side, she tells me, her hands moving animatedly in front of her, elucidating various facets of the scene she is describing. The dead were all piled up in the corner, and they were under the rubble of the collapsed roof, so all you could see initially was a mound of debris with perhaps a hand or a leg bone protruding. For the IWGC teams in France and Belgium exhuming similar sites, the experience must have been much the same. When the dead bodies are crammed together this way, almost tangled up, trying to extract each body is a bit like human Jenga, she tells me. You try to remove one, but a body part might come away, or another body might fall towards you from further back. Listening to Dame Sue, I have the guilty feeling I am hearing someone describe what it's like to take part in a zombie movie, but it is all too real. Normally, a body might be somewhat held together by its clothes, she continues, but extremities can easily come away, so a head and upper vertebrae, hand or foot will often fall away as you try to move it. I can feel myself grimace as I listen to her. And, of course, I want to know more, too. I want to know what those poor volunteers endured as they tramped through France with their shovels and their doubts in 1919. What does it smell like when you dig up a body on a battlefield? Dame Sue nods as if she knows exactly why I ask. The smell is truly horrendous, she says in a low voice. A body which has been rotting for months in the heat is rancid. There's a lot of fluid spreading around as body fat liquefies and fluids escape. You are crawling around in bodily mulch, maggots, flies, and pupae. It is all deeply unpleasant. Given the horrific conditions in which the post-war volunteer burial teams in France worked, perhaps it is not surprising that drinking, insubordination, and rowdiness were a problem. The men were constantly getting drunk, very drunk, recalled one private working with an Australian unit. The majority of the men were a bad lot and very inefficient. They were neither dependable nor reliable. The area superintendent of the IWGC around Albert was reported to be incapacitated following a motorcycle accident while drunk, and some of those who weren't drinking were in an even worse state, especially the ones who had been employed as cemetery gardeners but subsequently found themselves potting bodies rather than plants. "The gardener here looks exceedingly gloomy, poor fellow," reported a senior IWGC representative. "He seems to spend his whole time in the wilderness." Another commander wrote, "One of my section officers went to hospital with a nervous breakdown, and I have one or two others on their last legs." Even the bravest could succumb. One such man, who had been awarded both the Distinguished Service Order and Military Cross for his wartime service, prompted his senior officer to write, "I have sent him away on leave, as if he did not get a couple of weeks' rest, he would crack up, and he's been showing signs of a breakdown for some weeks past." These days, counselling would be the order of the day, in an attempt to help them to process and handle the emotional toll. Would this have helped? Dame Sue Black is not convinced. "The counsellors asked us how we felt," she recalls being asked in the wake of a heartbreaking experience, collecting the remains of children. "How the blooming heck did they think we felt? We were tired and we wanted to go home. We'd just spent 2 months up to our elbows in the detritus of a war that had indiscriminately killed men, women, and children, and we didn't take kindly to outsiders poking around inside our heads and rattling those cages." The Western Front, 1920. The post-war task of identifying and relocating bodies carried on relentlessly, day by day, week by week, month by month. At home, the bereaved families of the missing wanted more than anything their son, husband, or brother to be positively identified. If bodies had sometimes been difficult to identify the first time they were buried after a battle, the situation now, conceivably many years later, was considerably more challenging. Most were now too decomposed to be recognizable, and could only be identified by accompanying effects, which, as Sue Black had made clear to me, were often impossible to find or might belong to someone else. A name on a compass, a photograph case, a key tab, a spoon, or a pipe bowl might reveal the owner's name, but who was carrying it? Had Smith loaned his engraved cigarette case to Jones, who had it in his pocket when he was shot? Had one man's named rifle strap been mixed up with another's during kit inspections? Had one soldier discarded his labelled uniform tunic when issued with a new one, only for it to be claimed by a friend in his unit and worn the day he was killed? The recovery teams were doing the best they could in terrible conditions, but in the pre-DNA era, many of these later identifications were still impossible, and others could not be truly regarded as definitive. It was a tough, gruesome business, and painstaking detective work seems to have been sacrificed on the altar of speed, especially when several bodies had been churned together by the rage of battle or a farmer's plough. And many were left behind, lost or mixed up with enemy remains. Some British units were even accused of chopping men in half in order to double their body count. Back home, emotion still ran high, and despite the edicts, occasionally an individual mother or father who had lost a son felt obliged to take the law into their own hands. Young Private Hopkins, who had joined the Canadian Light Infantry while still a university student in April 1917, had been in Flanders for less than a fortnight when he was killed by shrapnel at Passchendaele and given an impromptu burial close to the front line. His father, the former mayor of Saskatoon, was determined to be reunited with his only son. During his second desperate visit from Saskatchewan to search the area, against all the odds and after considerable research, he finally tracked down the grave. His son's remains had been combined in a plot with another soldier from his regiment, as sometimes happened when two bodies were too mangled to identify separately. Mr. Hopkins underwent the grim task of identifying his boy's putrefying remains, largely on the basis of the shrapnel wound to his head, only for his request for repatriation to be refused. He was further dismayed to discover that instead of accompanying him back to Canada, the body was to be relocated to Tyne Cot, today the largest Commonwealth War Graves Commission cemetery in the world, with 11,961 graves, of which 8,373 belong to unknown warriors. Undeterred, Hopkins Sr.'s next step was to approach Army Chaplain George Kendall and ask him to arrange the reburial of his son along with the friend who had been killed alongside him. Mr. Hopkins provided 2 coffins which he had had made, recalled Kendall, and along with my men we buried the 2 men next to each other in the cemetery. Incidentally, I know that he richly rewarded my men, but I turned a blind eye to this. Was there perhaps something more than gratitude behind Hopkins' largesse? Accounts of what happened next vary, but it is clear that their benefactor was not happy with the idea of leaving his son to rot further at Tyne Cot. Determined to take the body back to Canada, he appears to have paid an army officer to help him. A secret exhumation took place by torchlight on the night of the 17th of May 1921, after which the officer hurried to the port of Antwerp. It must have been a hell of a journey, staggering under the weight of the young man's remains hidden in a suitcase, which almost certainly was not hermetically sealed. Perhaps, unsurprisingly, the authorities were already onto him, and the hapless courier was stopped and the contents of his suitcase examined. Private Hopkins was reburied, this time in a Belgian military cemetery in Antwerp, and Mr. Hopkins Sr. spent many more years writing angry letters to the IWGC. Several more such clandestine exhumations took place over the course of the 1920s, the most remarkable of which involved another Canadian, Anna Dury. When Arthur Dury enlisted in the Canadian Army and sailed to England in November 1915, his mother had followed, and when he was seriously wounded on the 5th of May 1916, she visited him daily in the hospital at Étaples, where he was being treated well behind the lines. In other words, Anna Dury stuck to her son like glue. She had great ambitions for him, and clearly had great influence which she used to prevent his return to the front, somehow arranging a cushy staff job for him instead. How young Arthur felt about his loving mother's interference is not recorded, but when he recovered, he chose to return to active service in December 1916 against her wishes. During 1917, he underwent a month's treatment for neurasthenia, the First World War term for a nervous breakdown, often related to shell shock and or PTSD, but managed to return to the front line once more, where on the 29th of December 1917 he was killed by a mortar shell. Arthur Dury's body was laid in Corkscrew Cemetery near the town of Loos in northern France, a place described as a desolate area even by IWGC stalwarts. At first, Mrs. Dury seems to have accepted his burial, where she liked to imagine that, with their comrades in arms, our heroes sleep in enchanted ground. But by 1920, as a regular visitor to her son's graveside, she had become fixated with the idea that he must return home. The staff at Corkscrew complained that she was becoming quite unreasonable with the IWGC's officials. She responded by ramping up her case for repatriation. Letters were sent to government ministers, and on one memorable occasion she even ambushed the Canadian Prime Minister when he visited France to plead her case. In a later letter to him, Mrs. Dury called Corkscrew Cemetery a spot of horror which baffles description. It is surrounded by 5 huge mines in an arid plain torn by trenches, with half a dozen narrow or wide-gauge railways crossing it. The formidable Anna Dury was having none of this. She had spent enough time at Corkscrew Cemetery to know that this was not the place where she wanted her precious boy to rest for all eternity. As in life, so in death, she wanted him close to her. Where was the sweet smell of home in this wretched industrial wasteland, in one of the ugliest corners of France? And so, on the night of the 30th of July, 1921, Mrs. Dury and 2 French labourers travelled to Corkscrew in a horse and cart with an empty zinc coffin. Zinc was expensive and heavy, but it would safely seal the body, avoiding the seepage and smells during the long voyage home. The 3 of them dug up whatever was left of her son and successfully transferred him to his new, extremely heavy casket, whereupon the poor horse, spooked to be out at all, let alone in the midst of such tense activity, took fright and bolted, smashing the springs of the cart in its headlong flight. All Mrs. Dury could do was persuade her assistants to help her rebury the remains of her son. Finally, knowing that the authorities would not be far behind her, she pinned a notice to the grave, assuring them that the body had not been removed, despite the disturbed earth and the cart tracks. But the story still wasn't over. After returning to Canada, Mrs. Dury later protested against a plan to move her son from the cemetery she hated so much to nearby Lewes. Arthur Dury was moved nevertheless, but not for long. If the authorities thought that they had finally seen the last of the indefatigable Mrs. Dury, they were much mistaken. On the 20th of August, 1923, 2 articles in the Canadian press announced that Captain Arthur Dury had just been buried in St. James Cemetery in Ontario. How could this be possible, wondered the IWGC top brass, when he was still safely interred in their military cemetery at Lewes? A subsequent examination revealed that the zinc coffin was indeed still in place, but there was no longer a body inside. The job must have been done in a hurry. The casket had been broken open, and a few bone fragments and scraps of clothing had been left behind. But Captain Dury's mother had finally got her wish. Her son, or some of her son, was home at last. Thiepval Memorial, the Somme, Spring 2023. I park some distance from the memorial to those who not only did not go home from the Somme, but whose bodies were never found, and I'm already too hot by the time I round an avenue of trees to be confronted by the spectacular stacked arches of Lutyens's great pink and white monument dominating the landscape with silent insistence. It's my first visit, and as I climb the steps, I realize that almost every inch of every face of the monument's intricate tower of arches is carved with names. Each name is around an inch high, over 72,000 of them from just this one battlefield. And just a few months of the war. I want to find Bert Bradley, Anthony French's pal, who was killed at High Wood in 1916. Bert, who had such a lovely tenor voice that it made everyone who heard it want to sing along. Bert, whose dad died, never knowing where his son's body lay. Albert William Bradley, C13 Piran Face, declares the directory contained in an inscribed cabinet. I wander around beneath the monumental arches. Here are A and B and D, but where is C? And here are 12 and 14 and 15, but where is 13? At last, on the very back of the monument, or is this the front, facing the setting sun, I find the list of missing soldiers who died fighting with the Civil Service rifles, and there, right near the top, is good old Bert. "Hello, Bert," I whisper, for reasons I cannot quite explain. I never knew him, and he is not even here. But each of the names chiselled perhaps 2 or 3 millimeters deep into the Thiepval Memorial are there for the duration. Unknown warrior Bert is here more than anywhere else. With the gentle warmth of the setting sun on my face, I wander down the steps beneath Bert's name, which lead to a cemetery created at the base of the monument. 300 French crosses on one side, 300 simple British headstones on the other. The recovery and relocation teams had done their best over a century ago, and today, as I stand in one of the thousands of cemeteries in northern France, I find myself both amazed and deeply moved by the peaceful beauty of the scene. I cannot help but marvel at the serenity that Ware, Kenyon, Lutyens, Kipling, and others managed to conjure up in these devastating places, which are on some level monuments to human folly. Strolling down the ranks of perfectly ordered white Portland stone, the rows planted with neatly tended shrubs, I stop to look at the carved cap badges that indicate the regiment of each dead soldier. Many headstones bear no badge. They are simply engraved with a cross and inscription, "A soldier of the great war known unto God." I have read Kipling's words many times in countless other locations, but now, as I am beginning to truly understand how it all came about, what it all means, they seem more resonant. I ask myself, who is this grave for? I don't mean whose grave is it, I mean whose grief is it that this elegant white gravestone is intended to assuage, and how does this process work? Having attended numerous funerals of friends and military colleagues over the years, I am convinced that graves, headstones, memorials, even the funeral itself, are for the living, not for the dead. The dead are gone. They care not how we remember them. The post-death rituals are essentially for we who remain. Honoring the dead lies at the heart of what makes us human, helping us make sense of our loss and of our own lives. So I contemplate the inextinguishable pain of all those parents in the aftermath of the First World War who couldn't emulate the achievement of the Fowlers and Anna Dury. What impact did this have on their lives? It is hard to imagine, says Sue Black, the crippling, unresolved grief suffered by the bereaved who never have a body to mourn. In theory, relatives could visit a loved one with a named grave in a cemetery like the one where I now stand. If they were healthy and intrepid enough to do so, most were not, and unless they were as relentlessly determined as Mrs. Dury, they could never ever bring him home. I find myself thinking, too, about those who had never been found. I am wondering if the thought of these massed ranks of gravestones honouring soldiers known unto God gave the living any feeling of peace or redemption, or that most modern of concepts, closure. Did it help to think that these unknown warriors had found a resting place somewhere, that their journey was therefore at an end, and if they had found their rest, might those waiting at home eventually find an end to the suffering they had endured every minute of every day since that letter, that telegram arrived? When would their closure come? Chapter 5. The Need for a Symbol. November 1918. At the start of my search for the origins of the unknown warrior, I wanted to learn as much as I could about the day-to-day life of a First World War soldier caught up in the nightmare of industrialized warfare, to try to understand why almost 500,000 men from across the empire who gave their lives for the cause have no known grave. But the more I discover, the more those personal family stories of loss come to the fore, the realities of the emotional torture suffered by those at home, those who waved farewell to a loved one, never knowing if they would return. The enduring agony of personal bereavement really seems to have sunk in after the armistice in 1918. As I know only too clearly from my own very limited combat experience, it is not the cacophony of battle that sticks in the mind. It is the aftermath, the dawning reality of what one has done and who has been lost. All over Britain, There had been an expectation that when the war was finally over, things would get back to normal. The living would come home, the dead would be honoured, the comfort of a lasting peace, hard won, would put a smile on the face of a war-weary nation. On the 24th of November, 1918, Prime Minister David Lloyd George, who succeeded Asquith in December 1916, stood on top of a horse-drawn carriage in Wolverhampton and called upon his audience to work together to make Britain a country fit for heroes. This would become one of the great soundbites of the armistice, even if it would return to haunt him as the nation lurched through a series of strikes and crises. Less well known is the way he framed it, with his politician's knack for catching the spirit of the moment. "What is our task?" the great orator asked the surrounding crowd, some of whom had clambered onto the roof of a goods train for a better view. A handful of women stood on the periphery, faces shadowed by their wide-brimmed hats, listening intently to his words. "To make Britain a fit country for heroes to live in. I'm not using the word heroes in any spirit of boastfulness, but in the spirit of humble recognition of fact. I cannot think what these men have gone through. I have been there at the door of the furnace and witnessed it, but that is not being in it, and I saw them march into the furnace. There are millions of men who will come back. Let us make this a land fit for such men to live in. There is no time to lose. I want us to take advantage of this new spirit. Don't let us waste this victory merely in ringing joy bells." I am struck, especially after spending so much time in the war cemeteries of northern France, by the strangeness of that line. There are millions of men who will come back. Lloyd George understood that many of his audience must have been thinking the exact opposite. Many of their friends and relatives were not coming home. He needed to do his best to jolt them into thinking about the living, not the dead. It was going to be a very difficult task. In Britain in 1919, there were 109 women for every 100 men, up from 107 for every 100 6 years earlier. It didn't help that the post-war process of demobilization was a slow and chaotic affair, which caused considerable resentment and unrest among returning soldiers. Unemployment was rife, especially for ex-servicemen, and almost no street or family in the country had been left untouched by tragedy or loss. A study in the 1930s concluded that there were only 32 of the 16,000 villages in England which could be called thankful villages. These were those rare, blessed communities where every man had returned from the First World War alive. At Catwick in Yorkshire, the local blacksmith nailed a horseshoe to the doorpost of his forge and fixed 30 coins around it to represent the 30 villagers who had left to serve their country. Remarkably, all had returned home, though not all completely intact. A notch in one of the coins acknowledged that one had left an arm behind in France. With an overall death toll of some 885,000 service personnel rocking the country, Catwick was a notable exception. And death had visited many families more than once. With 5 precious sons in the army, William and Annie Soules of the Cotswold village of Great Rissington in Gloucestershire faced more tragedy than most. The first grim letter had dropped through their front door in March 1916, announcing that their youngest, Albert, had been killed in action at the age of 20. Albert's brother Fred would die in battle 4 months afterwards. With no known grave, Fred's name is carved into Edwin Lutyens's great arch memorial to the missing at Thiepval, but Annie would keep a candle burning on her windowsill night after night, ever hopeful that her personal unknown warrior might be found alive, or his remains identified. She was already inconsolable, when less than a fortnight later a 3rd letter had arrived. When 24-year-old Walter's unit was hurled into the Battle of the Somme on the 20th of July, he probably wouldn't have known that a day earlier Fred had gone over the top nearby, never to be seen again. Dear Mrs. Soules, I much regret to have to tell you that your son Walter died yesterday evening. He came to us with a wound in the upper part of his left leg and had to undergo an operation, but he rallied from that all right. In fact, he was quite cheery. Then the next day he quite suddenly collapsed and died instantly from a clot of blood in the heart. I'm enclosing a postcard which he wrote on the day he died. He will be buried in the little British cemetery just outside Rouen, where lie other brave lads who have fallen in this dreadful war. This will be a dreadful blow to you, and you have our deepest sympathy in your great loss. M. Phillips, Matron, 25 Stationary Hospital, BEF, Rouen. In response to her appalling threefold loss, the Prime Minister, Herbert Asquith, who would later lose his eldest son during the fighting near High Wood, wrote to convey the sympathy of the King and Queen for Mrs. Soules in her great sorrow. Annie Soules's remaining boys both survived to see the Germans begin to drive back the Allies with their 1918 spring offensive. Tragically, 31-year-old Alfred Ernest Soules would be killed on the 20th of April, 1918. Then his twin brother Arthur, born an hour apart, would die on the battlefield just 5 days later. Arthur is among the 550 soldiers, half of them unidentified, buried in Angard Communal Cemetery, southeast of Amiens. Alfred would be awarded a military medal in recognition of his bravery, but this must have come as cold consolation for his mother. From that moment on, she refused to stand for the national anthem, and as if the pain of losing her beautiful boys was not enough, she also had to endure cruel local gossip about how well off she must be now she was receiving a war pension of £1 a week for each of them. Walter Soules was eventually buried at Saint-Sever Cemetery, Rouen, near another soldier who shares a tragic bond with his family. He, too, was one of 5 brothers to die in the war to end all wars. But Annie's torture was not yet at an end. Alongside their 3 daughters, their youngest son Percy must have been terrifyingly precious to her and William. 16 when the war ended, he contracted meningitis and died after a short illness, aged just 21. As her obituary recorded when she joined them aged 72 in 1935, Annie Soules had lived a tragic life. Reverend David Railton and his already iconic flag had arrived home in Folkestone in January 1919. The Padre's eyes were still smarting and bloodshot after a German gas attack in the final year of the war. His uniform had grown loose, his belt was now several notches tighter, and with the savagery he had witnessed over the preceding years still fresh, the concept of a way of memorializing the dead was still growing in his mind. Like many soldiers, he was struggling to adjust to the bland strangeness of peacetime life after the intensity and camaraderie of the battlefield. His thoughts were also still very much with the dead. Despite his supposedly safer role as a chaplain away from the fighting, Railton had won the Military Cross, one of the highest awards for courage in the face of the enemy, during the war. It wasn't in his nature to brag, especially in the company of men going over the top into the jaws of hell. God alone knows how little I deserve it, compared to many of our combatant officers and men, he later wrote to his wife, but deserve it he did. On the afternoon of the 2nd of October 1916, Captain Clark of Railton's battalion received a message that there was a wounded man reported to be lying somewhere in the forward area. Railton must have gone out into no man's land with several other men, presumably including Captain Clark, when they came under fire from a German sniper. Several of the British soldiers were hit, and rather than keeping his head down, Railton then risked his own life helping to drag or carry them back to safety. Never one for bravado, All he told his wife, however, was that Captain Clark was killed by my side, or strictly speaking, a few paces behind me, and 4 others were wounded. God alone knows how I was missed. Of course, this kind of thing happens constantly among officers and men of the army, but as a rule our padre paths are freer of it. Will you send me an electric torch with a refill? The official citation for his MC in the London Gazette gives a little more detail. Reverend David Railton, temporary chaplain to the Forces 4th Class, for conspicuous gallantry in action. He rescued an officer and 2 men under heavy fire, displaying great courage and determination. He has on many occasions done very fine work. Much like Rupert Inglis, the rugby-playing vicar killed while searching for the wounded at Ginchy, or the padre who had found Anthony French lying stricken and bleeding in a shell-hole at High Wood, the one useful thing that Railton had felt he could do on the battlefield was to help search for the injured in no man's land. These churchmen had no rifles, no grenades. Like the heroic stretcher-bearers, the bravest work they could do was to risk their lives in bringing the wounded back to the relative safety of their own lines. And perhaps it was this same instinct, this desire to bring people back from the brink, that prompted Railton to nurture the idea he had had for many years, a way to commemorate those who would never return. From all the letters he had received in response to his own, describing the deaths of their relative, Railton knew that families cared deeply and passionately about what had happened to the bodies of those they had lost. So how was he to tell these people that there was nothing left of their husband, that their son had been blasted into fragments, or that, yes, indeed, there were hundreds of bodies which could be theirs, but they could just as easily be someone else's? Given the state of what was left, only God could possibly know. Might it be possible to create a national symbol representing all the missing? Berkshire, Spring 2023. What manner of man was David Railton? There are very few still living who remember him, but his daughter-in-law Margaret, now 94, thinks often about the man who did such remarkable work during the war, and then pursued his single-minded mission to heal the country afterwards. On the eve of King Charles's coronation, in early May 2023, Margaret and I talk about grand ceremonial occasions and the emotions they arouse. I described the RAF service I attended in Westminster Abbey a few years earlier, the feelings prompted by my friend, the wheelchair-bound Second World War veteran, beside the tomb of the unknown warrior, and my sudden need to more fully understand what it meant. She nods, staring out of her living-room window at the splashes of colour in her sun-dappled garden, where the bluebells nod in the wind. Margaret has been unwell recently, but is still determined to talk about her beloved father-in-law. His actions in the First World War were never mentioned at home, so it was only when I discovered all his papers in a bureau after my own husband died 23 years ago that I really learned the details of his story. I certainly didn't know that he had won the Military Cross at the Somme. You never even saw the medal? I'm astonished. I know from many years of interviewing veterans and their families that they rarely spoke of their awards. Any mention of courage would quickly be diverted onto their friends. But it is unusual that a medal for valour should remain totally hidden from view, never even acknowledged. Margaret shakes her head. It was never on display, never mentioned, never. People just didn't talk about their war service back then. It wasn't the done thing, perhaps seen as a little off, to be talking about what you did during the war. So many hundreds of thousands of men had been involved. Why would you talk about your own role? Nobody wanted to hear about that. But he really was a most remarkable man. She nods in admiration. He was a wonderful person, admired by his men, and a marvellous preacher. I have a letter describing an event in 1916 when a lot of soldiers were waiting for him to turn up for a makeshift service. He arrived covered in mud and was thrilled to be given a wonderful reception by everyone waiting. There are also lots of letters describing how soldiers asked him if he would give them communion or confirm them before battles, knowing what their fate might be. Not all the padres gained such respect, but when you think of the conditions the brave ones were working under, my gosh, they deserved it. We talk about Westminster Abbey, about Railton's special connection with the place. No one in the family ever spoke about his involvement with the idea for an unknown warrior. It was never mentioned. Margaret takes a careful sip of water from the glass on the table beside her. Many years later, I must have been told something about his war service and his subsequent role. It was then that other memories of him began to make sense. She rearranges her feet on the oatmeal-coloured cushion. Once, when he came to stay with us, I took him for a walk through the village. The trees around the church had all been pollarded, brutally pruned to within an inch of their lives. He was terribly, terribly upset when he saw it. This really struck me at the time. I now know it was because of all of the trees that he'd seen shattered and destroyed, blasted down to their stumps during his time in battle. Margaret thinks about this for a moment, and it got worse. Weed killer had been sprayed along the church path, so the flowers and greenery were all dying. He was terribly upset about that as well. She peers out of the window at the grey-green fields in the distance. That image of him looking at the destruction still sits in my memory today. Thinking about that day many years later, I truly began to understand why he felt the dead deserved more formal recognition. Folkestone, 1919. Margaret has given me an intriguing insight into the intense empathy and compassion of the man whose story has begun to fascinate me so deeply. It becomes easier to picture how David Railton, fresh back from the war with a pack full of sad memories, jottings about grave locations, and last letters to be passed on to bereaved relatives, must have ached to do something about the wretchedness and yearning so prevalent in post-armistice Britain. Railton could clearly see that the nation needed to be healed, needed some sort of symbol for the collective loss. He burned to help the families to whom he had written letter after difficult letter, bringing what meagre consolation he could with his descriptions of how and where their sons and husbands had died. "Do you recall that dreadful year of reaction?" he would later write as he looked back on 1919 and struggled to piece together why he felt so strongly that he needed to act. Men and nations stumbled back like badly wounded and gassed warriors to their homes. The endless shedding of blood ceased, but there was no real peace in the souls of men or nations. The mind of the world was in a fever. If Railton's deep Christian faith had been tested by his experiences, where did that leave everyone else? The battle at High Wood may have come as a shock to Railton and the other men of his battalion, but the aftermath presented them with an ever more extreme form of the horror they have been living with for months, the reality of so many unidentified bodies. His grand idea for some sort of recognition of the unknowns had initially formed in the early stages of the war in 1916, when he was billeted in a small village about 20 minutes' drive from Lille on the main road that leads to Dunkirk. Part of his cottage roof had been blown off by a shell, but the place was comfortable enough despite the constant throb of bombardment. It even had a small back garden in which Railton could indulge his love of plants and take a few moments to reflect on the quiet family life he had left behind in Kent. And then another message would arrive, and he would once again be called to the front line to bury a soldier who had put his head just a little too far above the parapet, or perhaps had been blown into pieces by a German shell. One particular incident in early 1916 was seared into his mind, As he later recalled, it was the spark which ignited a fire that would burn for years. I came back from the line at dusk. We had just laid to rest the mortal remains of a comrade. I went to a billet in front of Erkingham, near Armentières. At the back of the billet was a small garden and a grave. At the head of the grave there stood a rough cross of white wood. On the cross was written in deep black pencilled letters, "An unknown British soldier," and in brackets underneath, "Of the Black Watch." I remember how still it was. Even the guns seemed to be resting, as if to give the gunners a chance to have their tea. How that grave caused me to think, how I wondered, how I longed to see his folk. But who was he, and who were they? From which of the lonely mystic glens of old Scotia did he come? Was he just a laddie, newly joined, aged 18, the only son of a shepherd from the faraway Highlands? There was no answer to those questions, nor has there ever been yet. So I thought and wrestled in thought. What can I do to ease the pain of father, mother, brother, sister, sweetheart, wife, and friend? Quietly and gradually there came out of the mist of thought this answer clear and strong. Let this body, this symbol of him, be carried reverently over the sea to his native land. Then quickly the most common remark of those days came to my mind. There is a war on, so I thought this idea would never be an accomplished fact. I told nobody, yet I could not throw the idea away. Every padre serving with infantry brigades was bombarded after each publication of casualties with at least this request: "Where, exactly where, did you lay to rest the body of my son? Can you give me any further information? I have been officially notified that he is missing, believed killed." Oh, those letters of broken relatives and friends! They reinforced the idea so that I could never let it drop. Later on, I nearly wrote to Sir Douglas Haig to ask if the body of an unknown comrade might be sent home, but it was obvious that even if such a request had been granted, it could have had no personal meaning for those whose relatives fell after that date, so I held my peace with little hope. So were sown the early seeds of a concept that would eventually become an enduring national symbol, a tomb for a missing soldier with no known grave. Month after month, year after year, as the war rumbled on, Railton privately nurtured his idea. His letters to his wife make no specific reference to it. The thought of what it might achieve in terms of the redemption and relief it could bring to so many families perhaps made it too precious to mention. What must have terrified Railton was the thought that, if he got it wrong, if he failed to persuade the right people at the first attempt, then the whole idea risked being blown clean out of the water as the crackpot sentimentality of an out-of-touch cleric. So even after returning home, and throughout 1919, Railton resolved to bide his time until the perfect opportunity arose to propose it. In the meantime, proposals for a different memorial, a different type of remembrance, were already underway. England, 1919. Across the land, individual communities had already begun erecting their own monuments to those who had given their lives during the war, especially those with no known resting place. On village greens, at roadsides, and in churchyards, war memorials, large and small, were appearing in their thousands. The country was doing its best to get back to normal, but it was taking time. At London's Covent Garden, the Royal Opera House announced the first season of performances since 1914, launched by Dame Nellie Melba, the great Australian soprano. Melba was dismayed to see people wearing brown tweed coats in the stalls, which she viewed as quite a come-down after the white-tie glamour of the pre-war years. County cricket grounds, which had not seen a ball bowled for 5 years, once more revelled in the sound of leather on willow. A young Frenchwoman, Suzanne Longlong, won the ladies' singles title at Wimbledon in a sleeveless dress which shocked observers noted barely covered her ankles. At the same time in Paris, the ink was only just drying on the Treaty of Versailles. Signed on the 28th of June 1919, it finally enshrined the terms of the deal between the Allied powers and Germany, which had begun with the armistice on the 11th of November 1918. Partly to celebrate the signing, but mostly in a desperate attempt to create a sense of unity in a nation that was both fractured and fractious, the Prime Minister threw all his weight behind the idea of the grand victory parade for July 1919. Like David Railton, Lloyd George understood the need for emotional recovery. Born at the height of empire in 1863, he still clung to a touching faith in the power of marching bands, of well-pressed uniforms and miles of bunting to cure all ills. The press were not so sure, perhaps unimpressed by the Prime Minister's attempts to turn the yawning sense of confusion and dismay, almost of anticlimax, that marked the end of the war, into a triumphal pageant. The event was quickly dubbed a peace parade by the press, and with caustic snobbery it was dismissed as a servants' festival by the novelist Virginia Woolf. To Lloyd George's credit, the wily statesman did have a deep and empathetic understanding of the sacrifices that had been made by the British people, and he wasn't visualizing any sort of celebration that didn't also take into account the sacrifices of the fallen. It was Lloyd George who proposed the construction of a temporary monument, a catafalque, a ceremonial structure upon which a body or effigy might traditionally be laid during a funeral or formal lying in state. Built slap bang in the middle of Whitehall, a few paces from 10 Downing Street, and midway between Trafalgar Square to the north and Parliament Square to the south, it would give the soldiers a focal point to salute as they marched past on their 20-mile parade route. Lloyd George was obviously trying his best to acknowledge the elephant in the room, nearly 1 million dead soldiers, almost none of whose bodies had been brought home, and many still missing beneath the shell-ploughed mud of France and Flanders. Other members of the cabinet were unconvinced. Wasn't it all smoke and mirrors? Wasn't the idea of a fake funeral platform just a bit too theatrical for the British? Indeed, the Foreign Secretary, Lord Curzon, sneeringly dismissed the idea as rather foreign to the spirit of our people, however much it might be in harmony with the Latin temperament. But Lloyd George stuck to his guns and pushed the idea through. A colleague had already discussed the possibility of a temporary catafalque with Sir Edwin Lutyens, the distinguished architect already heavily involved in the design of the Imperial War Graves Commission cemeteries in France, and Lutyens was excited enough about the idea to have sketched an initial design using black, blue, and red chalks on the back of an old advertisement which he showed to his mistress, Lady Sackville, that very same evening. Lady Sackville was, luckily, sufficiently enchanted by the idea that she asked to be allowed to keep the sketch. A couple of days later, Lloyd George invited Lutyens to Downing Street. Apologizing for the short notice, the Prime Minister explained his urgent proposal. What was required, he said, was a point of homage to stand as a symbol of remembrance worthy of the reverent salute of an empire mourning for its 1,000,000 dead. Despite opposition from the Church, Lloyd George wanted the memorial to be non-denominational. It should be decorated with no cross, nor any other Christian symbol that might exclude or alienate soldiers of other religions. There was also the matter of the date. Lutyens would have just 2 weeks in which to design and build it, ready for the victory parade on the 19th of July. Not knowing that Lutyens's sketch was already pinned to the green silk wallpaper of a bedroom in Mayfair, Lloyd George must have been pretty impressed when he rushed back that very afternoon with his design for a monument rolled up under his arm. Lutyens called this structure a cenotaph, uniting the 2 Greek words kenos, meaning empty, and taphos, tomb. It was indeed to be an empty tomb, as if awaiting the return of a missing soldier, and representing all the missing soldiers who were still out there somewhere on the other side of the Channel. Though the structure resembled a solid rectilinear cuboid, constructed of white stone towering over Whitehall, it was to be merely a temporary focal point for the parade, and had to be whisked up in the space of a few days. Built from wood and plaster, it was as flimsy as a stage set. But as it turned out, it was a work of pure magic. The success of Lutyens's vision lay in its simplicity and neutrality. A stark, monumental construction, it was effectively a blank canvas, upon which the viewer could project whatever thoughts, regrets, beliefs, memories, and wishes they chose. London, the 19th of July, 1919. The day of the Victory Parade dawned grey and gloomy in London, and it cannot have been helped by the rain that fell at lunchtime. Other problems had grown out of the fact that the day was envisaged as a celebration of military victory, with very little time and space left for reflection, and, despite the hasty construction of the cenotaph as a useful saluting point, no special arrangements for the bereaved. It was the country's 240,000 war widows who fared worst. A discussion about whether they should be included in the ceremony ended with the abrupt conclusion that they would not be interested in attending. Besides, as His Majesty's Officer of Works briskly explained, the organising committee did not consider it necessary to reserve anything for war widows, as they said the bulk of them had remarried. How he deduced this is not recorded, but then the Queen got involved. On the 8th of July, 1919, she instructed her secretary to write to the committee, urging them not to forget the mothers and widows of the dead in making arrangements for the day's events. Thanks to her intervention, places were reserved to give the widows a better view, but still not such a good spot as the ones reserved for veterans and members of Parliament. Others expressed anger at ongoing slights. One ex-soldier wrote to the Manchester Evening News, "I am sure the title Peace Day will send a cold shiver through the bodies of thousands of demobbed men who are walking about the streets looking for a job." He went on to lambast the many Manchester businessmen who refuse to employ the ex-soldier on the grounds that he has lost 4 years' experience through being in the army. Despite such injustices, the day was a popular success, with large crowds attending. London's hotels and boarding houses were fully booked, and many had camped overnight in the streets around Trafalgar Square. Some estimates suggested that the throng was so dense that only 5% of the people lining the streets could actually have caught a glimpse of the parade itself. Some 20,000 Allied soldiers took part in the march past. With elements led by General Pershing from America, Field Marshal Haig from Britain, and Maréchal Foch from France, the whole parade was described by King George V as the most impressive sight I ever saw. As the columns passed down Whitehall, men's eyes turned instinctively to the simple white cenotaph with a silent bowed sentry at each corner, and they remembered those other soldiers who will march no more. It was estimated that if all the dead soldiers represented by the temporary cenotaph were lined up for their own parade, it would take 3.5 days for the column to march past in salute. The British Army is not known for its displays of naked emotion, so those close enough to the soldiers as they marched by in silence were surprised to see how many of their faces, shaded beneath peaked caps as they turned towards the temporary wooden monument, were wet with tears. Having attended parades and services at the cenotaph on many occasions, I am certainly acquainted with the roller coaster of emotions they inspire. I still remember the Second World War Bomber Command veteran I was pushing in his wheelchair, insisting I come to a halt during a march past, holding up many thousands in the parade behind us. He struggled to his feet to give a formal salute to the monument and to the friends he had lost, before flopping back down, eyes glistening. In 1919, People had begun to lay wreaths and flowers around the monument's base that morning, and were still doing so long after nightfall. Within a couple of days, over 1 million people had visited the site. We have seen this same instinct, this tradition, time and again in modern Britain at moments of intense public grief. After the death of Diana, Princess of Wales, in 1997, crowds flooded the approach to Kensington Palace with floral tributes, and we saw the acres of bouquets laid in Green Park to form an impromptu memorial following the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II in 2022. The supposedly temporary plaster and wooden structure, a tribute to all the missing, made a deep impression on those gathered there. You could scarce see the cenotaph for the aura, the halo, the throbbing air that encompassed it, waxed the reporter from the Daily Mail, while the Manchester Guardian declared that a light was shining in the daylight like a light on an altar. Lutyens's understated monolith had responded perfectly to the prevailing spirit of grief and loss. It was as if the pinched, stiff, upper-lipped restraint of Edwardian England was finally being given license by the purity and simplicity of this flimsy structure to let itself go, to bask in the emotional intensity of the day. One reporter at the cenotaph claimed to have witnessed moments of silence when the dead seemed very near, when one almost heard the passage of countless wings. Were not the fallen gathering in their hosts to receive their comrades' salute and take their share in the triumph they had died to win? Poetic as these observations were, I suspect they say as much about the desperate mood of the times, people clawing for something to soothe their emotional pain, as they do about Lutyens's architectural genius. 2 days after the parade, the Times observed, "The cenotaph is only a temporary structure made to look like stone, but Sir Edwin Lutyens' design is so grave, severe, and beautiful that one might well wish it were indeed of stone and permanent." The idea caught on, and plans were quickly put in place for a permanent version of the catafalque on the same spot in Whitehall. Some argued that the din of motor vehicles in the area was not the right ambience for so solemn a memorial, but as the Daily Mail pointed out, the site had already been consecrated by the tears of many mothers, and the fact that the day-to-day traffic in both directions would have to deviate from its normal path to drive around the monument would be a fitting way of making sure that for all time the sacrifice it immortalized could never be forgotten or ignored. For now, the temporary structure was kept in place to stand as a focus for the commemorations on the upcoming Armistice Day, when even bigger crowds were expected to gather. November 1919. The first anniversary of the armistice saw the introduction of a transcendent ritual that has since become a national tradition. The concept of a 2-minute silence had originated in Cape Town, South Africa, in 1918. Lloyd George had initially argued for 5 minutes. The king, perhaps having a better grasp of the attention span of his subjects, especially of the children, felt that even 3 minutes would be too long for them. He was concerned that insisting upon any silence at all might be a challenge, and his obsession with punctuality filled him with doubts as to how it would be synchronized for a whole city, let alone a nation. But Lloyd George carried the day, calming the king with his proposal that exploding rockets could be fired high into the sky to announce the start and finish. Mollified, the king released a personal statement to the press with clear instructions for how the silence was to be observed. Tuesday next, November the 11th, is the first anniversary of the armistice, which stayed the worldwide carnage of the 4 preceding years and marked the victory of right and freedom. I believe that my people in every part of the empire fervently wish to perpetuate the memory of the great deliverance and of those who have laid down their lives to achieve it. To afford an opportunity for the universal expression of this feeling, it is my desire and hope that at the hour when the armistice came into force, the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, there may be, for the brief space of 2 minutes, a complete suspension of all our normal activities. No elaborate organization appears to be required. At a given signal, which can be easily arranged to suit the circumstances of the locality, I believe that we shall interrupt our business and pleasure, whatever it may be, and unite in this simple service of silence and remembrance. On the day, shops, factories, and businesses found their own ways to signal the silence. A murder trial at the Old Bailey was stopped. Trading on the stock market ceased. All over the country, passenger trains and goods trains came to a clanking, clattering halt. In the Channel, steamships stopped their engines and bobbed as if becalmed. At Harrods in Knightsbridge, they set off the fire alarms at 11 a.m. At Selfridge's, a bugler marched out onto a balcony overlooking Oxford Street and sounded the last post. At Lloyd's of London, the great lutein bell was rung. Not everyone thought the silence was golden. Each, then as now, responded in their own personal way. Thus, a young Evelyn Waugh, who would go on to write Brideshead Revisited and Decline and Fall, dismissed the 2-minute silence as a disgusting idea of artificial nonsense and sentimentality. If people have lost sons and fathers, they should think of them whenever the grass is green or Shaftesbury Avenue is brightly lighted, not for 2 minutes on the anniversary of a disgraceful day of national hysteria. No one thought of the dead last year. Why should they now? But Waugh was wrong. People were constantly thinking of their dead. The dead were inescapable. Their shadows stood on every street corner, sat at every bar, travelled on every bus. Given their ultimate sacrifice, was it not reasonable to allow them at least 2 minutes in which to monopolize a nation's grief? London's winter weather had taken its toll on the wooden plaster of Lutyens's temporary creation, and in January 1920 the Office of Works announced that it would be demolished. All hell broke loose. There was a public outcry, and one newspaper denounced whoever had taken this decision as utterly without soul or sentiment or understanding. Nevertheless, the demolition went ahead behind screens, to spare the feelings of those for whom so heinous an act might prove too shocking to witness. It had already been decided that the finer permanent memorial commissioned again from Lutyens was to be unveiled by King George V on the 11th of November 1920, the second anniversary of the armistice. The great architect set to work at once, and while Lutyens was busying himself with calculations of stone weights and geometry, the Reverend David Railton was having a similarly industrious start to 1920. In April 1920, at the age of 35, he was appointed vicar of Margate in Kent, around the same time as his wife Ruby was pregnant with twins. Andrew and Frida were born on the 1st of August 1920. With 2 children already clamouring for his attention, these must have been chaotically happy times for the war-weary cleric. He knew that the time to propose his grand idea was close at hand, yet still he hesitated. Was his wish to exhume the body of an anonymous British soldier and bring him back to London, to be buried where umpteen kings and queens had been crowned and buried, realistic? He must have wondered what gave him, a minor cleric just settling into an unfashionable seaside town, the right to thrust himself into the great affairs of state, to offer an idea that might lead the country out of its grief-stricken post-war torpor. How on earth was he going to get his unique project off the ground? Whom should he consult to avoid it getting rejected as unrealistic by the pen-pushers? He knew that he needed a champion, someone to grab his idea and run with it. Many years later, Railton would recall this highly charged period. Who of the great men would be likely to heed the request of an ordinary padre at such a time? They were all busy. A failure to get the idea accepted might be final. What of the Prime Minister, Mr. Lloyd George? He would act quickly if he approved of it, but if he did not, and he was very powerful in those days. I could surely go to the noble Hague, most brotherly of men, but I knew something of the strained relationship between soldiers and politicians, and he probably would have to ask the cabinet for leave, assuming he himself agreed. Then there was the Archbishop of Canterbury, wisest and most calm of all moderns, but the politicians always lagged behind him, and they might debate it in a hurry and argue it away. Why not His Majesty the King? After all, there had been no nobler or wiser king in this land. He would, I felt somehow sure, agree, because he understands the hearts of the people, but I feared His Majesty's advisers might suggest an open space like Trafalgar Square, Hyde Park, or the Horse Guards for the tomb of the unknown comrade. There could be only one true shrine for this purpose. The unknown comrade's body should rest, if it were possible, in Westminster Abbey, the parish church of the Empire. Eventually, on the 13th of August, 1920, less than a fortnight after the birth of his twins, Railton asked Ruby the question he had been asking himself since 1916, was now a good time? Still recovering from the births and snowed under, caring for their other children, Ruby must have been fed up with her husband's endless agonizing, but the clock was ticking. Armistice Day 1920 was approaching fast. "It's now or never," she told him wearily. That night he sat in front of his typewriter and composed the letter he had been wondering how to write for nearly 4 years. The target Railton finally chose was the Right Reverend Bishop Herbert Ryle, Dean of Westminster. Most importantly, he had the ear of both the King and the Prime Minister, but Railton had never written or spoken to him before. Now, distilling all his experience, fervour, and powers of persuasion into a single typewritten missive, he asked the Dean to consider the possibility of burying in the Abbey the body of one of our unknown comrades, to represent the hundreds of thousands of fallen who had no identifiable grave. Railton also dared to suggest that a battle-stained war flag in his possession might be used at such a burial rather than a new flag that had never seen active service. But, even as he posted the letter, Railton very much doubted that his great scheme would ever be carried out. He had good cause, as Ryle's biographer later noted. "Of all the questions with which a Dean of Westminster may be called upon to deal, none can be more troublesome than those connected with a demand for the burial of some distinguished person in the Abbey. Such demand is apt to be presented with little warning. It will probably be taken up by the press, ever eager to agitate the public mind." However, on this occasion, and only 3 days later, Ryle wrote back, "At a distance from the Abbey, and in the middle of a needed holiday, I am perhaps not altogether in a position to give you a final decision on either of your two suggestions, but they make a strong appeal to me. On first consideration of them, I find myself warmly inclined to favour them. The suggestion of commemorating the unknown dead has indeed been made in different quarters, but your suggestion strikes me as the best I have received. If I could obtain the War Office permission, I think I could carry out the rest of the proposal, the interment, etc., and the idea occurs to me that it would be appropriate as a wonderful way of commemorating the armistice. However, I must not move or talk too fast. The idea shall germinate. On my return, at the beginning of September or beginning of October, I would see you if possible, discuss it with my chapter, approach the government, and try and find a vacant and suitable spot on the floor of the nave. These ideas of which you have spoken to me had better not be talked about, or they may get prematurely into the newspapers and do harm instead of good." After such a positive response, everything went quiet for poor Railton. August went by, and September, he lamented. No further news. The first 2 weeks in October brought nothing. At the same time, The national preparations for Armistice Day 1920 were already well underway and being discussed in the national press. Lutyens's new permanent cenotaph was to be unveiled that day. Was Railton's idea too late, or too far ahead of its time? Perhaps it had been decided that the tens of thousands of war memorials being erected in villages across the country were enough. Unknown to Railton, Dean Ryle was clearly giving the matter serious thought, and it is easy to see how seductive the idea must have been for him, offering him the possibility of carrying the actual physical remains of a British serviceman, and with him the attention of an entire nation, into the very heart of the Anglican establishment. Back from his holiday in Harrogate, Ryle wrote to the King's private secretary in early October, asking him to discuss the project with the King, and seemingly claiming the idea of burying an unknown soldier in the Abbey as his own. There are thousands of graves, I am told, of English Tommies who fell at the front, names not known. My idea is that one such body, name not known, should be exhumed and interred in Westminster Abbey in the nave. Initially the King was less than enthusiastic. For the moment the King is doubtful about the proposal contained in your letter of the 4th. His Majesty is inclined to think that nearly 2 years after the last shot fired on the battlefields of France and Flanders is so long ago that a funeral now might be regarded as belated, and almost, as it were, reopen the war wound which time is gradually healing. His Majesty would like you to speak to the Prime Minister on the subject, and then let him know how Mr. Lloyd George regards the suggestion. Ryle was already on the case, and the idea had gained traction in high places. Lloyd George and the new head of the armed forces, Field Marshal Sir Henry Hughes Wilson, who would be assassinated by the IRA 18 months later, managed to change the King's mind. Surely this new idea for a national symbol of loss might be exactly what was needed to bring the nation together. After some obviously very rapid governmental discussions, the Cabinet Secretary replied to Dean Ryle the same day he officially proposed the idea. I am directed by the Prime Minister to inform you that your memorandum of the 15th of October, suggesting that the remains of one of the unknown men who fell and were buried in France should be exhumed and buried in Westminster Abbey, was considered this afternoon by the Cabinet and adopted in principle. On the 19th of October 1920, a mere 3 weeks before the 11th of November services, Ryle finally wrote to Padre Railton with the good news. The idea which you suggested to me in August I have kept steadily in view ever since. I have been occupied actively upon it for the last 2 or 3 weeks. It necessitated communications with the War Office, Prime Minister, Cabinet, and Buckingham Palace. The announcement which the Prime Minister will or intends to make this afternoon will show how the government is ready to cooperate. Once more, I express my warm acknowledgment and thanks for your letter. One can picture even the habitually restrained Railton punching the air with excitement on seeing Ryle's words. There was nothing for now about his precious flag. Yet, as he read and reread the letter clutched tightly in his shaking hands, he was, he confessed, overwhelmed with joy, and later recorded, "It is to this most noble Dean that we owe the carrying out of the whole idea. To this day I do not know what difficulties he had to overcome. Bishop Ryle was a great man and a humble man." Behind the scenes, things were, by necessity, now moving quickly. On the 22nd of October, the Times ran a small column entitled Cenotaph, revealing, with underwhelming fanfare, the new plans. We understand that all the arrangements made for the unveiling of the cenotaph on Armistice Day are now in abeyance. They were to have been finally settled yesterday, but Lord Curzon's committee, which is now considering the details of the ceremony of reinterring the body of an unknown warrior in the Abbey, will also be responsible for the arrangements in connection with the cenotaph, the two ceremonies being interdependent. When I visited the Westminster Abbey archives, I was surprised at how little information existed about what must have been a frenetic few weeks for those now charged with organising those two interdependent parts of the day. As Dr. Tony Trowles, head of the Abbey collection and librarian, explained, planning for the unveiling of the cenotaph was already well underway, and the concept of including the burial of an unknown warrior was included almost at the last minute. There must have been a real sense of urgency, but there is no definitive answer, as there is very little documentation about the event in our archives. One problem is that the deanery was bombed in 1941, and many of our records were destroyed, so we shall never know if anything relevant was ever there. And secondly, it was barely a century ago, and although we like to think that we can find out all we want to know about such a comparatively recent event, even today there are many uncertainties, and that is part of the wonder of the whole project. On the 25th of October, many newspapers carried the following statement from Dean Ryle. It is stated that the Dean of Westminster, with whom the proposal originated, desires that no one shall ever know to which branch of the services the unknown warrior belonged. The intention is to preserve a profound secrecy with regard to every detail of the man's identity, so that a mother who has lost a son, or a widow who has lost a husband in the war may, when pausing before the tomb, be encouraged to imagine that it is her own sacred dead upon whom this great honour has been bestowed. Though Padre Railton may have choked on his porridge when he saw this announcement, and that the Dean was apparently taking credit for his idea, a personal letter from Ryle arrived the very same day, containing yet more good news. He was responding to the Padre's proposal that his own flag be used in the ceremony, the very flag that had accompanied him throughout the battles of the Somme and beyond, which had done sacred duty at the burials of hundreds of British soldiers, upon which Railton had celebrated countless Holy Communions in the dim light of a shell-battered trench. His treasured flag might make a fitting ceremonial pall for the coffin of an unknown comrade, depending on its condition. The War Office will be quite willing to accept the flag for use at the service on the 11th of November, provided that it is in a condition not unsuitable for the occasion, wrote Ryle. He and the Abbey staff were no doubt concerned that Railton was going to produce a blood-stained and mud-caked pile of rags, like the ones that had been returned to so many distraught relatives. Perhaps you may be able to bring it up to town in the course of the next week or so. In any case, if it is to be used, I should like to have a short description of it, so that I could let the press have full information. It would add further interest, not that such is needed, to the ceremony. Ryle had also added his own small contribution to Railton's proposal. The grave, at my request, is to be filled in with French earth, which the War Office consents to have brought over. Already, in this one tiny detail dreamed up by Ryle, the substituting of battle-hallowed French soil for plain old London grit, one can see that Railton was not alone in grasping the opportunity for high theatricality and dramatic symbolism that the burial of an unknown soldier offered. This was not going to be just another Anglican funeral. Like Railton, Dean Ryle clearly recognized that here was an opening for a sacramental moment of deep and resounding national significance. This one was right up there with a coronation or state funeral, and, like the coronation ceremony with its orb and its sceptre and other timeless props, each imbued with mythic and mysterious significance, the burial of this unknown warrior demanded all the pomp and circumstance that the powers that be could bestow. Interestingly, Ryle's biographer would write in 1928, with no mention of Padre Railton's role in the process, that it is not possible to say to whom the credit is due for the original idea for such a service, but it was Dean Ryle who took up the suggestion, and after consultation with a few of his colleagues, and with powerful support, won for it approval. To be fair, Railton was not the only person in the world to have come up with the idea of burying the body of an unknown soldier as a symbol of national loss. The French were gearing up for something similar at the Arc de Triomphe on Armistice Day 1920. Two newspapers, the Daily Express and the Comrades' Journal, had both put forward early proposal for some form of burial of a soldier with no name. But the way they presented the idea failed to catch on, perhaps partly because of the success of the temporary cenotaph, whose symbolic power and popular appeal initially made it seem as if no other memorial or commemoration could possibly match it. But there could be no doubt that it was David Railton's initial concept which ignited the process and was to become the focus of the nation on the second anniversary of the end of the war. And his flag, the friend he had carried through the toughest of times, was to play a starring role in the ceremony. Even if people could agree on the merits of Railton's idea in principle, the details of how to carry it out in practice were fraught with difficulty, especially considering Dean Ryle's edict that no one shall ever know to which branch of the services the unknown warrior belonged. If the person being buried was to be genuinely anonymous and unidentified, considerable secrecy would be required, and yet surely any corpse would presumably need to be sufficiently identifiable to ensure that the king and the British people were not interring a blown-up French civilian or, perish the thought, a German by mistake. Worse still, the time frame within which an appropriate corpse must be found, dug up and transported with due ceremony to London, was now perilously short. To help organize proceedings, Ryle had been invited to join the Memorial Services Committee, set up by the government to plan the event and headed by the Foreign Secretary Lord Curzon, who also happened to have a genius for arranging grand state occasions. It had already accepted and adopted the word warrior to describe the fighting man who would be buried, even if soldier was probably the obvious choice, and despite the fact that Railton had argued strongly for the body to be described as an unknown comrade. The problem with soldier was that it threatened to exclude both the Navy and the Air Force, and the problem with comrade was that it smacked of the Bolshevism that lay at the heart of the Russian Revolution of 1917, and which the government feared might soon gain a foothold in Britain. The committee also began to hammer out the most fundamental and tricky questions. Should he be an officer or a humble private? From which battlefield should he be exhumed, and how could this be kept secret? What about the Navy and the Air Force? Must the soldier be British, or should the dominions and colonies be included too? What level of decomposition was acceptable? To add to the committee's anxiety, rumours were already beginning to circulate in the press, and some were woefully inaccurate. The fallibility of journalists is not a recent phenomenon after all. A press report published on the 26th of October stated that whether he was a sailor, soldier, or airman, and whether he had belonged to the forces of Britain or the Dominions, will be unknown. But how accurate might that statement be? Historians still argue, and many thousands of words have been written about how those hurried deliberations in 1920 might have had a bearing on the service and background of whichever deceased warrior would eventually be selected. But, as Justin Saddington, curator of the National Army Museum in London and acknowledged expert on the unknown warrior, writes, "This event holds a special allure, both because it took the form of a macabre ritual and because the story presents an intriguing and intractable historical puzzle. The root cause of this conundrum is the shroud of secrecy that surrounded the process. Anonymity was, of course, fundamental to the concept, and the government was therefore scrupulously secretive in all its planning. No official account of how it was done was ever issued, and historians have been forced to fall back on divergent and less reliable later accounts. While there have been many spirited attempts to get to the bottom of this story, it has remained stubbornly mired in mystery, and many of its details are still disputed, which is exactly what those planning the event wanted. If one knew which battlefield cemeteries the body might be recovered from, or roughly when he fell, could one make a stab at a military unit? You could certainly make some assumptions about which service he might have belonged to, and if you do a lot of research and investigation, some possibilities and exclusions could certainly indeed have been posited. But for me, the detective work and arguments are rather meaningless. It was the concept which was important. It really didn't matter who he was, his colour, service, or religion. The person to be buried would be an everyman. As many experts have pointed out, there were some obvious anomalies in the proposals for how the final selection be carried out. Moreover, was every order formulated subsequently followed to the letter? I know from personal experience that when military orders come down from on high, there can often be an element of personal interpretation in their execution. And, of course, the vagaries of the early chaotic wartime burial processes, then the constant disruption of bodies and graves as the fighting continued, and the post-war recovery and reinterring of many bodies in formal cemeteries meant that nothing could be certain. I suppose I like to think that the man they eventually selected, as we will see later, could have been anyone, which was the whole point of Railton's initial idea, and more importantly, was what the mothers and fathers of Britain needed to believe in November 1920. He could have been a young volunteer, conscript, or officer from any branch of the forces, from any corner of the empire, and could have died in any year of the war. He just could have been Anthony French's pal, Bert Bradley, who had such a lovely tenor voice, or the brilliant intellectual Tom Kettle, who never did get to read his last poem to his tiny daughter Betty. He could have been Padre Rupert Inglis, who played rugby for England, or Sidney Wheater, who played hockey for Yorkshire, or Alec Reeder, who gave up his job in the post office to enlist when he was only 17. Grieving mothers needed to believe that the unknown warrior who was to be buried in Westminster Abbey really could be, their son. Widows had to be able to cling to the hope that this could be their husband. Children had to be given the chance to make the leap of faith that the man in the box could be, in fact probably was, their father. Whether or not this daring idea succeeded would depend entirely on the way it was stage-managed. The pressure on Lord Curzon and his organising committee was intense, and the first thing they had to do was to select a body. Somebody who was nobody to represent all the missing. Chapter 6. Missing, Fate Unknown. The Somme, Spring 2023. I knew that my visit to High Wood and the battlefield cemeteries of the Somme would be sobering, but the quiet individuality of each grave strikes a positive note which takes me by surprise. The headstones may look the same, yet, like guardsmen on parade, each face is slightly different, and the varied plantings of roses, carnations, and shrubs add a personal touch. Most bear the cap badge of the soldier's regiment, originally chiselled by hand, along with his rank, name, date of death, his age when the clock stopped, when he sacrificed his life for his country. And there are some moving personal inscriptions, an option offered to families who could choose their own tribute, subject to approval, with a maximum permitted length of 66 characters, including spaces, for a fee of 3.5 pence per letter, about £2.50 in today's money. Many of the sentiments expressed are touchingly simple. No lad more tender, no lad more true, dearly loved by mother, father, and family. There is something that moves me, too, about the inscription on the headstone of Private Harry Pickup, buried in the military cemetery at Étaples. He gave his life for me, in ever-loving memory of my dead husband. One epitaph, of course, is repeated all too often. A soldier of the Great War, followed by Rudyard Kipling's haunting words, known unto God. And as I wander quietly among the rows of graves across the Somme, I find myself reading Kipling time and time again. Every single one of these stones, I remind myself, marks a family bereft, and wondering what happened to their boy, and where in the shell-ploughed hell of the battlefield he might lie. Because of my own combat experiences, the loss of close friends, and the lasting mental scars war leaves, I try not to dwell on my past. But these feelings creep up on me now and then, images of loss flickering at the back of my mind, and, to my surprise, I begin to recognize the fact that my journey to trace the origins of the unknown warrior has elements which are far more personal than I could possibly have imagined. I had begun researching a story about a man who died more than a century ago, but now I realize he's still right here among us. The unknown warrior is a kind of everyman, and every woman too, and I have met him once or twice myself. I know these people. I know the widows and children robbed of a husband or a father killed in service, whose body has never been recovered. I have attended the funerals of many friends, watched as families stand around a polished oak coffin in an English country church, feeling close for one last time to the man or woman they loved in life, and to whom, in death, they are now bidding farewell. But I now remember, I also know some relatives of the modern-day missing who never had the option of saying that final goodbye. London, November 2022. In the centre of the Royal Albert Hall's vast arena stands a petite 50-something lady in a black dress. Her shoulders shake as she struggles to contain her grief. Alone beneath the brilliant spotlights, with a vast image of her father projected onto the floor beside her amid swirling clouds, she has been doing her best to read aloud from the sheet of paper she's clinging to, the last letter her dad ever wrote to her. She composes herself as the band of His Majesty's Royal Marines launches into a plaintive lament. I hold my breath. "Dear Mary," she begins, "by the time you get this letter—" But it is too much, not just for Mary, for all of us. Tears stream down my face as I am confronted by the harsh reality of loss. Mary Fowler never had a chance to say goodbye to her father, Michael Foxy Fowler, killed when his ship was bombed during the Falklands conflict in 1982. His body was never recovered. There was no funeral, no burial or cremation. Foxy Fowler, alongside many of his comrades, went down with his ship, a modern unknown warrior. And 40 years on, his daughter is still bereft. Watching her hurting on stage, it feels as if her father could have been killed yesterday. Few events in British public life draw attention to the sacrifices of the fallen more effectively than the Royal British Legion's annual Festival of Remembrance at the Royal Albert Hall. And there is a lot riding on it this year, just a few months after the death of Queen Elizabeth II. This will also be the first Festival of Remembrance attended by the new King. I am truly honoured and delighted to have been invited to say a few words from the stage as part of a tribute to the late Queen. Although the rehearsal for my part is over, several of us have stayed to watch some of the other segments, including renowned Italian tenor Andrea Bocelli and a host of other stars. There is a lengthy sequence commemorating the 40th anniversary of the Falklands War, those who survived and those who never came home. Watching Mary Fowler talk about her loss amid projections of smoke, clouds, and the distant ocean where her father still lies ratchets our emotion to a new level. Later that day, just before the live performance, I chat to Mary over tea and sandwiches in a side room we share with other bereaved families. She admits that she is still worried that she may not get through the letter without bursting into tears. I murmur something about how proud her dad would be. She gives me a rueful smile and nods her thanks. That night, in front of the king, most of the royal family, thousands in the hall, and millions more watching on TV at home, she reads her father's last letter with a steadfastness and loving care that is only heightened by the hint of a tremor in her voice. She quietly composes herself each time her enduring pain threatens to burst through. For me, Mary's tribute to her missing father is perhaps the most moving moment in an evening crammed with moving moments. And exactly what this story and my journey in search of the unknown warrior is all about. Petty Officer Michael Foxy Fowler, respected sailor, loving husband and much-adored father, who died in battle in 1982, is from the same mould as those unknowns from 1916. It is Mary's solitary, lasting grief that helps me to understand more deeply the extraordinary sense of loss felt by so many in the face of those hundreds of thousands of the missing at the end of the First World War. More than this, the way Mary's story touches all of us as we sit in the shadows of the Royal Albert Hall, biting back the tears, gives me an insight into the way a single death can affect an entire community and continue to touch those left behind many decades later. The South Atlantic, April 1982. The round tower on Broad Street, just outside the docks at Portsmouth, was the best place to watch the big ships come in. Wives, children, mothers, fathers could stare across the Solent to Gosport and the Isle of Wight and see the approaching silhouettes from miles away. Mary Fowler went there often. Aged 13, she would hurry over from her secondary school in Southsea just in case. Her dad was a sailor on HMS Coventry, and he was due home from Gibraltar any day now. Michael was a wonderful father, patient, loving, and always joking around, so the sense of excitement at home was palpable. The Fowlers were an incredibly close family, and having him home after a long absence brought joy into their lives. "We did so much together, and he was always full of fun," recalls Mary, or Cuddly Head, as her father called her. Her parents were both very sociable, and her father and his Navy friends lived their lives to the full, but he always had time for her. I remember him explaining how light bulbs worked, and taking apart and fixing my hairdryer, showing me how the different parts functioned. Mary falters. I still remember that to this day. Mary is dyslexic, and he devoted himself to helping her with reading and spelling. He was so patient and understanding, but also loved doing daft stuff like throwing a wet flannel down the stairs at my head. He was always joking around. There was always laughter in the house. Just a few months earlier, he had surprised her with his choice of Christmas presents. Instead of the usual toys, he had brought me makeup and some of the beauty books all my teenage friends were so keen on. She smiles at the memory. It made me realize that I was finally growing up, and that he recognized I was no longer a little girl. But a telegram arrived that April with bad news. In the wake of Argentina's invasion of the Falkland Islands, Mary's family would have to wait a while longer for the laughter to resume. Rather than returning to dock at Portsmouth, HMS Coventry had joined the vast naval task force already steaming to the South Atlantic. Her dad was going to war, whatever that might mean. On board Coventry, the sailors knew almost as little as their families. The ship's skipper, Captain David Hart Dyke, had been looking forward to getting back to his wife and 2 daughters, 10-year-old Miranda, who would later become a famous comedian and TV actor, and 7-year-old Alice. A specialist navigator with a knack for diplomacy, Dyke had been surprised to be given the command of the guided missile destroyer, a very different challenge after his stint as the commander of the Royal Yacht Britannia. Dyke had been leading Coventry through a series of exercises in the Mediterranean when his flotilla was ordered to rearm, reprovision, and sail south. "It was quite traumatic when we knew we were going," he says. "Anxious letters from home increased our concerns as well. It was a very unsettling time." Michael Fowler and the rest of the ship's company shared his unease. "We were just getting ready to return home to our families," says Chief Petty Officer Russell Ellis, who shared quarters with Mary's father. Responsible for the ship's Sea Dart anti-aircraft missiles, Ellis would be at the forefront of any action. "We'd stopped off in Gibraltar for a few beers and to phone our families, letting them know we would be home in a few days." That phone call turned out to be the last time Russell Ellis would speak to his wife for months. For some of his fellow sailors, it would be the last time their families heard their voice. HMS Coventry's job would be to defend the other ships with her Sea Dart missiles. Argentina had more than 200 aircraft. It was clear that the ship's company were going to be extremely busy. There was no turning back. Foxy Fowler was regarded as a father figure and was highly respected by all who knew him, especially the younger sailors, many still in their teens, who worked with him in the ship's sonar control room. "His team knew they could always go to him for advice," says Russell Ellis. "He was lithe, fit as a fiddle, and sociable. Foxy was a commanding presence on board. As the damage control petty officer, he had to prepare the entire crew how best to respond if the worst happened, instructing the ship's firefighters and first aid parties, training the crew to repair battle damage, and perhaps most importantly of all, preparation for an event every sailor fears, abandoning ship. This meant training the crew in the use of life jackets and their 20-man inflatable life rafts. Launching and boarding a life raft in the heaving, freezing waters of the South Atlantic, possibly while still under air attack, was a fearsome challenge we never really believed would happen. Fowler's skill at counselling the younger men was put to the test early on after a visiting admiral put the wind up the crew. "Make no mistake, this is going to be a tough war," he told them, "and we can expect ship losses. We might as well face that now, as well as the fact that some of you may not be returning home." "I think the Admiral's intention was to come and give us a pep talk," one young sailor said, "but in my view he singularly failed. I just stood there and thought, some bloody pep talk this is, and with that off he went. Everybody's chin was just hitting the deck. It was extremely busy in the engineer's workshop after that. Everybody was stamping their name, their service number, and their blood group onto dog tags. They all thought they were going to die." Russell Ellis and his friend Foxy would privately discuss their concerns about what lay ahead. Coventry was a close-knit family, and as senior ratings we had to show confidence to all our troops and boost their morale as best we could. We had to ensure we showed no apprehension about the task before us. Foxy was confident in our abilities and a great leader in the way he prepared us for war. As news of Argentinian air attacks on other elements of the task force began to reach them, Fowler would lead the men through various scenarios, evacuating the injured, damage control, firefighting, shoring up breaches, and more. The two friends would have long conversations about how to react, both as individuals and as a ship's company. "What if we were hit by a bomb? What if we were holed beneath the waterline?" says Ellis. "You go through everything in the hope that you are prepared if the worst happens." Foxy would orchestrate it all. He would brief us on the drills for abandoning ship and getting into the life rafts again and again. Of course, we never thought it would happen, but in the military you always hope for the best while preparing for the worst. Back in Portsmouth, Mary Fowler's family were hoping for the best too. Night after night, they would watch the news unfolding on TV. I can still see the image of the government spokesman as he gave his press statements. She shakes her head. Still see his heavy-rimmed glasses and hear his steady, almost musical tones as he spoke about what was happening and, as the conflict developed, which ships had been attacked. Most of the family's information came from the news. They had hushed conversations, especially after the sinking of the Argentinian ship, the General Belgrano, in which 323 men died on the 2nd of May 1982. And then again, 2 days later, after HMS Coventry's sister ship, HMS Sheffield, was hit by an Exocet missile and 20 members of the crew lost their lives. Even though her mother and older brother tried to explain, it was difficult for the young teenager to make sense of what it all really meant. We would sit at the kitchen table late at night, discussing what was happening, she says. There was no doubt that thousands of miles away my dad was in great danger. It was quite disconcerting. Fowler and Ellis had watched Sheffield burning in the distance. They both had friends on the doomed ship, but their job was to rally their own troops now that the gloves were off, to focus on their own survival. Of course Sheffield was the only topic of conversation that night in the mess, says Ellis. We had a minute's silence and raised a small glass of rum to lost comrades. Then Foxy began to discuss how we would react if we were hit, how we might prepare for a similar missile strike. It was clear that the war had been brought home to us in a very personal way. We knew that people had died, gone down with their ship, but nobody said the words out loud, and although there was certainly more dying to do, you just didn't think about what it actually meant. You didn't think about people never going home. There was a war to be fought, and that was our reality. Though he kept his own fears as far as he could beneath the surface, they would come back to him when he was alone in his bunk. I had a wife and 3 young kids. What would happen to them if I died? We were embarking on a journey into the unknown, and I think we were all trying to work out how we would react when the time came for us to go over the top and face the enemy for the first time. With friends already dead, it was not a comfortable prospect. Russell Ellis echoes the feelings of those young Tommies waiting in the trenches in 1916. That same queasy sensation of wondering if you might survive the next few hours, or even the next few minutes. The men heading south aboard HMS Coventry would have been more than aware of the catastrophic loss of life in both world wars and the ease with which soldiers, sailors, and airmen can be turned from individuals into statistics in the blink of an eye. The technology may have changed, but the nagging fear of approaching battle had not. And, as on the Western Front, waiting was the hardest part. It was hard, knowing an attack was inevitable. It certainly plays on your mind, says Ellis. War can be boring when you're not fighting, just staring at the radar screen, knowing there's going to be nothing there until the next morning, but deep down you know that danger will eventually come. His words make me think of the description of a British Army sentry written by Tom Kettle, the Irish poet-statesman whose body was never found after he was killed at Ginchy, close to High Wood, in September 1916. A figure in khaki stands with his steel helmet forming a bulge over the parapet as he peers through the night towards the German lines. Over there, in no man's land, there are shell holes and unburied men. There are 2 sinister fences of barbed wire, on the barbs of which blood-stained strips of uniform and fragments more sinister have been known to hang uncollected for a long time. Strange things issue from no man's land, and the eyes of the army never close or flinch. And so, strained, tense, and immovable, he leans and looks forward into the night of menace. That feeling of menace, understood by all who prepare for battle, pervaded the atmosphere as the Falklands conflict steadily unfolded. I think most people were thinking, are we going to survive this? And how will my family survive if I don't make it home? Recalls Russell Ellis. You never say it out loud, but I'm fairly sure everybody must have been thinking it at some point. I certainly was. But the harsh reality of war means you just carry on. And as the days ground on, we became more confident in our capabilities, more steely too. Put simply, we had to try to kill the enemy before they killed us. Back in England, Russell's family were doing their best to celebrate his birthday when British landings on the Falklands began in the early hours of the 21st of May 1982. In response, Argentinian air attacks came in thick and fast. But Captain Hart Dyke still managed to find a moment to send Russell Ellis a chocolate egg as a gift, though the crew's hearty rendition of Happy Birthday was interrupted by the incoming hostiles. Coventry had already fired her Sea Dart missiles in anger in the previous days, shooting down a number of enemy aircraft. But now the Argentinian Air Force began to attack the British fleet with increased ferocity. Every now and then, between raids, I remember Foxy would pop his head into the ops room and check how we were all doing, and if we needed anything, Russell recollects. And in quiet periods, when we were not at action stations, he would sit near my position and would discuss how the war was going. When might it end? We'd crack the odd joke and then get back to work. We never actually said the words, but the unspoken question was, what is tomorrow going to bring? We knew the 25th of May would be a bad day, says Russell, looking back. The Argentinian National Day was equivalent to the 4th of July for Americans. There was a feeling that they would do all they could to win back a bit of glory for their motherland. I felt very apprehensive. We knew they would be throwing everything against us, and stuck so close to the land, we were effectively acting as bait to draw the enemy, like pawns on a chessboard. Things were hotting up, recalls Captain Hart Dyke. I personally felt that if we survived the 25th, we would survive the war. It was going to be a difficult day. In the operations room, 3 decks below the bridge, he was mindful of the gathering storm. Intercepted Argentinian radio signals gave the intelligence officers a good idea of what was coming. It wasn't pretty. We knew exactly what they were doing, how many fighters were taking off, and who they were going for, he says. We detected the enemy flying straight for us, clearly determined to destroy us. In Portsmouth, the 25th of May was a warm, slightly muggy day, with a stiff southwesterly breeze making the white horses dance on the Solent. Just a few scattered clouds scudded across the sky. But it was far from business as usual in the town. Hundreds of local sailors had sailed south, and the fate of too many families was wrapped up in the conflict unfolding in the South Atlantic, and they had all seen that morning's searing headline in the local paper. Fireball death of warship, Antelope explodes. On the buses and in the streets, the sense of foreboding was palpable. What would today's news bring? Apart from the butterflies dancing in the pit of her stomach, Mary Fowler's Tuesday at school had been much like any other. Studying a map of the world during a geography class, she searched for the tiny red pinprick representing the Falkland Islands. None of her school friends had fathers on the task force, so they were not really aware of what she was going through. The war seemed so distant, but Mary thought about her dad every day, and every day he was away was a day closer to the moment he would come home. That evening, while her mother prepared supper, Mary got stuck into her homework. Across the world, 7,862 miles away, 4 Argentinian A4 Skyhawk jets were screaming fast and low across Falkland Sound. 2 sinister pairs, Vulcano flight, followed closely by Zeus flight. Russell Ellis was jolted awake as "Hands to action stations!" blasted over the ship's loudspeakers. There was no time for fear, he says quietly. I dressed quickly and scrabbled around trying to find my life jacket. In the initial rush, I forgot to zip up my bunk and secure it. You don't want any of your gear flying around if the ship is hit, so I turned back to sort it out, but Foxy was already there. "No problem, Eli," he said to me. "I'll do your bunk, mate. Just make sure you take out a few more of those A4s. Ellis still has a clear picture of Fowler in the momentary calm before the storm. He was smiling, carrying his own life jacket and wearing his uniform jacket along with his flash hood and gloves. He pauses. I still remember being distracted by the brass buttons on his jacket. Things were happening very fast, but with a strange clarity. I said, "Thanks, shipmate, I owe you one." Ellis's voice trails off again. While he raced to his Sea Dart station to prepare for the incoming attack, Fowler hurried to his own action station in the junior rates dining hall along with his highly trained damage control team. In the operations room, Hartdyke and his men knew the aircraft were coming for them, but where the hell were they? Nearby, HMS Broadsword had managed to pick up the hostiles on radar, but with the landmass of Pebble Island cluttering Coventry's radar picture, there was nothing visible on their own screens. At the last moment, one of the lookouts spotted them, 2 glinting pinpricks on the horizon. At the missile desk in the operations room, Russell Ellis and his team had been scanning their screens for a while, hammering their fists in frustration, fighting to achieve a missile lock. Why wouldn't their Sea Dart bloody lock on? Ellis knew the answer. The ragged contours of Pebble Island were interfering with their radar picture, playing havoc with its ability to identify the attackers. At last, Sea Dart had achieved a successful lock. With the sound of an express train racing through a tunnel, the whole ship shook as a missile hammered into the sky, dragging a dazzling rope of white smoke behind it. But even as the solid fuel booster was accelerating the 14-foot Sea Dart off its launcher, Ellis knew it had been wasted. The radar lock had almost immediately been lost. Volcano Flight were first in to attack. Coventry and Broadsword's crews opened fire with everything they had. The main 4.5-inch gun with its sleek anti-aircraft shells and the starboard 20mm Oerlikon cannon, a Second World War weapon designed well before the era of fast jets. Machine guns clattered away from the flight deck. Then there was the frantic pop-pop-pop of those armed with their personal rifles taking potshots at the deadly intruders. Initially, it was HMS Broadsword's turn. The frigate looked the softer target, compared with the more concentrated fire and smoke coming from Coventry. A Seawolf short-range missile had managed to achieve a missile lock, but a split second later a computer glitch caused the system to reset. The crew battled frantically to bring the system back online. Too late. The 2 aircraft released their weapons, then howled over the ship. One bomb tore through Broadsword, sliced up through her flight deck, tearing the nose off the ship's Lynx helicopter. Fire broke out, but miraculously the bomb carried on, exploding harmlessly in the sea beyond. Now it was HMS Coventry's turn. Her time as a pawn on the battlefield chessboard was almost up, as Zeus Flight launched their low-level attack. As shells and bullets continued to ravage their approach, the Argentinian pilots pressed on, one later admitting that he'd closed his eyes, telling himself, "I've had it, but I'll get this ship before I die." "Brace, brace, brace!" echoed over Coventry's PA system. Then a strangled shout of, "Take cover!" "I've never been so scared in my whole life," recalled one sailor, who can still vividly picture the incoming aircraft skimming low over the water, "and I hope to God I'm never that scared again." Chris Howe, the ship's communications and electronic warfare specialist, remembers turning to Captain Hartdyke. "We're about to get attacked by—" he began as 3 bombs struck the ship. I'm not sure if I had actually finished my sentence when there was a thud. My life just slowed down completely, as though I was living in a slow-motion film. Russell Ellis could hear the jets screaming overhead. There was a couple of dull thumps. I thought, that really doesn't sound good. Then there was silence. I still remember those quiet few seconds every night. The 1,000-pound bombs, armed with delay-action fuses, had penetrated the ship. I remember this terrible hush in the ops room, says Hartdyke. It seemed to last a very long time. The bomb exploded in a computer room, says Chris Howe. There was a flash, and then a fireball was rolling around the operations room searching for the oxygen. Unable to dodge it, Howe became tinder for the rampaging fire. My arm was burning, he grimaces. My skin was literally alight, and I was trying to slap out the flames with my left hand. As the thick, searing smoke enveloped him, Chris remembers wanting to lie down, desperate for it all to stop. Then an image of his wife and children flashed into his mind. Something was forcing him onward. You are not ending your life here, not like this. I didn't hear any explosion or feel any blast, says Russell Ellis. I just remember the ops room implode, and the screen in front of me beginning to melt and fold before my eyes, all in total silence. I was blown off my chair and lying on the deck, breathing in black, toxic, horrific smoke. I tasted the rubber and the wire going down into my lungs as I sucked in the remnants of the burning equipment. He passed out. The first thing I remember was a terrific blast, says Captain Hartdyke. Then heat, searing heat, total chaos and devastation, people on fire. Others were desperately trying to find enough air to stay alive. I could hear the guys in the computer room burning to death, remembered another survivor. One was trying to get out, and I crawled over to try to help pull him up. He fell back through the hatch into the flames. Those screams will never leave me. A few seconds later, Ellis came round. I couldn't see anything. I could just hear screaming. At that instant I thought I would die. Hartdyke, too, was preparing for the end. The smoke was thickening in the ops room. I was suffocating. I was trapped, but completely rational. I saw no alternative but to die. I was surprised by how calm I was. Actually, I felt quite concerned about who was going to mow the lawn at home in my absence. Moments later, he was bemused to find himself in the starboard passage with no idea how he had got there. He was alive, could breathe, but then I felt the whole ship lurch to port. I knew that it was doomed, that it was the death throes of my ship. Chris Howe, too, was making his way in the same direction. I realized then that I only had a pair of boots on, along with my underwear and a piece of shirt collar. Everything else, my anti-flash hood and all, had been blown clean off me. All that was left was my wedding ring and my St. Christopher, which I still wear today. Russell Ellis had spotted a flicker of light through the acrid smoke, and despite being badly burned, managed to crawl towards it. Coventry was healing badly, and water was lapping into the lower decks. It was all happening in slow motion. I staggered up some stairs where a young sailor helped me, saying, "Chief, you got no clothes on." All my clothes had been blasted and burned off, apart from my boots, belt, and underpants. That was it. I was burned from head to foot. Ellis remembered Foxy Fowler's survival training and was helped into a high-vis survival suit before sliding down the side of the ship. The shock of the icy Atlantic hit him hard. His comrade had forgotten to do up the suit's collar, and it filled with water. In reality, it was actually a good thing. His eyes light up. It doused and blanched my burns, soothing and cooling them. A life raft materialized among the other lumps of bright orange flotsam, and he was hauled aboard. Chris Howe, also assisted by a friend, had staggered zombie-like onto an upper deck. When he finally felt fresh air on his skin, the pain made its mark. "I could feel I was badly burned," he says. "Adrenaline kicks in, and it's utter agony. My back was stripped of skin down through several layers." He was also hitched into a survival suit and tumbled down the side of the ship like a sack of coal. Captain Hart Dyke had watched the unfolding drama almost spellbound. "I never actually gave the order to abandon ship. I was in no position to give orders, but it was the only thing to do, so the younger members of the crew took the initiative, launching the life rafts and so on. Everyone was calm, helping each other. It was remarkable." A total of 280 crewmen escaped the conflagration. Behind them, HMS Coventry sank in 25 minutes. "In the life raft, someone gave me a shot of morphine," says Russell Ellis. "I remember peering out and watching Coventry turn over. It was an unreal, devastating sight. This is your home, your life, your world, dying in front of your eyes, and you know that some of your mates are going down with it." Everything had gone. Every personal possession, every letter, every photograph. All I had left was my underwear, boots, and a belt. Many of my colleagues had made the ultimate sacrifice, and they were gone too. The men had been trained to wait 24 hours before opening the life raft's emergency canisters containing survival equipment, water, chocolate, and other rations. But the rescue was already underway, and they had just come within an inch of being burned alive, then drowning. Within minutes, the canisters were cracked open. "And fuck me," says one survivor with a broad grin, "there's fags in the ration packs. Sod the fact that I'd given up for the past 3 months. I started again." Next morning, in Portsmouth, the local newspaper began to drop through letterboxes. Another bald headline screaming from the front page. For many, this was the first they had heard of the tragedy. HMS Coventry sunk. Huge loss of life. "It was a terrible time for the families," says Ellis, looking back on the experience 40 years later. "I think that our loved ones waiting at home had a worse time than us in battle, not knowing if we were alive or dead. Which families were going to be among the lucky ones, which were about to be overcome by a sense of loss that would be lodged in their hearts forever." Blissfully unaware of the events taking place thousands of miles away, Mary Fowler walked to school that morning, wondering when she would see her dad again. When she got home later, a crowd was gathered outside. Mum and Dad were heavily involved in the Scout movement, and one of the other leaders was coming out of the front door, she remembers sadly. Why was he there? What had happened so that the house was full of my parents' friends and colleagues? What did it all mean? It meant that, in the aftermath of the attack and the crew abandoning ship, her father was missing, fate unknown. It was a terrible few days. All we could do was wait and hope and pray. I remember us joking that Dad would probably be in a life raft, furious that his tobacco had got wet, that he'd be keeping everyone's spirits up. He was always meticulous and very tidy, so we knew he'd be really annoyed at all the mess caused by the ship sinking. That was our way of keeping our spirits up, I suppose. We never thought for 1 minute that he wouldn't come home to us. One of the Argentinian bombs had exploded inside the aft engine room, the blast totally destroying the dining room above, where Michael Foxy Fowler and his damage control party were based. He and his team had no chance. 17 of the crew died in the ship. 2 more were killed in the process of trying to abandon her. After a couple of days, we were told the news that Dad was now listed as missing, presumed dead. Mary's voice breaks. We were later told that he had gone down with the ship, that his remains would not be coming back to the UK. Weeks later, as the task force began to head home, Mary and her family would watch the news with its images of joyous celebration and happy reunions. As the bands played, families welcomed back husbands, fathers, brothers. News footage from the time shows cheering HMS Coventry survivors aboard the QE2, waving banners and flags. "My whole school was given a day off to go down to the port and be part of the welcome," says Mary. "I didn't go." She would turn away from the screen when the evening news was on the TV. "I didn't want to be part of the story. There were no celebrations in our house. We remained hunkered down behind closed doors." Recovering in hospital, as the news filtered through, Russell Ellis gradually learned the fate of his shipmates. "I still give thanks that I'm alive, but my personal survival was tinged by deep, heart-rending sadness that so many friends had gone. 19 members of my naval family." Ellis sits in silence for a moment, reflecting on the enormity of the experience through which he had lived more than 4 decades earlier. It is all, even now, still excruciatingly fresh. We have a reunion every year, where we raise a glass of rum and make a toast to our friends still on patrol in the South Atlantic. It is their personal tribute to lost friends with no normal burial place. "The families of the missing don't have graves at home to visit," he says quietly. "Their final resting place is thousands of miles away on the ship where they fought and died. But even then, you can't see it, can't visit it. You can stand next to the memorial on Pebble Island and look out towards the spot they went down, but that's all." His words take me back to the trenches at Beaumont-Hamel and the tens of thousands of people who have made their own journeys to the battlefields of the Somme, seeking to find closure and perhaps even closeness to the father, uncle, grandfather, or husband, to the unknown warrior they had lost. "I used to have a lot of silent periods," admits Ellis. "I don't know where I went. I suppose I was thinking of what happened. I mean, why was I lucky? Why did I survive when 19 friends did not? Why did I make it home?" It is a question many of us who have survived the vagaries of war regularly ask ourselves. Mary Fowler still wonders why it was her father who didn't come home. She treasures the last letter he sent her, the same letter, jotted with a biro on the 17th of April 1982, that she read at the Royal Albert Hall 40 years later. "Dear Mary, I hope you received your birthday card all right. I'm sorry it was a bit babyish. It was the only one left in the canteen on board. We're all very warm in the sun, but as we go south I suppose that will change. By the time you get this letter, your birthday will have come and gone, but I do hope you have had a good, happy one. I'm sorry I can't be with you, but I shall be thinking of you. I suppose your mum is a little upset and maybe a bit short-tempered, so I would like you to look after her and make things as easy as you can for her. I'm afraid I do not know when I shall be home again, but let's hope it's not too far away. Well, love, that is about all for now. So till next time, God bless, and take care of yourself. Love, Dad. Kiss, kiss, kiss." As it was for the families of the soldiers who had marched off to war in 1914, at first, Mary says, it was very hard to square in her mind the difference between the very much alive, funny, and devoted Dad who had sent her this letter and the missing in action Dad who was never going to come home. How could both be possible? And where exactly was he now? "It took a while," she says, "but eventually we accepted that he wasn't coming home, and nor was a body. There would be no coffin, no funeral. There weren't even any possessions to return, no photographs, no clothes, no letters, not even a pen or comb. Everything had disappeared at the same time he did." Mary gives a shrug of weary surrender. he'd just gone, and that was the end of our story. That summer, the Fowler family held a memorial service at the Trinity Church in Southsea. Everyone came. Her father's pals from the Navy and from the Scouts, family, neighbours, old friends. The congregation wore either uniform or else funereal black. There were flowers, hymns, and readings. But one thing was missing, says Mary sadly, a coffin. There was nothing physical. We had nothing to look at, nothing to touch. No grave to stand beside and talk about him, or to him. We had nothing. It hit my family hard, made it much more difficult fully to understand what had happened, to accept his death. She lapses into silence, and I wonder if I should not have asked so much about her missing father, encouraged her to revisit such pain. But the experience of those not granted the blessed closure of being able to bury a body has not changed over the years. Mary's tragedy sheds further light on how Padre Railton's concept for the unknown warrior was such powerful medicine for a country in mourning in 1920. Norfolk, August 1990. I was 19 years old and had been in the RAF for just over a year when HMS Coventry went down. Like everyone in Britain, I followed the war closely, and as a new serviceman, those Falklands deaths hit me pretty hard. Some of the dead were younger than me. It was a real wake-up call. Perhaps one day my life too could be on the line. Nearly 9 years later, after Iraq's invasion of Kuwait, and with war brewing in the Gulf, these thoughts came to the surface once again. As an RAF navigator on Tornadoes in 1990, many of us were preparing to deploy to the region to evict the invaders. Having heard Mary's story, I have a far better appreciation of how my own family must have felt, mentally preparing for the day when we would head off to war, a war from which some of us would not return. Jenny Green, now an elegant matriarch in her 70s, was going through that process in August 1990. Her husband, Bill, was a popular squadron commander at a tornado base in Norfolk. He would shortly be leading his personnel to the Gulf, and Jenny was steeling herself for his departure. Like all military spouses, she was never totally comfortable with the risks involved in fast jet flying, but she did her best to remain philosophical. Everyone had lost many friends killed in training, but as your husband heads out of the door, you never really think that you might never see them again. She gives a wry smile. If you thought that way, you would never let them go. It had been a warm, dry summer. Prince, New Kids on the Block, and Madonna were in the top 10. Bill and Jenny's teenage children, Jeremy and Philippa, were both home from boarding school, and the four of them were looking forward to spending a few days together as a family in Northumberland. A brief lull before the storm, there would be long walks on the beach, plenty of time for goodbyes. On Tuesday the 16th of August, the night before the trip north, Bill had one last training sortie to complete. Jenny hadn't mentioned the strange dream she'd had 2 nights earlier. It was totally ridiculous and bizarre, and had never happened before, she says now almost apologetically. I suppose it was something to do with the fact that he was about to be deployed to the war zone, and that some of our friends and colleagues had been killed in crashes over the previous few weeks. Jenny had dreamed she was at Bill's funeral, looking at his coffin in a church. "Do you really have to fly tonight?" she asked him. He did. That was that. And the events of the next 24 hours are indelibly imprinted on my brain, even though it was over 30 years ago. However much you think you know what it might be like, because you have seen others go through it, it is very different when it happens to you, when it is your life. She remembers the doorbell jangling her awake at 1 a.m. Assuming Bill had forgotten his keys, she headed downstairs. A cursory check through the blurry spy hole revealed a figure in full dress uniform, gold braid on a polished peaked cap. It was Bill's station commander. "As soon as I saw him, I knew that my life had changed forever," she says. "He didn't even have to say the words." Bill's Tornado had not returned from the training sortie over the North Sea. He and his navigator were both missing, presumed dead. It would later emerge that during a bombing maneuver they had hit the sea at nearly 600 miles per hour. No attempt had been made to eject. Both of them had been killed instantly. They told me he was missing and that there was no hope for him or his navigator being found alive. While Jenny immediately accepted her husband was dead, she didn't fully comprehend that his body would never be found, and she certainly had no concept of how this would impact her family. In almost every other aviation accident, some human remains are normally recovered, she says, with the melancholy benefit of her years of experience as an RAF wife. So there is conclusive proof that someone has died. Initially, that absence of a body was not uppermost in her mind. She was too wrapped up in the shock of Bill's death, how to talk to her children about it, and how they were all going to cope with their life-changing loss. At that immediate moment, I didn't really understand what missing would mean to me over the coming days, weeks, and months. But the lack of proof soon began to niggle and rankle. Her 15-year-old daughter, Philippa, wondered if perhaps the crash was a cover. At first she refused to believe he was dead. She thought he had been spirited away on a secret mission, something important for the war effort, and that he would eventually return home to us. Even Jenny herself, a bright and pragmatic woman who had met Bill when they were both studying at Oxford University, began to have her doubts. I suppose there was a tiny bit of me that wondered if this could be true. He had been attached to the Special Air Service as a liaison officer on an earlier tour, and was never allowed to talk even to his family about some of the tasks he'd been involved with. Perhaps he really was off on some secret mission. I knew in my heart that it couldn't be true, but it does play on your mind. She is not alone in allowing her mind to stray into the realms of the incredible. Another widow, who also lost her pilot husband in a crash at sea, tells the same story. Without a body, it was difficult to draw a line under the situation. For many years after the accident, I would dream that there would be a knock at the door and my husband would be standing there. Perhaps he had been on some sort of secret mission and couldn't contact anyone. Now it was over, he had returned. It was silly, but without his body, there was always a thread of hope. Jenny pauses as she takes stock of her own willingness, albeit momentary, to believe the impossible. I think that when someone dies and there is no body to bury, it is always difficult fully to accept they have truly gone. With no Bill and no body, it was terrible that I couldn't say a final goodbye. There was no proof, which was difficult for us all. The precision with which she is able to anatomize her loss is deeply touching, and I am fascinated by the way her words echo Mary Fowler's. Going back to school after her first summer holiday without her father was difficult. I was overwhelmed by the whole situation, and trying to come to terms with what it all meant, Mary says. There was no counselling or professional help in those days. You just had to cope on your own. As a teenage girl, it was a very tough time. She hesitates. It still is. Grief becomes your friend. You are always sad about that personal loss, and it becomes part of you. Like Mary's family, the Greens held a memorial service for Bill. It was a full military funeral, all the pomp and ceremony expected, including a tornado flypast, says Jenny. Although obviously there was no coffin. Bill's cap, with his group captain's gold braid on the peak, was on a stand alongside a large photograph of him in uniform at the front of the church, as representative of my husband as any coffin might have been. As at Foxy Fowler's memorial service, The church was packed with a congregation in mourning black or military uniform. Jenny remembers it as a very sombre occasion, and one with a certain edge, too. After the ceremony, the vicar told me that some people had felt very disturbed during the service. In the absence of any coffin, they felt that Bill was there as a physical presence. She pauses, then adds briskly, "Personally, I didn't have any of those feelings or emotions." On the other hand, she made sure that for many years after Bill's death, the service cap, which represented him at his memorial, still sat on a table in the hall, exactly where he would leave it when he came home. As a journalist from the Sydney Morning Herald eloquently put it when reflecting on the missing of the Great War, "There are few things more expressive than a dead soldier's empty cap, the last remnant of him above earth." Thinking of Mary Fowler and her profound sadness at what little her family was left with by which to remember her father, I can see how valuable these mementos can be. One friend told me that they thought it was rather macabre to have Bill's hat sitting there as a memory, says Jenny. But tragically, a little while later, one of her children died, and the next time we spoke, she told me that she absolutely understood the need to have a memory, a symbol that a person is no longer with us. Mary Fowler says that before she read her father's letter at the Royal Albert Hall, she went through her mother's small box of memorabilia. The letters written but never delivered, returned unopened after his death, a couple of telegrams and a few photos. "It's all we have left of Dad," she says. "Everything else went down on the ship with him and his friends." Such valuable keepsakes made me think of Alec Reader and his copy of Treasure Island, and of David Railton doing his best to return wedding rings taken from the knuckles of dead soldiers to their widows. I do have empathy with all of those hundreds or thousands of people who didn't get back the body of a relative after the First World War, says Jenny Green. With so many men missing and the fate of so many men unknown, the nation needed some way to come together, to commemorate, to acknowledge those losses and events. She pauses. Sometimes you have to experience death, loss, and tragedy in order to fully understand what it means to those who are left behind. Mary Fowler agrees. "Shopping last Christmas, I was in a lift with a man and his daughter. They were chatting and joking about Christmas presents and the upcoming holiday. I suddenly realized how much life I had missed with my own father. 40 years on, I still wonder what might have been. I still wonder where my dad is." Chapter 7. The Chosen One. Saint-Paul-sur-Ternoise, Northern France, Spring 2023. Where is my dad? Where is my husband? The questions Mary Fowler and Jenny Green still ask would have echoed across the world at the end of the Great War. And now, examining the names of dead Frenchmen on an unusually stark memorial in northern France, I find it difficult to comprehend the numbers involved. In Britain alone, hundreds of thousands of families were touched by the loss of a missing soldier, sailor, or airman, and everyone wanted to know the same thing: where were they? Even those who could answer the question were still denied the solace and closure of bringing their loved one's body back home. The dream of healing this numbing national heartache had driven the Reverend David Railton relentlessly to create a permanent memorial to the missing, with the burial of an unknown warrior in Westminster Abbey, the nation's parish church. To Railton's relief, by late October 1920, the King and Prime Minister were both on board, and Lord Curzon's Memorial Services Committee, set up by the government to implement the scheme, were immersed in its planning. Curzon had already been tasked with organising the grand ceremonial parade on Armistice Day and the unveiling of Lutyens's permanent cenotaph in Whitehall. Now he was instructed to conjure up a state funeral for the unknown warrior, as monumental as if the man in the coffin had been a garlanded national leader, not an anonymous soldier. But time was short, and with only 3 weeks to go before the ceremony, many doubts still remained. Could one man, one body, really represent 500,000 missing? Who should this warrior be? Who was going to make the choice? And how could the process be kept secret for all eternity? These questions and the urgent search for somebody who was nobody have brought me on yet another punishingly hot day to the boxy little town of Saint-Paul-sur-Ternoise, 50 miles south of Calais. While Lord Curzon was planning the white-gloved rituals and precision-choreographed parades that would transform the burial of an anonymous bag of bones into a profoundly resonant national spectacle, this is where the process would begin. Twinned with the town of Hebden Bridge in West Yorkshire, Saint-Paul is a hilly commune with fewer than 5,000 inhabitants. A few miles away lurk the concrete remnants of one of the massive bunkers that once housed elements of Hitler's V-1 flying bomb program. Saint-Paul became an important transit stop for the German goods trains and an obvious target for the Allied bombers, which destroyed much of the town and its original 1922 war memorial during the Second World War. At the end of the First World War, it had become the headquarters of the Directorate of Graves Registration and Inquiries, or DGR&E, a place where people were doing their absolute damnedest to identify where the missing were buried. Brigadier General Louis Wyatt, who had been wounded in the Boer War, was now the officer in charge of all British troops in France and Flanders. Under his direction, it was from here that the ongoing campaign to exhume, identify, and formally rebury the dead was conducted. Although Saint-Paul had been preoccupied with the business of death, it was a thriving community too. The men arranged hockey matches, and the camp even had its own mascot, Old Bill, a venerable fox terrier. Vere Brodie described Saint-Paul as a very happy home to everyone. An aristocratic volunteer nurse from the Highlands of Scotland, Vere had been drafted in to lead the 31 members of the Women's Army Auxiliary Corps, known as WAC, who worked alongside the men. The camp was mainly engaged in searching the battlefields for the fallen, who were each given a service in the new cemetery, whether they had been identified or not. They must have provided a welcome contrast to the all-male regimentation of Saint-Paul when they emerged from their own quarters, popularly known as the Wackery. We had been well spoiled, from the general to the privates, but it was appreciated, said Vere, and I think we all did some spoiling in return. I scanned the bleak, grassless space opposite the town's railway station. 3 French flags flutter in the breeze. I know it must be here somewhere, not the Wackery, which is long gone, along with the army hospital, military buildings, even the divisional baths, where grubby soldiers could once have had a restorative soak. My gaze is drawn to a stone cross, surrounded by dead flowers. It turns out to be a monument to Charles de Gaulle, the leader of the Free French in the Second World War, and still a patriotic hero for many. Then, a few yards away from the cross, set in the midst of a bed of desiccated rose bushes, I glimpse a small white headstone. It doesn't look like much, considering what it commemorates, but here, on the slab of grey slate attached to the front, is the inscription I have been searching for. The body of the British unknown warrior was selected at Saint-Paul on the night of the 7th to the 8th of November 1920, taken to Westminster Abbey, and interred there on the 11th of November 1920. Surrounded by soulless concrete buildings and the roar of traffic speeding along the road behind me, I take in these words. Turning away, something at its base catches my eye. A child's cuddly toy? I bend down. Half hidden in the dry earth is a sun-bleached, woolen commemorative wreath, the size and shape of a deck quoit. A printed card tells me it was left by the Royal British Legion Cyclists Branch during a recent commemorative cycle ride through the battlefields. The faded, rain-blurred scrawl in royal blue ink more than 100 years after the event this stone commemorates, makes me pause once more. We shall not forget. London, 20th of October, 1920. On an autumnal evening in Westminster Abbey, footsteps echoed in the nave. The Dean, the Right Reverend Herbert Ryle, was engaged in hushed conversation with a representative of Lord Curzon's committee as they contemplated the final resting place of the unknown warrior. The approach to the great west door had already been selected as the most public and accessible location, but there was still the question of whether the grave should be sited right in front of the entrance or further away, near David Livingstone, the legendary explorer and anti-slavery campaigner. Outside the Westminster bubble, there was no shortage of attention-grabbing newspaper stories vying for prominence. The Daily Mirror reported that Britain's railwaymen and miners were threatening a general strike, that anti-British violence continued in Ireland, and detailed the case unfolding at Battersea Magistrates' Court concerning two schoolgirls who had each been paid 15 shillings to bunk off school and spend 2 hours dolled up as mannequins at Arding and Hobbs' department store in Clapham Junction. Elsewhere, the fire brigade was still fighting to extinguish a vast blaze at London's Hop Exchange, and King Alexander of Greece was gravely ill after being bitten by his pet monkey. But countless snippets surrounding the upcoming ceremony and burial were now appearing almost daily. Even though the full details of the unknown warrior's funeral were still under discussion, the Nottingham Evening Post confidently declared it would be, without doubt, the most impressive and the most inspiring service the great abbey has ever seen. Saint-Paul-sur-Ternoise, 22nd of October, 1920. The heavy weather over France was finally beginning to lift when a messenger clutching an envelope marked "Secret" from Lieutenant General Sir George Macdonogh, the Adjutant General and one of the most senior officers in the army, was admitted to General Wyatt's headquarters at Saint-Paul. Unknown warrior. The following provisional instructions have been issued by the AG in connection with the interment of an unknown warrior in Westminster Abbey on Armistice Day. The Director of the Graves Registration Service will exercise his discretion as to location from which the body is to be exhumed. Date of original burial should be as far back as possible. Under instructions to be issued later, the body will be conveyed to Calais and there placed in a full-sized coffin which will be sent out from England. Sufficient soil is to be sent with the body to cover the coffin and fill a full-sized grave. War Office, 33 to 38 Baker Street, 22nd of October, 1920. The pressure was on. The process had begun, and General Louis Wyatt became its main driver. Quiet and highly principled, he loved the natural world and bird life in particular. He always walked with his dog beside him, his daughter remembered. He was emphatic you should finish a job if you started it. He hated boasting, and he made lifelong friends. That insistence on finishing a job properly was going to come in handy. The bird-loving general had a little over a fortnight in which to ensure a body that fitted the bill was selected and prepared for transport across the Channel in time for Armistice Day. Many years later, he outlined his initial thoughts upon receiving his instructions. A. The body must be a British soldier, and that there could be no means of him being identified. B. A body should be chosen from each of the 4 big battle areas: Aisne, Somme, Arras, Ypres. C. The bodies should be brought to my headquarters at Saint-Paul and placed in the chapel on the 8th of November 1920. D. The parties bringing the body should at once return to their areas. The emphasis on secrecy was so great, the importance of the chosen warrior remaining absolutely unknown so essential, that for days the general opted to hold his fire before ordering his shortlisted candidates to be brought for final selection. and he was fortunate in having many resourceful officers on his staff. Foremost among them was the remarkable Lieutenant Colonel Edward Gell. The Cambridge-educated ordained vicar had enjoyed remarkable success as an amateur heavyweight boxer during the Boer War, then declared at the start of the First World War that he would be more useful as a fighting officer than as a chaplain. Wounded at Beaumont-Hamel in 1915, the former padre had been awarded the Distinguished Service Order and the Military Cross for leadership and bravery in action. It may well have been Gell to whom Wyatt had entrusted the job of arranging working parties to bring the bodies to Saint-Pol from 4 different battlefields. He was certainly instructed to report to Wyatt at HQ when the task was complete. London, 27th of October, 1920. As part of the planning for the Armistice Day ceremony, David Railton had received the letter from Dean Ryle informing him that his beloved flag, which had served as the final covering for so many warriors throughout the war, would indeed play a role at the funeral of the unknown warrior, providing, of course, it was in a condition not unsuitable for the occasion. Ryle did not elaborate on his concerns about the state of the flag, and while Railton prepared it for action, and General Wyatt finalized his plans for the selection of an appropriate corpse, other key elements of the proceedings were set in motion. John Sowerbutts, Secretary of the London Centre of the British Undertakers Association, was working in his office when the phone rang. "Hello? Is that Victoria 946? "It is indeed. Is Mr. Sowerbutts there?" "Speaking." "Good afternoon, sir. We are H.M. Office of Works, and we have to arrange the burial of the unknown warrior. Can your association undertake the making of the casket for the remains? It has to be made to special designs yet to be got out, and it has all to be done in a very short time. Can you do it?" "Yes, sir. Of course we can. Nothing is impossible to my association." At 10:30 a.m. the following day, Sowerbutts and Curtly Nodes, the association's president, gathered with a delegation of their fellow undertakers to be presented with the desired template for the unknown warrior's coffin. It was a bit of a blow. "I well remember that some of the deputation had come armed with the most elaborate designs," Nodes lamented. "But we were soon informed they were not wanted. No, what was wanted was the cost of supplying the casket as in the drawing by the architect of the Office of Works. We were asked to go over to a corner of the room and talk the matter over." Their challenge became immediately obvious. The casket was to the design of a 16th-century treasure casket made of a 2-inch English oak with slightly rounded sides and lid, Nodes recalled. It was mounted with 4 pairs of hammered wrought-iron handles and iron bands from head to foot and across the shoulders. Distinctive and original with its unique iron furniture, it was unlike anything in their inventory. "But still," Sowerbutts said proudly, "your humble servant was confident that the association could do the work." Curtly Nodes stepped forward from the gaggle and cleared his throat. There could be no question of a fee, he said. He and his fellow members wished to build the casket as a gift to the nation, their tribute to the unknown warrior. In appreciation of their generosity, Nodes and Sowerbutts were invited to accompany the finished casket to and from France, and to make the necessary arrangements to lay the unknown warrior's body inside it when the time came. It was felt that by placing the matter in civilian hands, no jealousy should arise between the various sections of the forces, Nodes said. At the same time, he added a trifle undiplomatically, we were asked to be diplomatic. That afternoon, the Memorial Services Committee was meeting to give final approval for the construction, and Sowerbutts was asked to remain in his office until it was delivered. It was 7:30 p.m. when the architect brought the design to the office, he said, and that same night the work was put in hand. An inner shell of 1-inch thick English pine, which would fit inside the grand casket, was commissioned simultaneously, It was to be sent directly to St. Paul in order to receive the body for the initial part of its journey to the French coast. At his home in Margate, David Railton, like most of the public, knew almost nothing of the complex arrangements now under way. As late as the 27th of October, the newspapers were still presenting the event as a military occasion. "Within the abbey, around the open grave, it will be wholly a soldier's funeral," trumpeted the Daily Telegraph. "It is the intention to fill the nave with massed troops. No civilian, save those few among the mourners, members of the cabinet and public representatives, a mere handful, will witness the actual interment. The abbey will echo to the strains of martial music, the tramp of armed men." Given Railton's deep feelings for the comrades alongside whom he had served, he must have known at once that Lord Curzon and the Memorial Services Committee were horribly out of step with the spirit of his idea. It was as if the government wanted to create a fierce tribute to the armed forces, with plenty of crisp marching and rifle spinning, along the lines of that lavished upon Admiral Horatio Nelson and the Duke of Wellington. It was only gradually that those in charge of the process began to understand what Railton had grasped from the outset. If organized correctly, this very public burial could heal the pain of the nation's bereaved, rather than glorifying the cause of their loss. Exasperation was evident in a grouchy editorial in the Daily Mirror on the 29th of October. "The same indecision which has characterized the official arrangements for Armistice Day is now evident in the preparations for the Abbey funeral of the unknown warrior. Although we are within a fortnight of November the 11th, practically nothing has been decided. Relatives of the fallen are impatient at the official delay." The newspaper had discovered that letters from heartbroken families begging for a seat at the Abbey now ran into the thousands. Indeed, by this date, just a day after undertakers Nodes and Sowerbutts had agreed to build the coffin, applications had already reached 15,000. Yet only a scant 250 spaces had been allocated to the bereaved, as the military and assorted dignitaries were still to take precedence. All this unnecessary correspondence, reflecting the anxiety of thousands of homes, could be avoided if the committee would only come to some swift and definite decision as to the allocation of seats, the editor thundered. Railton must have been heartened to see the extent to which the great British public, undaunted by any plans for civilian exclusion, were scrambling for tickets. Meanwhile, Curzon's press officer made sure that a small announcement appeared in the Times on the very same day, announcing that the number of available places in the Abbey had risen to 2,500, and that the committee was now considering the lines to be followed in regard to the allotment of seats to relatives of those who died in the war. The Memorial Services Committee had been forced into a U-turn, brought about by the sheer weight of public opinion. The number of applications had reached 19,000 by the following day, with many more in the post. At the same time, tantalizing glimpses were emerging about how the unknown warrior might be chosen. Bodies of unidentified soldiers will be exhumed from the various battlefields that were the scenes of actions at different periods of the war and assembled at one centre. The responsible officer will then remove every badge or mark that could convey any indication of regiment or rank, and his choice will then be made without the exhumation party gaining any clue. Then, as now, the press did not get everything right, but this particular bulletin was surprisingly close to the mark. Carnarvon, North-West Wales, 1st of November, 1920. David D.J. Williams was hard at work in his one-shed ironworks when the telegram arrived from the Office of Works. His presence was requested in London, it said in block capitals, on a matter most urgent. Williams wiped his hands, hung up his leather apron, and caught the next available train. He was no stranger to the railways, having travelled to Liverpool at the age of 14 to spend 5 years as an apprentice, then another 5 at an arts metalworks in Manchester. Even so, the journey to the capital was long and tedious. Arriving at King Charles Street in Westminster, the mystery of his summons was revealed. The Prime Minister himself, for whose private residence Williams had fashioned a number of lamps, had decided he would be the best man for the task of creating the metalwork for the unknown warrior's coffin. Williams was shown one of the solid iron rings, resembling an ancient door-knocker, which had already been produced. It quickly emerged that the frowning officials from the Office of Works were dissatisfied with the quality of the ironwork. It was solid enough, but lacked the period styling to match the casket. Could Williams find a way to improve on it, and provide a new sample in 24 hours? Taking the handle as a model, Williams clambered wearily onto the return train and set to work the moment he arrived in Carnarvon, heating, hammering, and twisting metal through the night. Next morning he hurried back to the station, clutching a canvas bag. After yet another interminable journey, Williams presented its contents to the men from the ministry. Williams's handles were exactly what was required. The race was on. Besides making lamps for Lloyd George's London residence, Williams's enterprise had also made railings for the Tower of London's Raleigh's Walk and for the Houses of Parliament. Prison officials had once forced him, against his wishes, to manufacture metal scaffold parts for the execution of a murderer in Carnarvon. He was clearly a remarkable and dependable craftsman. But this challenge was something else again. It was already Tuesday evening, and Williams would have to make 7 more handles, as well as the iron straps which would bind the casket, before Sunday, when the unknown warrior's empty coffin was due to be examined and photographed inside Westminster Abbey prior to its departure for France. He and his team worked long days on the Wednesday and Thursday, but it wasn't enough. As the deadline approached, they toiled continuously for 2 full days and nights, 48 hours of hot, hard, noisy labour to complete the precious job in time. Saint-Paul-sur-Ternoise, 3rd of November, 1920. Like David Railton, who had felt he must wait until the very last minute before daring to share his idea for the unknown warrior with the Dean of Westminster, at St. Paul General Wyatt was also biding his time. He knew that selection of a body at the last possible moment was the key to maintaining secrecy. The choice would be made on the night of Monday, the 8th of November, which would leave just enough time for it to be transported to Boulogne and placed in its ceremonial coffin on Tuesday. Then, next morning, it would be sailed across the Channel and taken by rail to London, ready for the warrior's great moment in Westminster Abbey on Thursday, the 11th of November. Following General Macdonough's order of the 22nd of October to exercise his discretion, Wyatt had already decided that 4 different bodies of unidentifiable British soldiers would be required, 1 from each of the 4 major battle areas of the war, the Somme and Arras, both fairly close to St. Paul, as well as the Aisne to the south, near Reims, and Ypres in Flanders to the north. Once they were in front of him at St. Paul, he would make his final choice. The fate of the remaining 3 unknowns, for whom there would be no triumphant homecoming, had yet to be decided, but Wyatt had had enough experience of invasive war journalists desperate for a scoop to know that keeping their whereabouts secret was going to be almost as important as guarding the anonymity of the warrior himself. Preparing for his trip to London, David Railton carefully folded his precious flag into the army pack he had carried in the trenches to High Wood and beyond. After considerable hesitation, he had finally decided to have the holy relic cleaned, ready for Dean Ryle's inspection. His wife, Ruby, had done a beautiful job of patching the holes, as well as unstitching the 141 Infantry Brigade from one corner. He climbed aboard his train at Margate railway station and was soon steaming through the Kent countryside. There were plenty of stories about the unknown warrior in the papers to keep him occupied. His Majesty's torpedo boat destroyer Verdun has been selected to convey the body of the unknown warrior to England, declared one. Replying to Earl Beauchamp in the House of Lords, began another, Earl Curzon said he had no doubt that peers would be willing to waive their right to attend the ceremonies on Armistice Day in favour of bereaved relatives. Curzon and his committee were now bending over backwards to accommodate the families of the fallen. Although David Railton rarely spoke of his wartime activities, he would later write a short memoir, The Story of a Padre's Flag Told by the Flag, in which he used the voice of his flag to recount and yet distance himself from his memories. Here, his flag describes its journey from Margate to London. A week before Armistice Day 1920, I was once more put into the same dear old pack to go to London to be inspected. During the journey to London, the Padre was scribbling away all the time, writing a summary of my history for the Dean of Westminster. When we got to the deanery, they spread me out for measurement. The Dean and Mrs. Ryle were delighted to find that I should suffice for the purpose of the burial of the unknown. Railton's account of his flag's war subsequently appeared in the Times during the run-up to the funeral. It offers a powerful insight into the flag's history and the hard-fought experiences of its resourceful owner. As no regimental colours were allowed in France at that time with the infantry, the Padre's flag gradually became in great demand, both in the line and behind the line. Its influence was a constant inspiration to officers and men in religious, ceremonial, and even social events. In the dead of night, or at early dawn, it enshrouded the bodies of our gallant men as they were carried down a trench to the little cemeteries and other places. This is not to mention the numerous occasions when it was dipped in the single grave of an unknown British soldier. The officers and men reverence this flag in a remarkable way, and no wonder, especially when it is borne in mind that in thousands of cases there was not even a blanket or any other covering available. In such cases, the flag lay immediately next to the khaki-clad figure on the stretcher. For these reasons, it is in a very special sense a sacred flag. It is literally tinged with the blood of the men of London and of every part of England, Scotland, Wales, and Ireland. Infantrymen, sappers, gunners, airmen, dismounted cavalry, tunnellers, and of many other units. Once, at least, it lay on the grass floor of a tent with the cup of salvation and the bread of communion resting upon it for the strengthening of one who underwent sentence of death at dawn. This last event, one of the darkest of Railton's life, had taken place on the 9th of July 1917. From the way he singled it out at the end of his narrative for Dean Ryle in November 3 years later, it is clear it stayed with him for the rest of his days. An entry in one of his private notebooks reads, Monday, Private Dennis Blakemore. Spent all night with him until 4:30 a.m., when sentence of death was carried out. God help his people. Kemmel Hill, Flanders, 9th of July, 1917. A 28-year-old conscript from Shrewsbury, one of 4 brothers to 4 sisters, Private Dennis Blakemore, had already been court-martialed for an earlier desertion in November 1916. Sentenced to death, his punishment had been commuted to 15 years penal servitude, which was then suspended by General Haig. Later, in June 1917, poor Blakemore went missing again and was found hiding in a shell hole behind the assembly trenches, just as his battalion was due to advance during the battles at Messines Ridge, during which around 25,000 of his comrades would become casualties. Blakemore's platoon sergeant brought him forward, putting him back with his section as they prepared to attack, but he absconded again, to be arrested in Boulogne 18 days later. He told the subsequent court-martial, "I was too upset to go on with my section. I knew the attack was coming on that morning." His testimony cut no ice, and a guilty verdict was passed. A sentence of death by firing squad was ordered, and later signed by Haig himself. David Railton never openly discussed his involvement with Blakemore's execution, but he did commit his thoughts to paper again, choosing to separate himself from the scene, using the trusted voice of his flag. His description of the hours he spent with the young soldier before his death is shot through with uncharacteristic anger and passion. "Indeed, as long as I rest in the abbey, I shall always remember how, in the dead of a certain night, the padre got up and took me in his pack into the wood. In the wood was a little tent, and inside the tent 3 men. 2 of them got up, and after speaking with the padre for a few moments, went outside. The padre laid me down on the grass and talked with the 3rd man. Then he came to me and spread me over the grass, and laid upon me the chalice and paten that he always used in the central part of that wonderful communion service. Soon after the service, the light of day seemed to be coming, and I heard voices of other men. A doctor came into the tent, and soon after that the padre left me and took the arm of his friend and went into the wood. The next thing that I can remember is that there was a startling report of rifles, and presently I heard footsteps rushing through the wood, and all the twigs crackling, and the padre snatched me off the ground in a way he had never done before. He did not fold me up. He just crushed me into his pack, and ran through the wood and up a hill to a little dugout. He flung me on the floor and stamped up and down. I do not know all he said, but the words devilment and blood and misery kept on coming. Obviously devastated by the execution, Railton wrote to Blakemore's parents, telling them he had carried out the funeral while trying to spare them the pain of knowing their son had been shot for cowardice. But Blakemore's father needed more information, writing back, "I should be further thankful if you could kindly inform me what action he was in, and when and how he was wounded, before coming into your charge." However, before the padre could reply, the family were given the devastating official notification that, with great regret, Dennis Jetson Blakemore was sentenced after trial by court-martial to be shot for desertion. The sentence was duly executed. Railton then received another letter marked private from Mr. Blakemore. "Reverend and dear Sir, I felt it my bounded duty to write again to you this evening and inform you that it is only this morning that I received official word from the War Office notifying me of the sad death of my son Dennis. It is, as you will readily understand, a terrible shock to us, and the very last thing in the world which we expected to happen to him. There is one great consolation in it, nevertheless, which we shall always be grateful for, that through your sympathetic feeling and holy administrations he died, at all events, a good Christian soldier in the faith where he was always brought up." One of 306 men shot for cowardice, desertion, or other serious offences during the war, Dennis Blakemore, who had previously fought through the ghastly first days of the Battle of the Somme, lies alongside his comrades at the Commonwealth War Graves Locher Hospice Cemetery in Belgium. Along with the yellowing documents from Dennis Blakemore's court-martial held by the National Archives is a much newer one, signed by the Secretary of State for Defense in 2006. This document records that Private D. Blakemore, who was executed for desertion on July the 9th, 1917, is pardoned under Section 359 of the Armed Forces Act 2006. The pardon stands as recognition that he was one of many victims of the First World War, and that execution was not a fate he deserved. London, 5th of November, 1920. To the extreme relief of undertakers Nodes and Sowerbutts, the great treasure chest, as they had taken to calling it, was finished. A little more than 7 days and the task was complete, John Sowerbutts declared proudly and a trifle wearily. Just to keep them on their toes, the Office of Works at the last minute asked for the second coffin they had commissioned, the shell, to be sent out to St. Paul immediately. It needed to fit as snugly as a Russian doll inside the treasure chest. The shell was provided in a few hours, said Sowerbutts, and dispatched to France. Though it would be seen by few people, it would soon play a more intimate and personal role in the unknown warrior's journey than the grand one in which he would be ceremonially displayed. Westminster Abbey, 7th of November, 1920. An extraordinary scene was taking place after the last visitors had left Westminster Abbey. The pews had already been removed from the nave during the day. Now only the memorial tablets of distinguished Britons populated the vast stone floor. Messrs. Nodes and Sowerbutts, assisted by 2 strong helpers, heaved the zinc-lined coffin out of their Rolls-Royce hearse and staggered through the cloisters en route to the western end of the nave. Grey-haired Horace Nichols also shuffled through the deserted abbey behind them, carrying his box camera on a wooden tripod. Chief photographer of the newly inaugurated Imperial War Museum, Nichols had worked as a freelancer in the early years of the war and been appointed the first home front official photographer in 1917, a date which tragically coincided with the death of his eldest son George in the Battle of Arras. Back in 1914, George had been among the first to enlist. Starting as a 19-year-old private in the Honourable Artillery Company, by early 1917 he was serving as a second lieutenant. His early letters home were full of youthful enthusiasm and pride. "Great news," he wrote in April that year. "I am going up to the guns tomorrow morning. I feel so relieved, as life at wagon line is very tedious and uninteresting." 3 days later, on Easter Sunday, he put pen to paper again. "I am now with the battery. I have no news for you except that I am well and very cheerful. My love to everyone." George was killed the next day, a few miles from St. Paul, and buried at the nearby Ronville British Cemetery. He was 22. Since 1905, Horace Nichols had always assembled a photograph album as a Christmas gift for his wife. The first few showed George growing from a little boy into a handsome young man. The opening page of the one dated Christmas 1917 showed 4 portraits of him in uniform. Beneath them, Nichols had written simply, "Our dear son George, who fell for his country." Although devastated, Horace was one of the lucky ones, never in doubt about the exact location of his son's resting place. Now he had to photograph an empty casket in an empty church, hoping to provide some similar comfort to the many thousands of families who would never know the precise fate of their relative. Electric light from on high gave the wax-coated English oak hewn from a tree growing in the grounds of Hampton Court a spectral glow. Mounted with the 4 stout pairs of wrought iron handles, 2 sets of hammered iron bands ran from head to foot and across its shoulders, meeting at a grand 16th-century Crusader's sword, reportedly donated by the king from his private collection. A hammered iron shield was bolted to the sword, bearing in Gothic script the inscription, "A British warrior who fell in the Great War, 1914 to 1918, for king and country." If Horace Nichols pondered the anonymity of its future incumbent, perhaps he could comfort himself with the thought that at least his son George's name appeared on his own headstone. A photograph of the cemetery would appear in the 1920 Christmas album, which he would assemble for his wife a few weeks later. Of its 331 graves, 23 are still unidentified, and there are special memorials to 14 casualties whose burial plots had later been destroyed by shell fire. Nichols and the 2 undertakers tried various ways of positioning the coffin for the camera, and their challenge can be seen in the surviving pictures. In some, it is placed on a Union flag. In others, on the embroidered silk brocade of the Actors' Church Union pall presented to the Abbey in memory of their members who had died during the war. They tried it on the floor, too lonely and forlorn, and then on a raised platform, better. Then they stood it almost vertically, like a soldier leaning against a wall. Finally satisfied, they moved the coffin into the Abbey's Jerusalem chamber, where it would spend the night before heading across the Channel to receive its charge. Saint-Paul-sur-Ternoise, 8th of November, 1920. On the day for which General Wyatt had been meticulously preparing, 4 field ambulances clattered to a halt outside 4 cemeteries dotted across the Western Front: the Somme, Arras, the Aisne, and Ypres. Each vehicle was accompanied by an officer and soldiers equipped with shovels and sacks. Padre George Kendall, the Methodist priest who had once had to bury 3 Welshmen during an artillery bombardment, had been tasked with assisting one of the exhumation parties. They were instructed, he said, to dig up a body from a grave marked "Unknown British Soldier." Wyatt had, presumably, also passed on General Macdonough's directive that the selected corpse was to be from as far back as possible, as well as his further instruction in a handwritten note that the body was to be only bones. Significantly, however, even today there is remarkably little information about what orders Wyatt himself sent to his exhumation teams regarding the selection, nor communications from his subordinates back up the chain of command requesting clarification. The blanket of secrecy seems to have been immaculate. Kendall understood the need for secrecy, even regarding the general area of the exhumations. No one, and this is very important, he declared later, was to know from which district a body had been taken. The graves which were opened in all the theatres of war were marked only by a cross stating that an unknown warrior lay there. If the regiment or division in which the man had served was specified, the grave remained untouched. With little other personal testimony available, I can only imagine the scenes unfolding across the former battlefields. It must have been a very strange exercise for all concerned. The exhumation parties, trained to identify bodies, were now doing the exact opposite. They were digging up the long-dead, decomposed, or still decomposing, remains of former colleagues. Their job, presumably, was to double-check boots, uniform, insignia, and personal effects in the quest for a corpse that absolutely could not be identified in any way. It can't have been an easy or pleasant task. The day wore on, and at last the first field ambulance drove through the gates at Saint-Paul. The others would follow at intervals. Wyatt had ordered their arrivals to be carefully separated, so that the crews could have no chance to see or talk to each other to discuss from where they had come, let alone who or what they thought they had brought in. Hour by hour they came and went. Vera Brodie, busy looking after her group of female personnel at Saint-Paul, was very much aware of the process. The arrival of one vehicle marked with a scarlet cross on a white roundel would have attracted mild curiosity, but 3 in a row must certainly have raised eyebrows, and I assume she could sense that something was up. On the night of November the 8th, 3 remains of unknown soldiers were brought in separately by ambulance from 3 different battle areas and laid in our small camp chapel, she said. As in so many personal accounts of this time, it is not clear if Vera was an actual eyewitness or simply relating a story she heard later. And many writers and historians have disputed exactly how many bodies were brought for selection. Vera Brodie said 3. Padre George Kendall was convinced it was 6. Major Ernest Fitzsimon, one of Wyatt's staff, told his son that it was 5. For 19 years, General Wyatt, the man who organized and ran the whole selection process, maintained a dignified silence about exactly what had happened that November night in 1920. My view is that he regarded it as a sacred trust that had been committed to him," his daughter said, "and that some things are just too sacred to ever be discussed. However, with the Second World War bringing new focus to the grave of the unknown warrior, and questions still being asked whether someone in high office perhaps knew more about his identity than they were letting on, Wyatt provided his own impressively clear version of events to the Daily Telegraph on Armistice Day 1939. He was quite clear. There were 4 bodies brought from 4 different battlefields. That letter, widely regarded as definitive, although it included a mix-up in dates, forms the basis for the narrative that follows. Charing Cross Station, London, 8th of November, 10 a.m. After carefully lifting the precious empty casket back into the hearse, Curtly Nodes and John Sowerbutts drove the short distance from Westminster Abbey to Charing Cross Station, where it was transferred into the special goods wagon chosen for its homecoming. Beautifully decorated though it was, it contained no proper seats, so the 2 undertakers sat on the floor. At 11 o'clock precisely, the driver released his brakes, and the locomotive headed towards the coast. At Folkestone Junction, an extra coach was attached to the casket wagon, and as they were shunted to Folkestone Harbour, Nodes and Sowerbutts were finally able to take their seats. Moving from the train to the boat seems to have been a lengthy process. Sowerbutts recalled, "It was 6:30 p.m. before we got the treasure chest aboard the Invicta." The 300-foot-long twin-funnel steamship, which had been used for ferrying troops and supplies from Folkestone to France throughout the war, was now tasked with the first part of a journey to bring one of them home. At 7 p.m. we were away. It was a delightful passage across the sea, Sowerbutts reported. All that could be desired. Fog was run into off the French coast, but all was well, and soon we were alongside the jetty at Boulogne. French officials might have watched them with some suspicion as they escorted their Crusader's casket down the gangplank. Fortunately, the Office of Works in King Charles Street had provided them with a document Sowerbutts described as an open sesame to ease their way across the border. H.M. Office of Works, Thursday, the 4th of November, 1920. To all whom it may concern. The bearer of this letter, Mr. John W. H. Sowerbutts, and his colleague, Mr. H. K. Nodes, have been authorized to accompany the casket to contain the remains of the unknown warrior to France, and having sealed it, to accompany it back from France to this country and hand it over to the military upon its arrival at Victoria. Lionel Earl, Secretary. Once through the customs, and with their cargo safely under military guard for the night, Nodes and Sowerbutts checked into the Hôtel de Londres on the harbour front. Presumably, they were unaware that 60 miles to the southeast in Saint-Paul-sur-Ternoise, their companion for the return journey was about to be chosen. Saint-Paul-sur-Ternoise, 8th of November, 11:45 p.m. Lieutenant Colonel Gell knocked on the door of General Wyatt's office. The 4 candidates his boss had requested were ready. The 2 men made their way quietly towards the chapel, a draughty corrugated iron Nissen hut, a glorified garden shed, very plain inside with a rough wooden floor. An officer stood on guard at the door. I picture him silhouetted by a paraffin lamp on the exterior wall as footsteps and muffled voices in the darkness announced the arrival of the selection party. General Wyatt and Lieutenant Colonel Gell climbed the rickety wooden steps. The men who had brought the bodies had gone, Wyatt said many years later. With Colonel Gell passing the guard which had been specially mounted, I thereupon entered the chapel. The 4 bodies lay on stretchers, each covered by a Union Jack. This image must have stayed with him for the rest of his life. The exhumation parties had clearly performed their duties to the letter. They were confronted by nothing but a collection of bones placed in sacks. though shell-torn and unrecognizable was how Padre George Kendall described them in a magazine article 10 years later. As in much of the story, recollections varied. It was a skeleton and no more, Nodes the undertaker confirmed when he lifted the coffin next day. It might have been a baby in the shell for the weight. In front of the altar was the shell of the coffin, which had been sent from England to receive the remains, Wyatt continued. The scent of the freshly cut timber must have lent a welcome hint of the forest to the chapel's fetid atmosphere. One can imagine the two men standing there for a moment, allowing their eyes to become accustomed to the darkness and their noses to the smell. The exhumation parties might well have succeeded in finding 4 sets of bones, but even bones have a distinct odour after years of burial in the pestilential mud of Belgium and northern France. Though Gell wore his religion more lightly than most, Wyatt must have been conscious that he was in the presence of a man of the cloth. But he does not report in his tantalizingly brief description of the event whether he asked Gell to say a prayer or indeed if any conversation took place. There was to be a service in the chapel next morning. Perhaps that would suffice. Gell must have watched in silence as the shadow of General Wyatt fell across the row of Union Jack-shrouded stretchers. No words could adequately express the resonance of the moment. Years later, Padre George Kendall would write that Wyatt wore a blindfold for the selection process, but Wyatt himself mentions nothing of this. "I selected one," he said simply, without expanding upon how he did so. Now the 2 officers worked quietly and efficiently, carrying out the plan they must have earlier discussed, gently lifting the chosen body, presumably still in its sack, off its stretcher, and placing it inside the simple pine shell which waited by the altar. "We screwed down the lid," Wyatt added bluntly. It was done. Who was he? An officer or an enlisted man? Which regiment? From where did he hail? Was he rich or poor? Was someone still searching for him? Little is known about this initial aspect of the story, which is exactly what David Railton, Dean Ryle, Lord Curzon and his committee, and General Wyatt had intended. This truly was an unknown warrior, and his final epic journey was about to begin. Chapter 8. The Burning Chapel. Saint-Paul-sur-Ternoise, 8th of November 1920, midnight. Lying in the darkness of the deserted chapel in northern France, the 4 sets of remains, carried in as equals, awaited their destiny. General Wyatt's selection lay in a fresh pine coffin before the altar. The others remained in their sacks, on stretchers, each covered with a Union Jack. Alive, these 4 men had almost certainly never met. Now, exhumed from 4 different battlefields, they were bound together in the same unlikely story. Across Britain, countless bereaved families were lying in the darkness too. What comfort might they feel to believe their son, their father, their brother was in that coffin, in the cool simplicity of a silent chapel, no longer lost to the thick mud of no-man's land? The 4 were about to embark on very different journeys. One was to be guarded overnight, transported in state to London, to be buried among poets, artists, and monarchs. His final resting place already awaited him, prepared that very day behind barriers set up in the nave, in the dry, sandy soil that had lain below the abbey floor for perhaps 1,000 years. The other 3 would soon be returned to the earth. But the secrecy surrounding the unknown warrior's selection and the whereabouts of the 3 unused bodies had to remain sacrosanct. General Wyatt was admirably concise when later chronicling those events in 1939. The other bodies were removed and reburied in the military cemetery outside my headquarters at Saint-Paul. but an examination of the graves of unknown soldiers in the St. Paul cemetery renders it unlikely that any were buried there at that time. Had the general misremembered this detail, or 19 years after the event, was he still conjuring up red herrings to throw people off the scent? Perhaps a fellow officer was responsible for this part of the process. In some ways, the final journey of those bodies may not seem terribly important when viewed alongside what was in store for the unknown warrior himself. But then consider the upset caused by the clumsy conclusion to a newspaper article in November 2008. Amid all the public anguish, no one thought to wonder what had become of the other 3 bodies that had been disinterred from their unmarked graves. A rather less exalted fate awaited them. After Wyatt had made his choice, the Union flags were folded away. Then the 3 bodies were loaded onto the back of a truck, tipped into a shell hole beside the road near the town of Albert, and promptly forgotten. This unlikely scenario, loosely based on an alternative account, bears little relation to most of the existing evidence, especially with regard to the devotion to duty and meticulous commitment of the staff at St. Paul, who registered and honoured the graves of the fallen. The eventual fate of those 3 bodies remains shrouded in mystery, yet still arouses considerable passion. The available evidence tells a variety of stories. Dizon Camp near Arras, 6th of November, 1920. 2 days before Wyatt made his selection, it must have come as a surprise for Captain Jack Fisher, a chiselled 29-year-old who had begun the war as a humble private in 1914, to be suddenly handed an On His Majesty's Service envelope labelled Secret. Organised and straight-thinking, Fisher had recently been appointed officer in charge of one of the graves registration units at Dizon Army Camp northwest of Arras. While discretion and privacy had always been central to his work, secrecy had not. Written in fine, well-spaced italic handwriting, the mysterious letter headed Nichol, British Cemetery, was also marked Secret. 1. Please arrange for a party of 4 French civilians equipped with shovels for exhumation work and an ambulance capable of proceeding to St. Paul and back to be at the above-named cemetery at 15:15 hours, November the 8th. Having done this, you will return to your camp and stand by in case you are needed. The ambulance driver should be a Frenchman also. 2. At 2200 hours the same date, you will again return to the cemetery with the French labour, equipped as before, plus lanterns, and reinter in the cemetery 3 bodies, graves having been dug in the meantime. For this work, again, you will not be needed, but will be required to stand by in your camp. 3. The contents of this document will not be communicated to anyone, and you will arrange for the civilian labour yourself. It must have been quite a set of orders for Fisher to digest. He was to enlist 4 French navvies ready to dig 3 graves in the nearby military cemetery, and an ambulance was required ready to complete a round trip to St. Paul and back. Then, late at night, he and the navvies were to return to the cemetery with their lanterns, and there they were to bury 3 bodies which presumably had been collected from St. Paul around the same time General Wyatt had chosen the unknown warrior. The order was sufficiently unusual for Fisher to have kept it tucked away among his private documents, where it remained until after the death of his son in 2007. One cannot be sure exactly what transpired that day. Perhaps deliberately, the paper trail is disjointed, and many theories abound. But, as Mark Scott asks in his examination of Fisher's role in his book Among the Kings, why preserve that particular missive? Was he concerned that he might later be called to account for his actions that night? After extensive research into the matter, Scott certainly believes that the 3 unchosen candidates for the unknown warrior were given a proper burial at Nichol, British Cemetery, by Captain Jack Fisher and his team. In later years, Multiple contradictory accounts emerged by those claiming to have taken some part in the selection and transport of the unknown warrior. One newspaper related the story of an officer claiming to have been involved in the process who dug up some bodies in Flanders before finding one with no identification other than the remains being in a private's uniform. The body was stripped of its clothing, wrapped in canvas, then placed in a coffin and shipped to London. General Macdonough, the Adjutant General, responded brusquely to this account. "Captain White is an unmitigated liar." Yet another version of what supposedly happened to the remaining candidates lay dormant for many decades until an article by the chaplain of Westminster in a November 1980 edition of the Times, repeating Wyatt's now familiar account of their reburial in the military cemetery at St. Paul, prompted a rapid response from an officer of the DGR&E who had served under the general. Sir Cecil Smith, a young officer at St. Paul in 1920, but by then a retired Major General aged 84, wrote 2 letters correcting the chaplain for following Wyatt's 1939 claim. "Dear Padre, I have read with interest your excellent article. I notice, however, that you inadvertently perpetuated an error which has occurred in other accounts about the disposal of the 3 surplus bodies in stating that they were buried in the military cemetery at St. Paul. This is incorrect. The sudden appearance of 3 unknown graves in St. Paul military cemetery, which was a cemetery of a military hospital, by that time closed, where all the dead were probably known, might have caused undesirable speculation." Smith went on to describe his mission to move the 3 sets of remains to a location where they would hopefully later be discovered by the team still searching for the dead. "At midnight, when the selected body had been removed, I drove an ambulance to the hut where the 3 bodies lay. You will appreciate that by November 1920, the majority of the bodies of soldiers buried were little more than skeletons, with perhaps a few rags of clothing. This applied particularly to unknown bodies, many of which had probably been blown to pieces in the first instance, and none of which, including the unknown warrior and his companions, would be more than a sandbag full of the approximate bones, including a skull to make up a complete body. We had little of substance to carry." Smith recalled that the sacks were placed in the back of a Daimler ambulance alongside a chaplain and 2 fellow officers. No one volunteered to ride up front with him, perhaps because the cab provided little shelter. It had a canvas apron and 2 canvas sheets, where one would now find doors, very draughty indeed. They drove through the frosty moonlit night to a previously reconnoitred and carefully map-referenced spot on the Albert Bapaume road, around 40 miles south of St. Paul, where they knew groups of searchers were still locating and reinterring bodies. All did not go entirely well. I stopped once to run up and down the road to get warm. My living passengers were all right. They had blankets and a flask of rum. They sang hymns too. Well, not always hymns. When he drove on, the Daimler's carburettor began popping, and the journey with 3 sacks of body parts took an even more surreal turn. It could only be one thing: water in the petrol. There was only one cure: take off the top of the carburettor float chamber, remove the float, mop up the petrol-water mixture with a rag, having turned off the petrol, and turn the petrol on again, in the hope that there would be no more water. I had a flash lamp and the necessary tools, but I found that the float chamber was under the inlet manifold, and a nut had to be slackened to allow the carburettor to swing out from under the manifold, as there was not room otherwise to lift the cover. But the nut was seized, and all my efforts could not move it. Continuing at a much reduced speed, they finally reached their destination after 6 hours on the road. The journey of the spare unknown warriors was nearly over. On arrival, the bodies were placed in an old trench which was filled in. The padre held a short service. This was all they had time to achieve, as they then spotted a team of searchers coming over the horizon. They were spread out, and I was reminded of an enemy attack on our trenches. We sped off down the road to Albert. What the searchers, who must have heard us and probably saw us, made of the party of 4 men and an ambulance at 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning, I can't think. However, scrutiny of the record subsequently showed that 3 unknown bodies were recovered from the map reference at which we had deposited them. We got back to St. Paul about midday, a weary party. It must indeed have been a draining 12 hours, and according to Smith at least, those surplus bodies were later discovered as planned and given a decent burial. No connection with the 3 extra warriors at St. Paul was ever suspected. How then to square Sir Cecil Smith's version of the story with Fisher's secret orders and the other available accounts? Are they all red herrings, including Wyatt's, part of a complex smokescreen to cover exactly what happened on the night of the 8th of November 1920? Perhaps this was the plan all along. General Wyatt will have been no stranger to the creation of diversionary tactics in the theatre of war, so the apparent contradictions between these different accounts, how many bodies were brought to the chapel, from which battlefields, what was the fate of the remaining corpses, may simply demonstrate how effectively Wyatt did his job. As Vera Brodie, the lady in charge of the female staff at St. Paul, put it, very few people knew what was going on. Or is it simply a case, yet again, of recollections varying? St. Paul-sur-Ternoise, 9th of November 1920, 9 a.m. Dawn must have come as a relief for the officers guarding the chapel at St. Paul. The mercury had dropped below freezing point in the overnight thermometer, and the camp's corrugated tin huts must have felt almost as cheerless as Cecil Smith's Daimler ambulance. That morning in Britain, the Penrith Observer carried this stirring request to its readers. Sir, will you kindly assist me through your columns by publishing the following extract from a letter received this week from an officer doing duty on the Imperial War Graves Commission in France? Life here is rather miserable now on these dark nights, with little comfort for the men. Can you help us with some games, cards, etc., something to pass the dull hours away? This appeal is from an officer in charge of men who are searching for our fallen, for the unknown warrior, and working on cemeteries out there. I know the officer well, a kind-hearted North countryman who takes a keen interest in his men, and one who does a great deal to assist anyone in search of the graves of the fallen. Any tobacco or cigarettes, games, cards, or literature suitable for men that your readers care to send to my office will be forwarded at once. It was clear that the plans for the unknown warrior had already begun to capture the nation's imagination. At St. Paul, meanwhile, as the staff of the Graves Registration Commission began to surface, there must have been some speculation about the previous day's comings and goings. Vera Brodie will not have been alone in noticing, perhaps, a hint of tension in the air. Major Ernest Fitzsimon, a compact, handsome Irishman with an aquiline nose, deep-set eyes, and a fierce parting in his thick, jet-black hair, would have been keeping a close eye on his watch. Years after these events, as a barrister in Dublin in 1942, he would declare in his CV, "Submitted and carried out the scheme for the selection of and removal of the remains of the unknown warrior from the field to the destroyer Verdun at Boulogne." From the photographs and documents available, the evidence is compelling that Fitz played a significant role in the unknown warrior's journey, so he must have been facing a stressful day. A service was to be held over the body that morning by Anglican, Roman Catholic, and Nonconformist chaplains. Fitz would then drive north to Boulogne with the pine coffin shell and its precious contents, ensuring every element of the plan was carried out with dignity and precision. Perhaps it all came easily to the young Irishman, who had been quickly promoted at the start of his army career. On the eve of the Battle of the Somme, Fitz had been in the thick of the action at Thiepval Wood in the high-pressure role of brigade intelligence officer, attempting to piece together what was happening from the constant chaotic barrage of messages, signals, and eyewitness reports landing on his desk. In the eye of the storm, Fitz had proved equal to the challenge. Now, the unknown warrior wasn't just a logistical challenge for Fitz, it was personal. His younger brother James had been awarded the military medal for gallantry on the first and bloodiest day of the battle, and there was an even younger brother there too. Jack Fitzsimon, a draper's assistant in Belfast, was just 21 when he went over the top on the first day of the Somme. It was his first taste of action. Working in staff headquarters with the artillery bombardments in full swing, Fitz would have been painfully aware of the nightmare unfolding to his north. Jack was initially recorded as wounded that day. Then, now missing, was added, and at some point the final blunt correction, now killed, the 1st of July 1916. A picture of James and Jack appear in the Belfast Telegraph a few days later. The caption beneath it perfectly expressed the capriciousness of fortune. The former has been awarded the military medal, and the latter is wounded and missing. Their mother Jeanie, who had borne 4 boys and 4 girls, could not accept that her son was dead. After all, where was his body? In her mind, Jack was still missing. Like the many thousands of confused, almost bereaved parents and siblings across the empire, Jeanie chose to believe that perhaps, just perhaps, he was still out there, somewhere, and he would eventually come home. When she later received Jack's 3 campaign medals, she promptly returned them to the authorities. Jeanie Fitzsimon didn't want any bloody medals, she wanted her son. Perhaps Major Ernest Fitzsimon was thinking of his missing brother when the neatly typed notice appeared on the camp notice board at St. Paul. The camp chapel will be open from 10:30 to 11:30 hours in order that all ranks who wish to do so may view the coffin containing the remains of the unknown British warrior. According to Vera Brodie, the magic had already begun. The hushed thrill in the camp all that day was marvellous, she remembered with a hint of rapture. The beginning, so simple and sincere, was wonderful. Later adding, "We of St. Paul can never forget the simple dignity in which the representative of all those of British nations who had lain down their lives came to existence in our camp chapel, and the proud sorrow that we felt." Vera Brodie's proud sorrow will have run deeper than that of many. Her experience of being so close to the magical symbol of the unknown warrior seems to have ignited a host of carefully buried emotions. Her brother Douglas had been killed at High Wood in August 1916 during one of the preliminary attacks that would culminate in the massive bloodletting on the 15th of September, when Anthony French's friend Bert was lost on the battlefield, along with Alec Reeder, the boy who never did return his copy of Treasure Island to the school library, and Sidney Wheater, the hockey player from Scarborough, all still missing. At least Douglas Brodie had a grave. Vere's relative Ewan had not been so fortunate. Killed at Ypres, his body had been recovered and buried, but his resting place was later destroyed in ongoing fighting. Thus, much like the names of the missing from the Somme recorded at Thiepval, Ewan Brodie's name is carved on the Menin Gate in Ypres. He is in good company. Alongside Ewan's name appear those of 55,000 of his comrades still out there, buried in the rich mud of Flanders fields. Vere would have known many others, too, who would never be coming back to the wild beauty of the Brodie Castle estate. In 1917, William Cheney, one of the family's gillies, had died in an ill-planned attack on the German Hindenburg line, in which 432 soldiers from his regiment marched against well-dug-in machine gunners. Unsurprisingly, only 57 of them returned. The gamekeeper was reported missing and still has no known grave. He was one of 5 brothers, 3 of whom gave their lives in the Great War. Head keeper of their estate was father of 5, John Morrison. One of his sons, George, was cited for a military cross the day he died from his wounds in April 1918. Another John had been killed in January 1915, while, despite being badly wounded himself, he attempted to come to the aid of an injured officer. He died a hero's death, his body presumably lost forever. It seemed everyone had a connection with the simple pine coffin currently resting at St. Paul. In Boulogne, undertakers Curtly Nodes and John Sowerbutts had spent a comfortable night at the Hôtel de Londres, and, after lunch, found themselves awaiting transport to convey them and their precious treasure chest the short distance to where the unknown warrior was due to arrive that afternoon. "The car has just come," noted Sowerbutts, "and with the casket following in an ambulance, we are off to the hills at the back of the town and to the grim chateau." With the short interdenominational service at St. Paul completed, the warrior was lifted into motor ambulance number 63638, ready to be driven under military escort to Boulogne. Vera Brodie recorded, "A bodyguard of 8 sergeants escorting the simple little wooden coffin. Presumably the 6 barrels of French soil which would be required at Westminster Abbey must have been loaded too. The little convoy took more than 3 hours to make its draughty way the 60 miles to the coast." Boulogne, 9th of November, 1920, 3:30 p.m. The roads approaching the port were lined with soldiers, British and French, as if for visiting royalty. Must have been a strange experience for Wyatt and his team, after working so hard to keep their activities under wraps. Now, following weeks in the shadows, here they were in their run-down cavalcade, blinking in the glare of an impressive military turnout and the wooden cameras of umpteen photographers, all eager to get the first shot of the unknown warrior's cortege. But this next stage had, once again, to be conducted behind closed doors. The warrior was still in his naked pine coffin shell, unfit for public display. There was still some work to be done before he was ready to face the press. Nodes and Sowerbutts were already waiting at the 13th-century chateau, the Boulogne headquarters of the French army. "Just picture the quadrangle of an old French fortress," wrote Sowerbutts. "We pass into it through 2 low archways. On the left, through a low doorway, we enter a small room draped with bunting and dressed with greenery. The floor is strewn with laurels and chrysanthemum blossoms. This is the chapel of repose. Outside is drawn up a guard of honor of poilus, and so we await the coming of our boy." Eventually the escort vehicles from St. Paul swung into the quadrangle, followed by the battle-scarred ambulance. A bearer party of British and Dominion soldiers was waiting to carry the Union Jack-wrapped coffin up to the chateau's library. The men had been carefully selected to represent all branches of the army: the Royal Army Service Corps, the Royal Engineers, the Royal Garrison Artillery, the Australian Light Horse, the Canadian Infantry, the 21st London Regiment, the Machine Gun Corps, and the Royal Army Medical Corps. "And before we can realize," Sowerbutts said, "it is borne on 8 shoulders, the simple shell covered with England's flag, and within it the unknown warrior." The chateau's library had been commandeered for the officers' mess, a place to relax, eat, and drink, and perhaps to forget the haunting memories of war. But today, for their extra special guest about to spend his very last night on French soil, the officers were giving up their library-cum-bar. It had been converted into a chapelle ardente, a so-called burning chapel, specially prepared and lit with countless candles to receive and honour the body of a great personage. With shields stuck with French and British flags, decorative palm trees suggesting the outer reaches of the empire, and the floor scattered with flowers, the setting was perfect. A hallowed place to honour the memory of a British warrior representing all those who had shed their blood on French soil. "It is a touching scene," wrote Sowerbutt, recalling the moment the unknown warrior was finally transferred into the great coffin in which he would be buried for all time. "Gently we lay him in the treasure chest. The lid is on, the bolts are driven home, and we step forward wondering, whose is this image and superscription? And there, on a shield of hammered iron, we read, 'A British warrior who died in the Great War, 1914 to 1918, for king and country.' Bound round the waist and from head to foot, in bands of hammered iron, with a crusader's sword thrust under the shield, we leave him in the guard of France for the night, but in the casket of England's heart, bound round with the bands of grateful love. Tomorrow we will bring him home on a destroyer, when the French have done him their devoir." The treasured chest was then placed gently on two Union Jack-draped trestles in the centre of the room. French soldiers in long tunics and steel helmets stood smartly to attention, the long barrels of their rifles pointing at the ceiling rather than reversed in the British manner, signifying mourning. That night marked the only point in the unknown warrior's journey when he was not under the strict care and protection of British troops. The poilus, Harries as the French soldiers were affectionately known, now chosen to guard him, had earned that honour in battle. All were from the 8th Regiment, which had recently been awarded the Légion d'honneur en masse for its bravery in the war. Portland Harbour, 9th of November, 1920, 11 p.m. On the south coast, between Exeter and Bournemouth, HMS Verdun slipped her moorings, made steam and moved quietly away from Portland through the harbour walls and out into Weymouth Bay. The 110 sailors on board were relieved to be finally underway. Even by naval standards, preparations for the short voyage across the Channel had been meticulous, with every surface of the Admiralty V-class destroyer either freshly painted or polished. Once in open water, and having made contact with her escort of 6 destroyers, Verdun made a sweeping turn east, and with her running lights twinkling in the darkness, set her course for Boulogne. Hôtel de Londres, Boulogne, 9th of November 1920, midnight. At the Hôtel de Londres, it seems John Sowerbutt was rather enjoying being in the middle of a full-scale military operation. "The hotel has become temporary staff headquarters," he recorded with some excitement. "There is a field telephone on the table. The lounge is full of staff officers. Soldiers and officers are coming and going, all busily preparing for tomorrow's function. All the chiefs are staying here tonight. The French mean to make a big show. We have just learned that the destroyer is timed to arrive at 10 a.m. to leave at noon." Château de Boulogne, 10th of November 1920, 9:30 a.m. Just as the chateau's library made the perfect resting place for the unknown warrior's final night in France, so Boulogne was the ideal port from which to sail home. As one newspaper said, it was the soldier's port. Calais was sacred to the staff. Le Havre and other centres were dedicated largely to stores and munitions. But Boulogne saw the arrival and departure of some 8.5 million British fighting men. It saw them come full of high hope, and it saw nearly 750,000 sick and wounded go back to hospitals across the water. It was right and fitting, therefore, that Boulogne should be the embarkation point of that unknown lad, who represents his comrades sleeping by Ypres and Amiens, and in all the battlefields from the Flanders coast to the Somme and beyond. In the streets of Boulogne, crowds had already been waiting for hours, By the time the Adjutant-General of the British Army, General Macdonogh, gave the order for the coffin to be carried down from the makeshift chapel, a line of French soldiers with fixed bayonets stood to attention, and the assembled officers saluted as the 8 pallbearers appeared with the oaken treasure chest. Each held his cap in one hand as they made their way gingerly down the stone steps before the struggle to lift their charge onto the wagon the French authorities had provided. It was certainly not the gun carriage they had been expecting. If anything, it looked more like a large farm cart, and 2 of the soldiers had to mount it in order to help steer the coffin into place. The outline of the king's sword, reportedly George V's personal tribute, was visible beneath its Union Jack. At least one newspaper claimed that there was also a handwritten card bearing the inscription, "A soldier's gift to a soldier," though this is not visible in the news footage of the procession. With a French soldier at the reins and 6 black artillery horses already harnessed, the wagon was ready to go. The 8 soldiers marched in 2 ranks, 4 on either side. 7 wore their peaked caps, the lone Australian standing out in his distinctive slouch hat. They joined the main procession already formed up on the wide shopping street in the shadow of the cathedral. From there they would pass along the Grande Rue, past the Place d'Alton, into Rue Victor Hugo, and over the Pont Marguerite to the quay. The previous night, this route, newly decorated with flags and bunting, had had a whiff of celebration about it. Now, beneath a sombre sky, an atmosphere of deep mourning had settled on the silent streets. At 10:30 a.m., all the bells of Boulogne began to toll, and after a blazing salute from the trumpets of the French cavalry, the great bass drums of the massed band began to thump out the sombre rhythm of Chopin's Marche Funèbre. The deep booms echoed through the town like heavy artillery as the mile-long procession set off. The fire service in their polished brass helmets and a detachment of disabled French soldiers, their chests jingling with medals, led 1,000 local schoolchildren, followed by an entire division of 15,000 French troops carrying their regimental colours aloft. Here was a squadron of French cavalry, 4 batteries of French artillery, and 3 battalions of infantry, all in their blue-grey service uniforms and rounded steel helmets. It was a dazzling, almost stupefying sight. A detachment of French lancers, 4 horses abreast, escorted the unknown warrior's wagon. Its great wheels clattered over the cobbled streets and raised tram tracks. It was a precious moment for the people of Boulogne, who had come out in their thousands to pay their respects. They had watched the millions of bright-eyed Tommies passing through on their way to the front, then watched the countless injured returning. They had their own dead to mourn, too. France had lost more than 1.3 million men in the war, most of them on the Western Front. So this haunting symbol of each and every man who had paid the ultimate price for their freedom being carried through the streets was something which obviously mattered very deeply. It clearly mattered deeply to Marshal Ferdinand Foch, too. The Supreme Allied Commander must have been powerfully aware of the intense human suffering that had resulted from his part in the wartime decision-making. So, somewhat unexpectedly, the 70-year-old Foch had travelled here on his own initiative to march beneath the iron-grey sky and show his profound gratitude and respect. Foch and Macdonogh walked side by side, just behind the wreath-bearing soldiers who staggered in the wake of the unknown warrior's wagon. Some of their grand flower displays were almost twice as big as the cart's thundering wheels. One was so heavy it took 4 men to carry it. Behind the 2 military leaders came yet more French troops, marines and cavalrymen, marching along the route decorated with striped Venetian masts, topped with the red, white, and blue flags of both nations. The crowds were so dense that some took to the dock's warehouse roofs for a better view. Quai Gambetta, Boulogne, 10th of November 1920, 11 a.m. Arriving at the quay ahead of the main procession, Major Ernest Fitzsimon waited with a party of French dignitaries, British officers, press reporters, and the swarming public. He was keen to witness the arrival of the ceremonial gun carriage he had arranged to bear the coffin to HMS Verdun, so what finally appeared in the distance must have come as a bitter shock. Looking at the black-and-white news footage, instead of a grand military carriage at the heart of the procession, there is something resembling a 19th-century hay-cart. At last the harbour hove into view, and there, lying alongside the jetty, was the hulking 300-foot-long HMS Verdun, waiting to receive its unusual cargo. On her afterdeck, the ship's proud motto gleamed, "On ne passe pas," they shall not pass, the battle cry given by Maréchal Pétain to his hard-pressed troops at the Battle of Verdun in 1916. The ship had been chosen for this historic mission in homage to the catastrophic French losses during the fighting. With the destroyer's crew standing stiffly to attention, a circle of French buglers sounded the last post as General Macdonough stepped forward. The polished leather on his uniform belt glinted faintly beneath the pale sky. A black armband was clasped around his left sleeve. After a short pause, the trumpets sounded again, this time with the brighter rhythms of Au Champ, as the stately figure of Maréchal Foch moved into position. A great walrus moustache drooping towards his chin, his deep, mournful eyes swept the crowds as he saluted the awaiting officers. And then, noted one British reporter, the great marshal walked all alone to the coffin and raised his hand to his képi, keeping it there for what appeared to be a very long moment. Voice trembling with emotion, Foch spoke eloquently and from the heart. "I express the profound feelings of France for the invincible heroism of the British Army, and I regard the body of this hero as a souvenir of the future, and as a reminder to work in common to cement the victories we have gained by eternal union." Macdonough responded in French, thanking the Maréchal on behalf of the King and the British government, and reminding the crowds of the undying significance of the ceremony. The band then played La Marseillaise and God Save the King, and it was time for General Macdonough to receive the body of the unknown warrior on behalf of the British nation. While the bearer party of British and Dominion soldiers carefully eased the coffin off its cart, HMS Verdun's crew prepared for the next stage of the carefully choreographed ceremony. The orders from the Admiralty to the ship's captain 4 days earlier had been admirably clear. The coffin is to be received on board HMS Verdun by a seaman guard of about 20 men under an officer and placed on a bier in a suitable position. A large Union Jack is to be taken to cover the coffin from Boulogne to London. Colours to be half-masted as the coffin arrives on board. The ship's company is to be fallen in. After arrival on board, sentries with arms reversed are to be posted round the bier. While the 8-strong bearer party slowly made its way up Verdun's narrow gangplank, the boatswain's mate piped the body on board with his shrill whistle, an honour generally accorded only to admirals and captains. At the same moment, the ship's white ensign was lowered to half-mast, while the mast bands on shore broke into La Marseillaise once more. General Macdonough and his aide-de-camp boarded the ship next, and the wreath-carrying soldiers laid their flowers around the coffin, now guarded on the quarterdeck. At 11:45 a.m. precisely, Macdonough took up position facing the unknown warrior, and the band struck up God Save the King one last time. Maréchal Foch, visibly moved, stepped forward almost to the water's edge and stood alone, saluting his dead comrade as HMS Verdun unmoored and withdrew from the pier. "I shall never forget the scene or the thrill," recorded Undertaker John Sowbutts. It would take a volume to describe it all. Here the unknown warrior rested on the quarter-deck, abaft two grim torpedo tubes bowered in flowers, and veiled in a battle-stained gown of three crosses intermingled the Union Jack. We cast off, and out into the glory mist we glide. Beyond the harbour wall, Verdun was joined by the dark silhouettes of her escort. 6 destroyers of the British Atlantic Fleet, line abreast, 3 on each side. A minute or two later, the first booming explosions of a 19-gun salute echoed across the water as an escort of French ships fired their volley. The great cannons of the fortress at Boulogne responded with their own salvo. As the echoes faded, HMS Verdun and Britain's most precious soldier slipped silently into the fog. Chapter 9. The Warship of the Dead. Dover, 10th of November 1920, 1 p.m. It was just a pinpoint of light flashing across the lead-grey seas, but for the crowds ranged along the cliff-tops it was everything. Some had been standing there for hours, scanning the horizon for the looming shape of HMS Verdun. Amelia Bromley, dressed head to toe in black, was among them. Her son Cecil had become obsessed with aviation in 1909, when, just 6 years after the Wright brothers' first powered flight, daredevil French aviator Louis Blériot crossed the English Channel in his box girder and wooden aircraft, landing near where Amelia now stood. When war broke out, Cecil had volunteered to become an engineer in the Royal Flying Corps, but the shortage of flyers meant that he was quickly chosen to train as a pilot. The odds were not in his favour. On the Western Front at that time, average life expectancy for aircrew was around 11 days. In November 1916, Cecil and his co-pilot were on an artillery spotting mission at 2,500 feet, a few miles north of High Wood, when a German fighter pounced on them from the clouds. Cecil's comrade was severely wounded in the engagement, but despite one arm being shattered, managed to bring the aircraft down. Cecil had been shot in the head and later died of his wounds in a dressing station. After his burial, his parents were sent a photograph of the grave, so at least had the comfort of seeing his final resting place, and perhaps the hope of visiting it when the war was over. But even this crumb of solace was quickly swept away. Cecil's grave was destroyed in subsequent fighting, and he became one of the unknowns. 4 years on, Amelia Bromley squinted out to sea, perhaps hoping her son was finally coming home. HMS Vendetta, another V-class Admiralty destroyer, had already steamed out of Dover to meet her sister ship mid-channel. She was armed to the teeth with journalists, ready to witness the unknown warrior's arrival upon home shores. Around 7 miles off the Kent coast, Vendetta spotted the approaching flotilla, and her captain ordered a message to be sent across the water. "Who are you?" flashed the signal lamp on the bridge, its louvered shutters drumming. A short pause, then a response flashed back through the mist. "Verdun, and escort, with unknown warrior." There was scarcely a ripple on the channel, recorded the special correspondent of the Daily Telegraph. Not a break in the canopy above us. Grey, the whole picture was grey, and the ships in it, but with a curious intense serenity. No wash could be detected on the prows of the oncoming flotilla, but as we mutually sighted each other, the point of a flash-lamp on the leading destroyer of the funereal escort answered our challenge. Even as the signal and others were exchanged, the tiny blue-grey specks on a grey expanse of flat waters grew into their own big battle-grey shapes. In the centre of the convoy was the warship of the dead, with 6 destroyers acting as a screen about her. 3 of the escorts carved a delicate wake ahead of the Verdun. 3 followed in line astern. Each ship's Union Jack and white ensign flew at half-mast. Tenderly and without haste the ships stole through the last few miles, observed the reporter from the Times, leaning on the deck-rails of HMS Vendetta as she came alongside the Verdun. So silently and solemnly that one could compare their measured progress only to the slow march of troops in a funeral procession. Waters which are often turbulent seemed strangely gentle. There was no wind to stir the folds of the Union Jack from Ypres, which covered the coffin as it lay on the deck of the Verdun. In this impressive silence, sailors seemed for a time to have taken into their special keeping the remains symbolical of the glorious dead. The Daily Telegraph's man found himself wondering if he was on a ghost ship, not powered by machinery at all. Destroyers usually strain and shake and whine like some weird hounds of the sea, he noted, whereas today's silent, mournful pace, equivalent to the dead march on some noiseless pavement, had reduced these fighting ships almost to the sense of painted ships upon a painted ocean. The calm sea had put the convoy well ahead of schedule. "About 2 p.m. we sight Blighty," said Undertaker John Saubatz aboard HMS Verdun, "and a wireless message is received asking us to cruise in the Channel, arriving at Dover at 3:30 p.m. Most of the shops in the seaside town had already wound away their awnings and rattled down their shutters for the day. The police brought road traffic to a standstill an hour before the landing. HMS Vendetta disembarked her party of journalists so they could file their copy for the evening editions. Tantalizingly, Verdun and her escort remained in sight of the crowds on the cliff-tops as she waited to make her grand entrance. The Citadel, Verdun, France, 10th of November 1920, 3 p.m. As the unknown warrior was poised to sail into Dover harbour, the French Minister of Pensions, entered a small candlelit chamber beneath Verdun's citadel in northern France in preparation to select their own soldat inconnu. André Maginot had been wounded in the Battle of Verdun, one of the longest and bloodiest of the war, during which the Germans fired 2 million artillery shells in their attempt to make the French army bleed to death in their defense of the ancient city. The French somehow managed to hold off the invaders at a cost that made their action a hallowed, almost mythical emblem for patriotic self-sacrifice. "I arrived there with 175 men," wrote one officer, following a German artillery bombardment. "I left with 34, several half-mad, not replying anymore when I spoke to them." Some 162,000 Frenchmen were killed, with a further 230,000 wounded. Too mangled to identify, many of the human remains were placed in the Douaumont ossuary within the battlefield, which contains the mingled bones of at least 130,000 friend and foe. Now the same motto, etched on the quarterdeck of HMS Verdun, "On ne passe pas," was emblazoned on one of the banners confronting André Maginot as he blinked in the half-light of the chamber. Pine fronds, floral wreaths and flags decorated the stone walls, much like Boulogne's Chapelle Ardente, where the unknown warrior had spent his last night on French soil. 8 identical coffins, each adorned with a tricolore flag, stood before him. Maginot had chosen 21-year-old Auguste Tain of the 132nd Infantry Regiment to select the one that would become the representative of their own missing. Private Tain had enlisted in 1918 after his father was killed in action, and despite joining the war so late, he had been both wounded and gassed before its conclusion. "Monsieur Maginot handed me a bouquet of carnations," he recalled. He said, "Whichever coffin you lay this bouquet upon, that one will go to the Arc de Triomphe to immortalize all the dead of the war." After considering the options, I placed my bouquet on the 6th coffin. This was because the 3 digits of my regiment, the 132nd, added up to 6, and we were part of the Army's 6th Corps too, so I chose the 6th body. The French unknown warrior began his journey to Paris almost at once, ready to be honoured there the following day as his brother-in-arms was being buried at Westminster Abbey. Dover, 10th of November 1920, 3:30 p.m. The stillness was shattered by the measured boom of Dover's coastal battery's 19-gun salute. White puffs of smoke blossomed from the gun ports in the stone walls. The sharp crack of a blank round followed a split second later, then the thump as it echoed off the cliffs. To this accompaniment, HMS Verdun glided into port, a majestic, almost supernatural mien, as if she, too, a ship, had come from the unknown. Dover Castle lay to her left, its stark blue-grey outline already beginning to lose itself in the rapidly encroaching dusk. To her right, the busy harbour seemed frozen in time, and at that very moment a partial eclipse of the sun, the moon shadowing one side, added to the spectral magic. The fishermen, sailors, and townspeople gathered near the Admiralty Pier had not been allowed onto the quay. A few dockside staff stood dotted among the navy boys, almost hidden behind the long rank of soldiers standing with their backs to the ship, rifles reversed. Docker William Chandler was there, ready to help with the lines and hawsers flung from above. Many of those assembled had their own experiences of loss. As the Verdun drew closer to her mooring, stern first, there was a muffled roll of drums from the band of the Royal Irish Fusiliers, and then the majestic opening chords of Land of Hope and Glory filled the air. Played softly, almost caressingly, the proud music of the motherland brought a thrill of emotion to every spectator, declared the Daily Mirror. It was an impressive moment. John Sowerbutts was certainly transported. Never can one forget the scene. We just glide in, and as we get close to the jetty, the band sings softly. His colleague, Curtly Nodes, was similarly moved. The thrill of it sent shivers down my back, and I was proud to be British. At each corner of the unknown warrior's coffin stood a sailor, head bowed, rifle reversed. Behind them, at the head of the bier, stood the stern, moustached figure of General Macdonough. Verdun's crew stood silently to attention along the deck as William Chandler and his fellow dockhands ensured she was made fast. An order rapped out from the bridge, and the bluff old seamen on the harbour doffed their caps and ran out the gangway gently and noiselessly, one correspondent noted. There was a rattling of capstans, a straining of hawsers, and HMS Verdun was still. The air was still. The waters of the harbour and of the channel beyond were still. Not a flag fluttered. Not a seagull flapped its wings. A diffused pearly grey sky lay motionless above us. I do not ever remember a scene so static, except the 2 minutes' silence last year. No doubt the commander of the Verdun gave his orders as usual, but it was in undertones that reached no ear among the onlookers. There was not a sound and not a movement. This, for many seconds, that seemed like an hour, so tense were those moments of waiting. It was with this wonderful, vigilant, inviolable silence that Dover today first received back on English earth its unknown warrior. A few moments later, the wreaths and flowers were being removed, and the shrouded treasure chest was borne ashore and passed to 6 senior officers of the Army, Navy, Marines, and Air Force who had all seen active service in the war. General Macdonough, local dignitaries, officers from Dover garrison followed, not to mention undertakers Nodes and Sowerbutts, along the short route to Dover Marine Railway Station, which was densely lined with soldiers from several different regiments. "Soon he is borne aloft on his comrades' shoulders," rhapsodized Sowerbutts, "and we follow him ashore to the Garden of Repose." It was an impressive sight, and the grainy Pathé newsreel of the arrival captures its bleak solemnity. But something is missing. Where were the thousands of bereaved relatives who had come to greet the unknown warrior? Unlike the citizens of Boulogne, the Dover locals had been held back from paying their respects at the Admiralty Pier, which caused considerable upset. Not even those widows from Dover who mourn their husbands who have no known grave were allowed entry, fumed the Dover Express. The Today's Gossip section of the Daily Mirror went further. "I hear from Dover that there was much dissatisfaction regarding the arrangements in connection with the landing of the unknown warrior there. Townspeople had no opportunity of seeing the coffin. It was early closing day, and thousands waited in vain around the marine station." They might have been kept at a distance, but even the briefest glimpse of the unknown warrior's coffin still exerted a powerful spell. "I saw a woman, older-looking, much older-looking than her years," wrote one reporter, "with 2 children at her side who have grown up since the terrible war began. She swooned. Did she think that the body in that oaken casket, covered with a battle-scorched Union Jack, and followed by fighting men, all of whom have seen battle service, might be that of the husband and father whom they must wait and wait to meet again? God help her." The Cenotaph, London, 10th of November 1920, 4 p.m. Workers were busy enveloping Lutyens's memorial to the dead of the Great War in Whitehall in 2 vast Union Jacks. It was a complex operation. An intricate system of levers, wires, and behind-the-scenes trickery would be required to allow the flags to drop simultaneously to the ground at the very moment the king pressed a button during the unveiling ceremony. What could possibly go wrong? A people's pilgrimage to the monument had already begun. A steady stream of visitors passed along Whitehall, pausing at the cenotaph in silent reflection. Many carried bouquets and wreaths, in keeping with the tradition of placing flowers around the original temporary monument as a memorial to the glorious dead. But the police were now discouraging such tributes so that the base of the monument would not encumber the following day's parade. The thousands of soldiers, sailors, and airmen, marching and mounted, would require the full width of Whitehall. Dover, 10th of November 1920, 4:45 p.m. Dockworker William Chandler had watched the procession pass along Admiralty Pier, the sight of gleaming rifles and sound of marching boots transporting him back to the war years, when he had witnessed so many young soldiers heading in the opposite direction. And perhaps he was also remembering his young great-nephew's face when the news came through that the boy's father had been killed at Ypres in October 1914. Private Sidney Aldin's body was never found. His name, yet another addition carved on the Meningate Memorial. Harold was 6 when his father was killed. He must have struggled to understand what it all meant. Why wasn't Daddy coming home? Where was he? Tragically, the one person who might have been able to answer some of his questions, his mother Fanny, succumbed to the Spanish flu epidemic 4 years later. Aged just 10, Harold was an orphan. William Chandler will not have been the only man wondering where a missing relative was, staring at the now empty space on HMS Verdun's quarterdeck, where the unknown warrior's coffin had lain, surrounded with flowers. When he spotted a rosebud, its stem still wrapped with florist's wire, which had fallen off one of the huge wreaths, he carefully put it in his pocket, not yet sure what he would do with it. Dover Marine Railway Station, 10th of November, 1920, 5 p.m. From a tin hut chapel in northern France, via a battered military ambulance, a night in the library of a 13th-century chateau, a procession through the crowded streets of a seaside town, and a channel crossing aboard a torpedo-equipped destroyer, the unknown warrior's coffin was now carried reverently into the soft light of Dover Marine Railway Station. Dover itself had been the principal evacuation point for an estimated 1,260,000 wartime casualties. Eventually closed in 1994, the railway station is now a P&O ferry terminal with its appropriately understated memorial plaque mounted on an office wall commemorating the arrival of the unknown warrior in 1920. It had been a hushed and peaceful affair. The Reverend David Railton stayed well away from the limelight, never wanting to take undue recognition for the gathering momentum of his idea. Perhaps this is why he appears to have made no record of his perspective on this phase of the Odyssey. But I can imagine him keeping a close eye on proceedings as the unknown warrior finally arrived in his beloved Kent. The Padre's old parish at Folkestone was only a short hop up the coast, and his new one at Margate was little more than 20 miles away. He may not have felt the need to pay his respects at Dover Harbour. He would be seeing the unknown warrior and his flag in Westminster Abbey the following day. Though its white roof had been freshly painted to make it easier to spot as it rattled through the rain and darkness, passenger luggage van number 132 of the South Eastern and Chatham Railway Company didn't look like much from the outside. A small goods wagon of varnished oak planks fitted to an iron frame with 2 double doors on each side and 4 small windows protected by a steel grid. But it had been chosen for the next section of the unknown warrior's journey for a reason. Built in 1919, it had already carried the bodies of 2 dead heroes to the nation's capital, Nurse Edith Cavell and Captain Charles Fryatt. Edith Cavell's arrest and execution by a German firing squad in October 1915 had been met by outrage around the world. Well known even before her death, this pioneer of modern nursing had treated both Allied and German soldiers at a Red Cross hospital in occupied Belgium. "I can't stop," she said, "when there are lives to be saved." Cavell's crime was to have helped around 200 wounded British and Allied prisoners being treated in her hospital to escape into neutral Holland. As she waited for the firing squad, she instructed the German prison chaplain to "tell my loved ones that my soul, as I believe, is safe, and that I am glad to die for my country." Edith soared in popularity as a girl's name after her martyrdom. Edith Piaf, the legendary chanteuse, among the recipients. After the war, a special case was made for Cavell's body to be repatriated, honoured with a state funeral, and reburied at her birthplace in Norwich. Captain Charles Algernon Fryatt was an unusually fearless and pugnacious merchant seaman who, with his unarmed ships owned by the Great Eastern Railway Company, seems to have had a knack for making the lives of German U-boat captains very uncomfortable. In early March 1915, his SS Wrexham survived a hair-raising game of cat and mouse after being attacked by a U-boat in the North Sea, and was pursued for 40 nautical miles as Fryatt urged his deckhands to work alongside the stokers, shoveling extra coal into the ship's roaring fireboxes. After a remarkable display of seamanship and sheer brute force, for which he was presented with a gold watch by his employer, the Wrexham arrived at Rotterdam with scorched funnels. It proved to be just the beginning of Captain Fryatt's U-boat baiting career. Less than a month later, his new vessel, the SS Brussels, was ordered to hove to by a surface U-boat off the Dutch coast. Seeing that it was preparing to torpedo them, Fryatt ordered full steam ahead and attempted to ram the submarine, forcing it to crash dive and allowing his unarmed ship to escape. Praised for his actions in the House of Commons, Fryatt's collection of congratulatory timepieces was further increased, this one inscribed, "Presented by the Lords Commissioners of the Admiralty to Charles Algernon Fryatt, Master of the SS Brussels, in recognition of the example set by that vessel when attacked by a German submarine on March the 28th, 1915. The following year, the watch would sign his death warrant. In June 1916, a week before the start of the Battle of the Somme, the SS Brussels was captured by the enemy. Fryatt and his crew were arrested, and their valuables requisitioned. Though sent to an internment camp near Berlin, the British sailors probably felt quite confident of their release, until a Dutch newspaper reported that Fryatt had been charged with attacking a German submarine. The Germans had found his commemorative watch. At 7 p.m. on Thursday the 27th of July, Fryatt was executed as a franc-tireur, a civilian who breached the rules of warfare by taking up arms by a naval firing squad at Bruges, an act denounced by the New York Times as a deliberate murder. His body was also repatriated to Britain after the war and honoured with a state funeral. Like Edith Cavell, he had been conveyed from Dover to London in passenger luggage van number 132. Now, on the 10th of November 1920, the carriage was about to see its finest hour. Converted into a travelling chapelle ardente, it had been adorned with purple and gold trappings, a trellis of bay leaves, the traditional garland of victory, bouquets of sweet-smelling chrysanthemums for mourning, and evergreens to signify everlasting life. Beautifully draped and garlanded, it is just a paradise, sighed John Sowerbutts as they loaded the coffin. We lay him down, and until the train starts, the doors are left open for the public to view. In fact, only a select few dignitaries were allowed anywhere near the carriage. The public had been kept at a distance yet again, except for those who realized that buying a train ticket would grant them access to the station for a closer look. Solemnly, recorded one journalist, and with the utmost reverence, the remains were laid to rest for the train journey. Inside the wagon, two tiny electric lights shed a purple glow over the coffin. The giant wreaths were almost too large to be put through the doors of the brake. They required 4 and 5 soldiers to lift them. Dover Marine Railway Station, 10th of November 1920, 5:20 p.m. With the coffin safely stowed, there was now a silent hiatus before the train could start its journey. One bluejacket, naval rating, one marine, one soldier, and one airman stood sentinel over the glories of their unknown comrade, recorded the special correspondent of the Daily Telegraph. At 5:20 p.m., the remaining troops finally marched out of the station, swivelling their heads in an eyes-left salute as they passed the warrior's wagon. Wisps of steam hissed from the darkness as the 58-ton E-class locomotive, still in its wartime grey livery, prepared to depart. The remaining honour guard of soldiers stood to attention, heads bowed, muzzles of their rifles pressed onto their polished toe-caps. It was, as the man from the Daily Mirror put it, an impressive ending to a wonderful ceremony. In a brightly lit, separate passenger carriage, a travelling guard party of 1 officer and 15 men of the Connaught Rangers had quietly taken their places. Having closed and padlocked the Cavil van, Messrs. Nodes and Sowerbutts also took their seats. Leaving nothing to chance, General Macdonough boarded too. At 5:30 p.m., the train clanked out of the station and into the darkness. In Dover, many of the townsfolk made their way to churches for special evening prayers, where pathetic scenes were witnessed among the women of the congregations who have lost their dear ones in the war. In Margate, David Railton preached a sermon to his congregation, even though it wasn't a Sunday. His heart must have felt unusually full that night. The train thundered through the dark, wet, moonless night, reported the Daily Mail. At the platforms by which it rushed could be seen groups of women watching and silent, many dressed in deep mourning. Many an upper window was open, and against the golden square of light was silhouetted, clear-cut and black, the head and shoulders of some faithful watcher. The Daily Mirror told a similar story. Station platforms of towns between Dover and Victoria were crowded with people who stood in reverent silence while the train halted for a few moments. The crowds included many thousands of women, and between the stations every street corner and road running parallel with the lines held groups of watchers, some of whom had waited patiently in the rain, if only for a fleeting glimpse of the train containing the dead warrior. Nodes and Sowerbutts marvelled at the sights they beheld through the windows of their passenger carriage. All the way up, at every station, are crowds. By the crossings, on the bridges, out of the darkness, white faces peer as we speed with our treasure to London. The rest the papers will tell you. Local reporters certainly did their best. At Sittingbourne in Kent, the train stopped for almost 5 minutes. The station was thronged with people, some of whom had travelled for miles, to render reverent homage to the remains of one who will symbolize forever in the hearts of many their own lost ones. At Faversham, veterans completely filled the platform, carrying at their head a Union Jack surmounted by a wreath of bay leaves, a tribute to their dead comrade. Movingly, it was a detachment of Boy Scouts in short trousers who sounded the last post. At Gillingham, a team of bluejackets formed an impromptu guard of honour, bowing their heads and reversing their rifles as the gleaming train slowed through the station. And on into the London suburbs, and scores of homes with back doors flung wide, light flooding out, and in the garden figures of men and women and children gazing at the great lighted train rushing past. Victoria Station, London, 10th of November 1920, 8:30 p.m. The lights still burned at London's Victoria railway station as the evening rush cleared and commuters hurried home. Theatre-goers were already chortling in the stalls or swooning at the tenor voice of a Welsh coal miner who was halfway through his recital at Steinway Hall. After a couple of drinks, many must have been doing their best to feel a little happier about the world. On the rain-slicked pavements outside the station, temporary barriers had been erected, and the crowd, now several rows deep, was silent but restive. Thousands had already gathered, and the police were doing their best to control the unexpected numbers. One journalist noted that these were the same people, nearly all women, who had gathered here in the war, bidding their menfolk farewell, or waiting, hoping for their safe return. Men had gone out with their last memories of England from here, he wrote. The ladies in the buffet used to tell the men that Victoria meant victory, and so they shouldered their heavy pack and headed to their train and went out to France. Whispers came from behind the barriers. Then a wave of emotion swept through the assembled crowd beyond the gates. The soldiers on the platform stiffened. The train, pulling the caval van and the passenger carriage, waited outside the station for a new locomotive to transfer them to their allotted platform closest to Buckingham Palace Road on the western side of the station. Though they could still see nothing, the throng surged forward. A wild rush was made past the barriers, and some of the crowd mounted the footplates, said one observer, although other newspapers reported that the arrival took place in an atmosphere of silent reverence. The Daily Mirror hedged its bets and claimed both that the police had succeeded in holding back the crowds and that the same crowds had climbed over the engine and the carriage. Whatever the case, any chaos, such as it was quelled as quickly as it had begun. Again they waited. At 8:32 p.m. precisely, the red tail lamp of the small shunting engine and its two carriages could be seen slowly approaching platform 8. The few civilians allowed onto the platform removed their hats, and the small detachment of 16 Grenadier Guardsmen saluted. From behind the barriers came the smothered sound of weeping. The pain and longing were visible in many a woman's eyes. "It may be," came one whisper. "Oh, I wonder," came another. With a gentle groan, the ghost train glided to a halt. While the unknown warrior rested in London, Dover dockworker William Chandler returned home that night and placed the rosebud he had salvaged from one of the giant wreaths in a cup of water, determined to keep the bloom as fresh as possible while he decided what to do with it. A few days later, he composed a letter to his young great-nephew, Harold Aldin, whose father, Sidney, was one of the unknowns. On a sheet of cream paper, neatly folded 3 times, he wrote in beautiful and florid copperplate script, "Dear nephew, in loving memory of your dear dad, who arrived at Dover November the 10th, 1920, in the destroyer Verdun, buried in Westminster Abbey November the 11th, 1920, the unknown warrior. The enclosed is a part of a rose which fell from a large wreath given by the British Army. I hope you will keep it, and in years to come you will be able to show it in remembrance of your dad. From your affectionate uncle, W. Chandler." At Victoria Station, the unknown warrior's wagon was clearly opened at some point. A famous photograph of the time shows it guarded by sombre-faced young soldiers and an ancient white-haired railwayman. The end of the coffin is visible on the floor of the carriage, still draped in its flag. "Men wept as they saw the double railway carriage," noted the Times. "They knew not why they wept, but the great gloomy arches of the station and the rows on rows of white faces pressed to the barriers were a setting which might not be denied." One last time, Nodes and Sowerbutts checked that all was in order before shuttering the carriage windows and padlocking the doors. A brief tete-a-tete, and then the keys were handed to the guard commander on the platform. The officer, in return, signed and held out a slip of paper. Received from Mr. Sowerbutts 2 keys of van number 132, South Eastern and Chatham Railway, November 10th, 1920. Finally, it was time for the 2 undertakers to head home. It had been, as an exhausted Sowerbutts put it, a labour of love we would never forget. The unknown warrior, perhaps it just might have been young Harold Aldin's dad, was home, safe, and under the watchful guard of comrades in arms, alongside whom he may have fought and fallen. On the platform at each end of the carriage, a young grenadier guardsman took his ceremonial place, reversed his weapon, and stood with his head bowed. Every half-hour, 2 new guardsmen would march into position, salute the coffin and their comrade, and take their turn. For some, the image conjured a vivid memory of Edward VII lying in state at Westminster Hall in 1910, where 4 sentinel grenadiers had stood in similar positions at each corner of his coffin on its high catafalque, draped with the royal standard. And it would be echoed, just over a century later, at the great lying in state of Queen Elizabeth II in 2022, when 4 soldiers would take their turn, standing at the 4 corners of Her Majesty's catafalque, heads bowed, swords reversed, one hand folded over the other, later being joined by princes and princesses, senior military officers, and government ministers too. Many thousands had waited to see the unknown warrior's arrival at Victoria in 1920, and perhaps 250,000 queued for hours simply to stand beside the late Queen's coffin for a few seconds over 100 years later. What is it about this acknowledgment of sacrifice, this ceremony of death, that compels people to be part of the occasion? Chapter 10. Welcome Home, Boys. Victoria Station, London, August 2023. For most older military personnel, railway stations touch the heart. Places to say goodbye, places to be welcomed home, places of beginning and sometimes, sadly, of ending. I well remember standing in Newcastle Central train station as a 17-year-old boy in 1981, alongside 2 holdalls crammed with almost all my earthly possessions. Another dozen fresh-faced, wide-eyed teenagers were saying their goodbyes to tearful parents, or, if they were lucky, tearful girlfriends. We were all leaving home for the first time, heading south to start recruit training and a new life in the Royal Air Force. At the time, I'm sure none of us even contemplated the possibility of any future danger, or that some of our friends might spill their blood on foreign fields. We were simply excited to embarking on a new shared adventure. London's Victoria Station, a gateway to the trenches of the First World War, has seen more goodbyes than most, and I wonder if those equally fresh-faced youngsters in 1916 felt the surge of awe and excitement that I did when they embarked on their own adventure. I wonder if they had even an inkling of how many friends would never return, how many would never be seen or heard of again. The layout of the current station and platforms is very different. The old grill room, with its chandeliers and starched napkins folded into neat cones, is long gone. So too the refectory room, with its clear-story windows, bar and polished beer taps, not to mention the ladies' first-class waiting room. But the place remains steeped in echoes of the past. These soaring glass canopies are a reminder of the days when steam trains blackened the air with wet soot and the stench of burning coal. Even today, with tourists and commuters hurtling past me, buried in their mobile phones, there is a tinge of ancient and modern melancholy about the place, a faint whiff of brief encounter in the scrolled stonework and the empty faces, that same milky glow filtering through the roof lights that must have fallen on the unknown warrior's coffin on the evening of the 10th of November 1920, as, behind the barriers, heaving crowds of hollow-eyed men and women tried to catch a glimpse of the train standing at Platform 8. Many would have had one terrible thing in common, a letter or telegram which they could hardly bear to open, knowing that the contents would smash their world into bitter fragments. Now, 2 years after the end of the war, they were still trying to find a way to put their personal jigsaw back together, even though the most precious piece was still missing. Was it on that train? I have attended many funerals of friends killed in action or during training, and attended countless memorial services and Remembrance Day parades over the years. The heartbreaking loss experienced by the bereaved during the First World War is part of a continuum. Warfare and the technological means of waging it may well have changed over the last 100 years, but death, loss, and grief forge unbreakable and unbearable links across the generations, which intimately connect them and us with the broken hearts and inspirational resilience of thousands of families, friends, and comrades living today who have also received the modern equivalent of that telegram or letter, the knock at the door by someone wearing military uniform. I think of young Mary Fowler, seeing a crowd of people outside her house on her way home from school, and somehow knowing that her dad must be missing at sea. Or Jenny Green, being woken at 1 a.m. and finding herself unable to open the front door because she had glimpsed the gold braid on the polished peak cap on the other side of it. Nicky Scott knows all about that fateful knock at the door. Her husband, Lee, was killed in Afghanistan little more than a year after their marriage. A warm-spirited woman with soulful brown eyes and a ready laugh, Nicky had first met Lee when working at a pub in King's Lynn, Norfolk. He wasn't yet a soldier, just a bit of a Jack the lad who didn't seem to take life too seriously. He used to come into the bar with his mates, always getting drunk and messing around. He seemed quite immature to me. He kept asking me out on a date, but I told my friends, "There's no way that I'm ever going out with him," she recalls with a wistful smile. I could never have imagined the journey that lay ahead. Lee proved to be as spirited as she was, determined too. He just said to me, "One day you'll be Mrs. Scott." I told him in no uncertain terms that never in a million years would that happen. The couple were married in February 2008. In the meantime, Lee had joined the army. He was a fast-rising star of the 2nd Royal Tank Regiment and proved himself during operations in both Kosovo and Iraq. Known as a soldier's soldier, Lee had also managed to find the time to become a qualified freefall parachutist and coastal day skipper, and now, above all else, a quintessential family man. Nicky had one of those rare military marriages which seemed to work perfectly on every front. Lee was not just an instinctive soldier with a keen and canny tactical brain who was usually at the center of any mischief. According to his commanding officer, he was also a wonderful husband and enthusiastically hands-on dad. Ask anyone who was lucky enough to have met him, and they'd all tell you the same thing, she says. He was the most loving, kindest, thoughtful person you could ever meet. He was so full of life, he permanently had a cheeky grin on his face. Nicky thinks about this for a moment, visibly brightening at the thought of him, even though she is speaking in the past tense. She, too, is one of those people who seems to glow from within, and then, switching defiantly to the present tense, she adds, "I am so proud to be his wife." Sitting in the corporal's mess of Lee's tank regiment at Tidworth in Wiltshire, Nicky gazes around the room with a mixture of familiarity and wonder. I can see that she is recognizing old friends among the furnishings and in the portraits on the walls of square-jawed soldiers in camouflage uniform, one of whom is her husband. With a deep breath, Nicky returns to long-banished memories of the morning of Friday the 10th of July, 2009, and her personal knock on the door. Whether it occurred during the First World War, the Falklands, or Afghanistan, it is a story told again and again by those whose loved ones head to war. Saying goodbye to Lee when he deployed to Afghanistan had been simply heartbreaking, she says. It was so hard to let him go. He'd been on operations before, so I was used to him being away, but there had already been a lot of casualties in Afghanistan. I was worried, but we didn't really talk about that aspect, as it wouldn't have helped. Whatever was going to happen was going to happen. He even joked, "I've just filled out my will form, and if I snuff it, you'll be minted." He recorded some bedtime stories I could play to the kids when he had gone, so that they could hear his voice and remember who their daddy was while he was away over those long months. The day he left, I was trying to be so strong. We hugged and said that we loved each other. He said goodbye, and I shut the door as he walked down the path. Then I broke down in tears. I couldn't believe that I wouldn't be seeing him for 6 months. Of course, I didn't know that it would be the last time I would ever set eyes on him. Early in July, one of Lee's friends was killed in an explosion. It was truly devastating and really brought home the reality of what our loved ones were facing, she says. I remember thinking that the war was really coming close to home. I felt very lonely and insecure. It was a massive wake-up call for all the wives and girlfriends waiting at home. I still remember looking out of the window into the cul-de-sac, wondering when the official car might pull up outside my house to tell me that my husband had been killed. It was a truly, truly terrible time. Tracing lines in the air with the fingers of one hand, Nicky looks intently at the far wall as she speaks, as if the memories are being projected in front of her, and she is swiping through them as she describes the events of 14 years earlier. The children and I had had a really disturbed night. Both Brooke and Kai had been awake and unsettled. At one point we were all sitting together in my bed. It was all really unusual. Looking back now, I think I must have sensed that something was wrong. I felt really low when I woke up the next morning, really flat, but we continued as normal. Kai went to a friend's house, and I was on the way back from the park with my daughter when 2 cars drove past me. That image is still seared in my mind. One driver was wearing a suit, the other was in combat uniform. I instantly knew they were coming to give me bad news. She blinks, creases her brow, swallows hard. The cars stopped outside my house, and I vividly remember crying as I walked towards them. As the men were getting out, I said, "Are you looking for me?" One simply replied, "Are you Corporal Lee Scott's wife?" That's when I knew. Nicky speaks quickly now, the words tumbling out. I just kept saying, "What happened? What happened? Just tell me, just tell me." I don't remember how, but we were standing in the hallway of the house, and I must have been fumbling to get Brooke out of her buggy. One of the men said, "Can you please just hand your baby to my colleague?" I kept saying, almost shouting now, "Tell me, just tell me, has Lee been hurt?" And that's when they told me. My husband had been killed by an improvised explosive device, a bomb, during operations that morning. They didn't really have any more information. That was it. Lee was dead. His young widow pauses to gather her emotions. I don't really remember much after that. She almost smiles at the thought. "Sorry," she says under her breath, wiping away a tear with the tip of her thumb. She takes a breath, blinks at the ceiling, eyes shining. "Sorry, it's just really hard." Another glance around the room, a helpless flick of her wrist at her husband's portrait on the wall. Nicky is one of hundreds to have had to come to terms with her life being turned upside down during the recent actions in Iraq and Afghanistan, and this one moment for just one bereaved wife captures the intensity of their sacrifice and loss. As an officer, I had to knock on the door on 2 occasions. Both are over 30 years ago now, but still clear in my mind. The blind panic when the occupant registered the formal dress uniform, then the dreadful realization of what is to come. A wife collapsing on the stairs, children appearing from bedrooms to stare uncomprehendingly at the drama unfolding below. It is almost impossible to imagine the scale of this scenario being played out during the First World War, the millions of homes affected. You never, ever think it will happen to you, to your husband, Nicky says, voicing the highly charged response to the knock, which has echoed across the ages. Yet here we were. I had known how bad it was out there. A friend had already been killed, but you just don't think the war will ever come into your own home. She uses her fingertips to carefully brush away the tears from beneath her lashes before her mascara starts to run. But the dam begins to crumble. Her shoulders begin to shake. She lowers her head as if to hide her quiet sobs. I wonder if my questions have been too searching, too personal. I ask if she'd rather stop, but she is determined to go on, to relive her pain, so that those who have never, thankfully, known it might try to understand the grief military families experience. Whether it comes via a telegram or letter in 1916 or a personal notification in 2009. I wasn't stupid, she says firmly. I had always tried to prepare myself for something you never imagine will happen. She raises her head, eyes wide, as if registering the shock and amazement for the first time that fate had chosen her. The most painful thing was knowing that our two precious children would now have to face life without their father. Brooke was just 7 months old. She would have no memories of him. But Kai was 5 and adored Lee. How was I going to tell our gorgeous little boy that his daddy wasn't coming home? Nicky's recollections make me think of young Harold Alden and his great-uncle William Chandler rescuing a precious rosebud fallen from the unknown warrior's wreath in Dover as a gift for his orphaned nephew, in loving memory of your dear dad. Harold was almost the same age as Kai when his father was killed at Ypres in 1914. What was it like for his mother to give the child the news? What was it like for the hundreds of thousands of other mothers to go through the same traumatic process? Without a shadow of a doubt, it was the toughest thing I've ever had to do in my life, Nicky says, as if reading my mind. I was dreading it, but I knew I had to be straight, to the point, and not give him any confusing messages. When Kai arrived home a little later, Nicky took him upstairs. We were sitting on the bed together, and I said, "Kai, do you remember where Daddy is?" "Yes, in Afghan." She smiles at his 5-year-old's use of the military diminutive. We had explained the good work that Lee was doing out there, and that there were baddies out there trying to stop him and his friends. Nicky takes a deep breath. I told him that I'd always said that Daddy was going to come home, but something has happened. Daddy has been killed by the baddies, and he won't ever be able to come home. Tears begin to stream down my own face as Nicky stares into the distance, repeating those words imprinted on her heart 14 years later. Then I simply burst into tears. Kai just put his arm around me. It was so... She puts her hand to her chest, and then he began crying too, very, very quietly. I don't think he really understood what was going on. How can a child possibly understand these things? But this was just the start of it all. There were so many other people to tell. I hadn't really considered this aspect of bereavement. Before deploying on active service, I had certainly written a couple of last letters to my closest family, only to be opened in the event of my death. But there are so many more people than immediate family who need to be told. An intricate web of siblings, cousins, in-laws, comrades and colleagues, neighbours and friends. It is a long, complex list, and someone has to make those calls. Nicky had to ring Lee's father. It was almost too much. How do you tell a grown man that his beloved son has been killed? And then to hear that man break down. She shakes her head at the memory. Then I had to telephone my own parents to give them the same news. It was a devastating experience. I was lost. My world had fallen apart. Even though I had amazing friends and family around me, I just felt completely alone. I didn't know how I was going to carry on without Lee in my life. Nicky's experiences of dealing with Lee's death shed new light on the less well-recorded feelings and emotions of families 100 years earlier. Then there was the process of bringing Lee home, a rare and precious crumb of comfort not available to many widows of the First World War. RAF Lynham, Wiltshire, 14th of July, 2009. 7 other soldiers were killed in Afghanistan on the same day as Lee Scott, including 3 18-year-olds. Age really shouldn't matter, but there's a particular poignancy when service personnel are slaughtered before their life has really begun. It was one of the worst days of the war, and the amount of British blood shed made newspaper headlines across the country. The repatriation of the bodies a few days later was covered by every major news channel. It clearly matters how these things are done, how we humans learn to let go of each other, and the ritual and recognition which helped to make the process even fractionally more bearable. The 8 soldiers were flown home to RAF Lynham, where their families waited in an open marquee directly in front of the main terminal building, muted sobs punctuating the silence. They heard the aircraft before they could see it, the unmistakable howl of 4 jet engines overhead. Before it landed, the vast transport aircraft made a low pass across the airfield, dipping one wing in salute to the bereaved relatives below. Nicky remembers the occasion with agonizing clarity, how one of the fathers struggled to hold his emotions in check as the aircraft roared past, and yet, in his intensely private grief, he recognized that this was a shared moment. His son had not died alone. We heard him say, very quietly, "Welcome home, boys." She looks down at her hands. Then the weeping got even louder. Nicky had been preparing for, anticipating, her husband's return from war since the day he had deployed, but not like this. I was going to get my hair done, buy a new outfit, get my makeup done, get the house and the kids ready for his glorious, joyful homecoming. Now I was wearing black on a windswept airfield, waiting for his coffin. Gritting her teeth, she watched as a hand-picked bearer party marched up the aircraft's rear ramp to carry her young husband's body back onto British soil. Unlike the 8 men who carried the unknown warrior reverently from the chateau in Boulogne, these pallbearers were Lee's friends, carefully chosen from his regiment. They had all served alongside him. But there is much that links this scene with that exit from Boulogne, the sense of deep respect and timeless ritual, the cautious, achingly slow gait of the escort, the clenched jaws and fixed expressions, the struggle to hold emotions in check, to remain professional and composed as you carry a comrade's body, knowing that their next of kin are watching nearby and the world watches from afar. Seeing his coffin being carried off the aircraft was possibly tougher than the funeral which came later, Nicky says. I find it very difficult to talk about his repatriation. But a short time later, as each coffin was carried down the aircraft ramp, the next family in line would begin crying as their loved one came home for the final time. It was just awful to hear other people's grief. She wipes her eyes again at the memory, but there was some comfort in the ceremony. All the guys who carried Lee were his mates, she says, pronouncing each word very carefully for emphasis. I loved that it was really important to them. I knew everyone who carried him off that aircraft, and so did he. She pauses. I thought that was wonderful. Each family had been allocated 8 places for the repatriation ceremony on base. a congregation of 64 bereft souls, alongside the senior officers and dignitaries representing the military and other organisations. I had always been very private when I cried. Nicky gives an almost imperceptible shake of her head. And now my grief was on public display. Nicky's reflection on public grief takes me back once more to the emotional outpourings of 1920 and the importance of public recognition of private suffering, particularly in a cultural environment unused to such lack of restraint. Wootton Bassett, near RAF Lynham, 14th of July 2009. 2 years before Lee Scott's death, RAF Lynham had been tasked with handling all repatriation flights of Britain's war dead from Afghanistan and Iraq. As a community policeman attached to the base, PC Jarrah Brown's job was to ensure the safe passage of the coffin-laden vehicles as they began their journey to Oxford's John Radcliffe Hospital for the post-mortem formalities. An ex-soldier himself, he was deeply conscious of the responsibility. He will never forget the first rehearsal. Many people talk about the hairs on the back of their neck standing up. Well, this was one of those moments. Talk about honour, dignity and respect. This was overwhelming, and I really do mean overwhelming. I had never witnessed anything that displayed so much mixed emotion, deep, sincere sadness, yet with chest-swelling pride, in knowing this was what our country does when bringing our fallen home. So Brown had been touched by what happened a few minutes after the cortege set off, during the very first repatriation in 2007. 5 miles into their journey, their solemn cavalcade was abruptly forced to stop and wait in the middle of the market town of Wootton Bassett by, of all things, a lorry winching a rusty skip into position painfully slowly en route to the local rubbish dump. By pure coincidence, the cortege had been halted alongside the War Memorial on the High Street, a bronze globe held aloft by 4 outstretched hands just beside a pelican crossing. The lights changed, allowing people to get to the other side of the road, he recalls. But instead, all the pedestrians chose to remain where they were, standing in silence. Some even bowed their heads. They stayed there for the next minute or so, until we went on our way. That small demonstration of silent remembrance, spontaneously paid, marked the start of an extraordinary journey for both Jarrah Brown and the place that is now known as Royal Wootton Bassett. Soon afterwards, he noticed that ex-military men and women were beginning to congregate around the town's war memorial whenever a repatriation was expected. Many wore their old berets and freshly polished medals, regimental ties and blazers. Then the mayor and several members of the town council announced that they too intended to stand at the war memorial when a cortege came through. Sure enough, when the next one appeared, there they stood, giving a brief but significant bow of their heads as we slowly drove past. As time went by, the number of townspeople and military veterans who assembled to pay their respects increased. The local branch of the Royal British Legion began to alert their members and other veterans groups when a ceremony was to take place. Then a request was made for the cortege to pause for a moment by the memorial in order for those gathered to properly offer a formal salute, a moment of silence in the presence of a warrior who had made the ultimate sacrifice. The sense of occasion was heightened when the great tenor bell of St. Bartholomew's Church, cast in 1663, began to toll for each repatriation, lending an impression of timeless gravity to the proceedings. Word spread. Police officers began to volunteer to help escort the convoys. The local press cottoned on too. I think they knew they were starting to witness something completely different, says Brown, something which had not been seen before. And the British military had its own reasons to be grateful to the town, as the commanding officer of one of the repatriated soldiers declared. I know the family will be touched by the compassion of the people of Wootton Bassett, who stood in the cold winter weather to show their sincerest respects to Sergeant Johnson. He will be greatly missed, but it is a comfort for those who knew him to know that his repatriation didn't go unnoticed. We are honored by the people of